Oh, do you know what? I started speaking, I forgot I wasn't on screen. I was speaking, I was like, "Yeah, yeah, blah, 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 blah." I was saying good morning to Toxic, morning to Shauna, morning to Suzanne, and I was wondering if you pissed the bed, Toxic, because 'cause you're fucking early. Dedication that is, though, dedication, I love it. Shauna, I hope your errands go well. Suzanne, I've got my coffee and my water and everything ready as well, so I don't blame you. Welcome everyone else. Morning, Toxic, morning to you. Lovely to see you back. I love to see people come back. I was great discussions last night. Well, yeah, this morning, last night. So thanks for your contribution. It's always good to have those here. Right, they've not opened the webinar yet, so I'm just waiting for that to happen. Um, they usually open it by now. They are there, set up ready, but they've not opened it yet. It's a bit weird. Gotta get up early to get all the updates for tons of cases. Happy days. That's the only way. I can't do it. I can't handle more than a couple of cases all at once 'cause, well, some people would say I can't even handle one case, but I just feel like to concentrate on, like, 1 or 2 at the same time. I just don't like to do too many. But, like, Spider Girl is probably the same as you. She will do, like, 100 cases all at once, and she'll remember them all. I just can't do that. Happy Friday, Sarah. Now, Sarah, like, your name is spelt as Sarah, so for me, I would call you Sarah, but I presume you're called Sarah. So is it Sarah or Sarah? Oh, that's good, Toxic. It's always nice to have people involved. As I say, look, I'd love to, I'll promote your stuff, no real issues at all. I just it's, yeah, it is what it is. But, I'm sure some of the guys from here will be in there and, yeah, anything you need help promoting or whatever, I'll always do that. Oh, well, I like Sarah because Sarah is a Welsh name. So that's how I myself and Karen would say it. Bore da, Sarah. Good morning, Sarah. That's really so you got a Welsh name. Happy days. Um, I'll just put this up there quickly. I'll put it up again. Remember that we're doing Johnny Depp and Amber Heard day 2 tomorrow. I think it's gonna be a short day, 1:15 Eastern time, and we got Lefty coming on stream as well. So not sure if he'll be there from the start because Spider Girl does take it seriously, as I do. But Lefty should be on stream at some point. Works for me, happy days. Because everyone calls me Dylan, and I'm Dylan. So I get the same as what you get, Sarah. I just love Sarah. That's fantastic. I love a Welsh name, Sarah. So yeah, that's where we're at. We're still waiting for the webinar to open. Still nothing. I'll refresh it in a couple of minutes if there's nothing. I think we were in this time yesterday, so they are all lined up. They're all there. Oh shit. Let me just check. Yeah, I've muted myself. Um, Dia Doet. The hell's that? Toxic. Have you been drinking? Dia Doet. Dia Doet. Dia Diot. Are you Irish? Dia. Look, look at the Irish. Look at the Irish. Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning to you, Toxic. We got Madwell. She's Irish as well. She's from Belfast though. So not sure which one you're from, northern or southern. But lovely, the Celtics, the Celts are all here. And when Erin comes, she'll be like, "Oh, I'm English." "No, I'm Welsh, not English." Oh, cool. Good morning. Dia dwt. I'm probably butchering that, but we say bore da. So I'll spell that for you as well. This is what we say. That's good morning for us. Bore da. Bore da. So da also is good. My family history is Scottish, Irish. Happy days. Same Celtic though. We're all Celtic, so it's all good. All Celtic. I used to live in Ireland. I've lived in Scotland, but I'm born and raised in Wales. Galway Bunch. Ah, what? Oh, Cork. He's got Cork has got a very deep, deep accent. Galway Banshee, Jesus. Galway's such a lovely place. Um, Never been to Cork, but one of my good friends in university was from Cork, and he had a very, dry sense of humor, very deep, deep accent, voice. It was brilliant. But I lived in Dublin, I did, and then I lived in Glasgow in Scotland, and I lived quite a few places in Wales. People are probably like, "What the fuck's he talking about? Get the case on." Look, I am, but it's not. I'll share my screen anyway, so you can see it. Um, Trial. No, that's me. That's me. That's the wrong trial. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can't understand them. Pint. I know they're so deep after they've been drinking, but they're some of the kindest people you'll ever meet. Um, I'll say one of my friends. He's lost touch with him a little bit now. He's moved on, got married, got kids and stuff. But what a guy. We loved him. Spent a lot of time with him. Learned a lot off him actually. Let share screen again. Everyone else, don't be frightened. Say hello. It's probably more than me toxic, myself and Sarah here. Share screen. No nonsense, absolutely. Straight to it. That's what I mean. They're very in a way, I don't wanna say, boring, that's not the word. It's, like, they just got a mannerism about them. They just give it to you straight. Do you know what I mean? So, and I love that. They don't smile that often, but they're very, very friendly and also very helpful whenever they're the kind of people you want on your side if you're ever in trouble. Put it like that. Meeting in progress. Which one is that then? There we go. Share. I'll put that here so we see it. I'll drop the Johnny Depp thing now, but if anyone wants to I'll put it up again when Lefty's here. Oh, oh, right, we got this. Um, so yeah, absolutely. If you take the piss, you're in. Because that's how and that, to be fair, that's how I am. Do you know what I mean? If I take the piss out of you, then I like you. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, definitely. I think the Welsh are like that as well. Let's put this in. This is in case you haven't got Twitter. That's our new emoji as well today. Just so people are aware. Oh, I figured out as well how I can authorize stuff now when the mods aren't here. Um, right. Gio, Giovanna Di Stefano, Giovanna Di Stefano, Italian. Giovanna, where the fuck have you been? Gio, you make me worry about you more than anyone else. Welcome back, Gio. I hope you're well. Hope you're well. Yeah, I'm sorry, Toxic. It's just because I'm trying to obviously earn a living off it as well. Look, Lefty will give you a gift. Don't worry about it. Lefty will give you a gift. So Giovanna, Gio, has basically been here from the start, but she's been missing for about 2 weeks. I hope you're well, Gio. I hope you're well, Gio. We missed you, as always. You disappeared. I was like, where's you? So Stacey disappeared. She came back. Then when Stacey came back, you disappeared. I'm like, is Gio and Stacey the same person? Gio, welcome back. As always, it's great to have you here, Gio. Not seen you for ages. Jesus. So yeah, Gio loves these trials, live trials. This is a live trial as well, Gio. People will be in and out now. Jesus, what a blast from the past. Got any members go missing, baby? You got lost in as a gavel drops. Oh, yeah, I saw the gavel drops with you. I think I'm out of that now. It took me ages to get out of there. I don't know how I got out of there. Uh, replay heard as well. No, yes, there's replay heard, but we've done Travis Rudolph. Travis Rudolph, Giovanna, you'd have loved that one. Then we did well, you were here for a bit for the oldie fans one. We did Travis Rudolph, which you would have loved. We're doing the Parkland Officer, which it's a bit dry, and then we're doing this one. I'm not sure we're gonna like this one, Geo, but it's new. Yeah, this is like day 3 now, Geo. Oh, this is nice. There's a lot of new people here that have come over the last couple of days. Gio's gonna love you. So Gio's a day one now. She's been here from the start, nearly. Um, doesn't take any messing though. Doesn't take any messing. So that's really nice. So Gio, yeah, all the new crew here. Shauna, Sarah, Toxic. There's a lot of new people, Gio, for you to assess and make sure they're okay. To give the Gio blessing to. This one's a day 3. Travis Rudolph, you would have loved Travis Rudolph. That was 9 days live trial. You would have loved it, Giovanna. Loved it. So we've got this one, and we also got a live one for Parkland, but we're like day 7 with that, but that's next week now. So there's no court on Monday at all. Hi Amanda. Why did they allow the witness on day 1 being seen? Because they fucked up, Amanda. They fucked up, essentially. So we saw the witness day 1, and we saw a few on day 2 as well, until they figured out, actually, we can see him on one of the angles on the cameras. They are stupid. But cameras are new in court apparently, but, um, so stupid. But that's why essentially. Yeah, but welcome, Amanda. But essentially that's it. I think they showed about 3 witnesses that they shouldn't have, and then they figured it out. So stupid. Um, 'Cause the first one was obviously the friend who was 16, 17 at the time, and now she's 27. Call Kara belongings. Also, why did investigators search all Kara's ex-boyfriend's belongings immediately, but yet did not search Hollendorfer's horse burial sites based off going off their word that they, yeah, and also they were sent to different sites as well. It wasn't just, you know, I think Hollendorf's lied as well where the burial sites were and stuff. So there's a lot of mismanagement here. We didn't see all the ex-boyfriend's testimony. We only saw the last bit. But they're just trying him for drugs or trying her for drugs now, do you know what I mean? Which is a bit frustrating. Um, there's not much left on this one apparently, for the state. They've only got a few more witnesses. And there's no court on Monday at all, guys. So just remember that, no court on Monday. So there's no trial on Monday. There's no trial of anything on Monday. Then we're back here on Tuesday then. And same with Parkland. If you're here for Parkland officer, no trial there until Tuesday now. And that one is, um, basically, state should be rested on Tuesday. So what we got here, he played games sending them on a wild, absolutely. He did, Toxic, absolutely. I mean, they had burial site. They had so much land that um, they kept sending them off different places. Don't know how they could take the man's word where he had a previous so his phone record had him phoning her several times, but I think what did it for him was that he was honest about it. He didn't deny anything. I think that's what threw him. It was like, "Yeah, no, I did meet her. Yeah, I did have sex with her, but then she left." So just that's the hard bit. So they did look into him, but it was like, ah, if he denied it all, then maybe it would have been different. But from what I gather, he admitted everything. Was yeah, yeah, we got together, we had sex, everything's good. And then she went home. Whereas if he'd been like, "No, no, no, I've never phoned this girl, never spoke to her, never slept with her," then that's a lot more sus. So I think that's maybe how he fell through the cracks a little bit. As you're coming in, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe for YouTube if you don't like to get notified. Or if you'd like to get notified when the channel goes live or when new content is added, click the notification bell as well. Thank you, Spider. Um, seems like the mother and him wouldn't let them search it properly, and that they sent them yeah, that's what I was trying to say, Suzanne, yeah, absolutely spot on. So they letting them search, but the wrong property where they knew there was nothing, you know, it was fine. They should have found him much sooner, absolutely. Absolutely, Amanda. Do you know what I mean? If they suspected him, they should have just dug up everything. But hindsight is a wonderful thing. Do you know what I mean? That's just my opinion. It's really hard. Well, I'm going to refresh this bad boy because where are they? Reload. Start a new webinar. Let's start again. Let's start it again. Join from your browser. Yes. Oh, there we are. Let's get my email out to everyone. Happy days. Join webinar. Yes. So you can see I am there, but they're not started yet. Yeah. They normally, yeah, maybe they are toxic. Maybe they are. You're right. But it's surprised that they didn't do it live. So we'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be interesting. I know there's a couple more audio videos from 10 years ago. That was painful yesterday. We had 55 minutes of his interview from 2014, and we couldn't barely hear them. So I got a volume extension, thanks to Spider Girl, that takes it up to 600 percent volume. So I can increase that, but can't increase like the quality of it, unfortunately, you know. So oh, Amanda. Okay, totally agree with you. Oh, that's fantastic to know that you know her. Personally with Kara, the drug issue has nothing to do with her being murdered. Um, because of being an addiction, she didn't deserve to be discarded like that. Amanda, welcome to this channel because we said exactly the same. We've said Amanda, we've spot on. We've said exactly the same here. It's sickening that they're using drugs as um the the issue here. Disgraceful, you know, disgraceful. So sorry you lost a friend, but please, you know, you got loads of knowledge. Please impart that knowledge on us because we'll embrace it. But yeah, geez, I didn't know you were like that. But welcome to the channel. Really happy for you to be here. It's not usual that they don't do it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It does depend on the judge, and this Bain judge is a bit of a pain. Evil Wicked, how are we? I hope you're well. Hope you're well, Evil. I just called you Evil. I think Evil. Have you been here before? Your name Your name is I've had an Evil here before. I'm not sure if it was you though. I'm not sure if you've been here before. Don't worry if you haven't, but you know, welcome anyway. Um, Suzanne agrees with you, Amanda. Absolutely. And once Shelley comes, oh Jesus, here we go. Do you know what I mean? Can one the mods drop the A's? Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Good, 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 good. We shall do that. What we'll do that, we'll drop it in a bit now. No one deserves that, Sarah. You're right. Here we go. Here we go. We go. Toxic. Once it gets started, we'll do it. We'll drop it in. I don't want it to get lost in the chat. Do you know what I mean? So here we go. I'm not sure if you can hear. I can't hear. No worries, toxic. We'll drop it in a few times. It's not a problem. Just when chat's going busy, it's pointless dropping it in. We'll drop it in. Well, once we get started, then it tends to get a little bit quieter, so people can just click on the link then. But we'll post it throughout the day. It's all good. I'm not sure, Spidey, if you've got the link or not, or if it's just me actually that's got a link. Oh fuck. Right, okay. Um. Oh, right. Luna.
Had some more witnesses you wanted to address before I brought the jury in?
Hang on, we
Yes, Your
can't hear,
Honor,
can
we
we?
have two witnesses today that would like to opt out of having the witness stand camera on while they testify. And that would be Miss Christina Palmer and Miss Nicole Kirchie, former Conway.
Okay. For general privacy reasons?
Yes.
Okay. Anything from the defense?
Same record as yesterday.
All right. Well, so witnesses, I find, do have an interest in preserving
No worries, Amanda, hang on.
some privacy. The legislature recently passed a statute requiring that all proceedings be live streamed by audio and video. There's also a Chief Justice directive that was recently issued, and I'll exercise this court's discretion and grant the request to continue the audio portion of the live stream, but discontinue the video portion. Otherwise, we're
Oh, you're
last
kidding
name
me.
Ms. Palmer and
So her name now is Miss Kirchie, Kurtchi.
No more video, guys.
Former name was Conaway, Conaway.
okay. Otherwise, we're ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, defense. Is one of those two going to be your first witness this morning?
No,
Okay.
we have one quick witness before.
Okay.
Right, Amanda, how do I get hold of you? What's the best way to get hold of you, Amanda? Giovanna, Gio's back. Yeah, we're getting audio, but he said something about, I think because of the doxing that happened the other day, I think they're cutting some cameras. Didn't really catch it, but all I heard was cameras off and audio. But it might just be for a couple of witnesses. Gio, if I do that, I then lose. Yeah, I'm gonna do it, but I'm waiting for it to come on. Then I'll change it. I will change it. I'm just playing about with settings for a second, Gio. When the first witness comes in and sits down, I'll make it bigger. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm just playing with settings here for a second.
Please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. Welcome back. We'll turn to the people's next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people is called Special Agent Michael Willis.
Come on up here, sir, towards the bench. And if you could raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please introduce yourself and spell your last name for the record?
Last name is Willis, Willis. I'm a special agent with the FBI out of the Richmond, Virginia division.
Okay. And prior to working for the FBI, did you work for any other law enforcement agencies or in that field?
I did. I was a state trooper with the Delaware State Police for 5 years,
Okay, and how long have you been with the FBI?
for 24 years.
And what exactly do you do as an FBI special agent?
Over the course of 24 years, I've mostly worked criminal matters, violent crimes, gangs, drugs, fugitives. Every now and then other stuff, but that's been my main focus.
And in that career, have you had to interview witnesses in all of those investigations?
Yes,
Have you ever been asked for an outside agency assist helping out another law enforcement agency?
yes, it happens quite often.
Okay. In February of 2022, were you asked for assistance to interview a witness in Virginia?
Yes,
And what was that witness's name?
I believe it was Christina Palmer.
Okay. And did you, I guess, accept that request?
Yes, myself and another agent, I went out and interviewed her.
Okay. And can you tell us just how that initial contact went?
I don't recall if the other agent had reached out to her before we went out and met her at her home, but we did interview her at her house. In her kitchen, there was, I believe, if I recall, the requesting agency had a series of questions they wanted addressed, and we also took the interview kind of where it took us, as we naturally do.
Okay, so you weren't the lead agency on this investigation, so you were getting requested questions for information from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, that's not uncommon. Yeah.
Okay. And you said you did go out and meet with Christina Palmer.
Yes.
And when you met with her, based on the questions that you had been provided from the sheriff's office in Colorado, did you question her about her relationship with a person named Joel Hollendorfer?
We did.
And did she indicate that she knew that person?
She did.
Did she indicate how she knew that person?
She indicated that she was married to him, I believe it was twice, and divorced from him twice.
Okay. Did you ask her about any kind of drug use on the behalf of the defendant?
Yes.
And did she indicate that he used any kind of specific drugs?
If I recall, it was methamphetamines. I'd have to refer to the report. I know that's listed in the report.
Okay. Would that refresh your recollection?
But yes.
Go ahead. Thank you.
I believe she indicated that he used methamphetamine, crack cocaine. I believe that's all that's indicated in the report.
Okay. Did she indicate whether or not there was a change in Mr. Hollendorfer's behavior when he was using drugs?
Yeah, she said that he would basically go off on binges and be gone for days when he was using illegal drugs.
Okay.
He would become violent, abusive.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Suzanne, you're right. So I think there's 2 witnesses that will be no cameras on. That's what I gathered afterwards, 2 witnesses later on today. If people could like and subscribe, that'd be, very helpful as well for me, guys. If you could do, especially the liking, that's amazing. And yeah, Suzanne, as I said there, I'm glad that you heard about it there. Happy to promote your stuff. Yeah, and I'm glad it fits in because I generally don't think anyone else is streaming this. So, um, I don't know what they're discussing though. Also, everybody that's new or whatever, just say hello. We've met some new people here today already. Just say hello and chat. We're all friendly here.
Members of the jury, let's take a 5-minute recess so I can sort out things
Motherfucker.
here. All rise for the jury.
Fucking hell. Straight away. We're not even 5 minutes in yet, Judge. Fuck's sakes. Oh, no. No problems, April. No problems at all. Thank you for being here. Thanks. Yeah, Sarah, I know. I've sworn too much as well, so it's done today. I'm done with this video today. April, absolutely pleasure. April, right? That's Ebrill in Wales. We call it Ebrill. Lovely name, April.
Please be
Already.
seated.
So we'll hear what they got to say now.
So just to make the ruling clear, there's not to be evidence of the defendant being abusive towards his ex-spouse. That was, we had a 404B where I denied any request to go into any of those incidents. I believe I authorized testimony about how it was a rocky relationship or they were on the verge of breaking up or divorcing, that kind of thing, but not abusive. So
And Your Honor, if I could just, when I asked that question, there's a line in Special Agent Willis's report where he said Palmer was scared of Hollendorfer. And that's what I was hoping to elicit, not violent or abusive. If I could have a chance to, or we could specifically instruct the witness as to what the limitations are.
okay, Ms. Cox.
Scared of. I think that's in the same line and it's still 404B and the court hasn't admitted it. And I don't know how we unring that bell at this point. That is so damaging and prejudicial. It colors her entire testimony. It colors the character of my client. So I think at this point I need to move for a mistrial.
May I respond?
Yes.
Thank you. And so, Your Honor, I think that this can be cleared up. I can just ask the witness, because in his report, he also says he was not, the defendant was not violent towards Ms. Palmer except for one occasion, which I'm not going to get into. So he can clarify that he was not violent, but just that he was scared. And that was her words, was scared. And I think that is admissible under the court's ruling because it goes to Ms. Palmer's credibility. Defendant's whole opening was her inconsistencies and her lack of credibility based on this late disclosure and not having this information. And it definitely goes to her credibility as a witness as to why she didn't initially report it when she received that statement from the defendant, but later did when she was in a different situation in a different state and no longer married to him. So her opinion of their relationship and her fear of the defendant is definitely relevant and I think admissible. Further, it does come in, this came in at preliminary hearing as well, that she says, when he first told me in the truck, I wasn't sure if it was to try to intimidate me and show me what he was capable of. And that's how she took it. And so I think her statement to this agent that she was scared of him is relevant, is admissible, and the probative value outweighs the prejudicial potential here.
But I believe I had reserved ruling on what this witness here would be able to testify to because I would need to hear Ms. Palmer's testimony first. I've never seen an impeachment of a witness prior to the witness testifying. And so we don't know what is a prior consistent statement or not because we've not heard Ms. Palmer's testimony.
And Your Honor, my intention with Agent Willis and what I told him in the hall is I was going to ask him generally, and that is what I told defense. And then I was told that they would potentially be asking him specific questions. So I said, well, should I just ask him the questions and then have Ms. Palmer? And that's what they agreed to. So if there was an error, I do think it was invited error, and I would ask the court to deny a request for a mistrial. I don't think that this particular piece here is so prejudicial that it would go override the other evidence. We presume that the jury will follow the instructions. The court can admonish and give a curative instruction that the jury is to disregard the words violent and abusive, that they're to disregard and not consider those. However, the rocky, tumultuous relationship and Ms. Palmer being scared are relevant, are.
But if she testifies to that, then he doesn't testify to that,
Correct.
right?
And so we could ask Officer or Agent Willis to step off the stand. I can have Ms. Palmer testify first. That
Why hasn't she been called first?
there were some flight issues, Your Honor,
Okay.
and that's, both of them flew in from Virginia and have different return flights.
When is the first return flight?
2:30. So
And who's that?
I believe it's Agent Willis.
Well, so that would give us several hours to do. So I think what we need to do, well, I'll ask what the defense wishes to do. Anything further on your motion for a mistrial?
Your Honor, I just don't, first, I mean, there's so many things in this. So one, I don't believe that was what the court ruled. The court ruled that we had this specific conversation about Ms. Palmer's prior statements and what she said she thought could be behind the conversation in the truck and why he told her. And my recollection is not that the court allowed any testimony that she was scared, because actually the majority of her statements are the contrary. But it is, in any event, it is 404B that I don't believe the court has admitted. Now, if we are allowed, or we're going to allow her to say, or anybody to say, she was scared after they've already heard violent and abusive, I don't know how you unring that bell and say, oh, but don't listen to violent, abusive, and we're going to say scared, but it's just for some magical, mystical reason that you don't know about, but even though you just heard it.
And keep in mind, it's he's not violent. She said he's not violent, but abusive. So the jury has heard abusive. They've not heard whether that's verbal abuse, physical abuse.
Is that violent and abusive?
Ms. Elliott, can you check the record? Did he say violent and abusive?
Oh, no. Oh, no. This is so stupid. And if there is a judge to allow a mistrial, I think this is the judge to do it.
You're right.
But Your Honor, I think this
Oh,
is even more.
Jesus.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I think that is even more relevant. We were talking specifically when the defendant is under the influence of drugs, which is the defense's theory of defense.
But I've ruled that doesn't come in. You've just elicited evidence that I have previously ordered cannot come in. All I said was I need to hear from Ms. Palmer to get a better evidentiary context of why she didn't report the alleged statement made to her earlier. And once I get that context with her testifying, then I can reconsider the issue of to what extent am I going to allow evidence in of her relationship with Mr. Hollendorfer. But admitting this testimony that he's violent and abusive while on drugs.
And as Your Honor pointed out, he didn't say physically abusive. He was verbally abusive. And
Violent is physical.
They fucked this up.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm just going back to my notes from April 26th.
State, you absolute dick. Why didn't they just put her on first?
Well, the court recalls the people seeking to introduce 4 specific incidents of alleged domestic violence. And I ruled those don't come in. That's clear 404B impermissible character evidence.
I think it's
And so
happening.
I can't imagine I made a ruling. You can't get into the specific incidents, but you can have evidence that he was violent and abusive.
And the court did not. I'm not saying that the court made that distinction. Specifically, I think you made a record that you were
No, it's-
allowing evidence what was going on in the marriage as far as disintegration and separating.
Well, no, I think it's still
Can I
the
have a
state, I
moment?
think.
Yes.
Suzanne? He knows if he doesn't get a mistrial, this is appeal straight away. That's grounds for appeal straight away. Because the jury pool now, they've heard it, it's been tainted. They should never been mentioned. Oh, What an absolute ball job. What's she done? All she had to do was put the other witness on first. No, please no mistrial. Problem is, Amanda, they've made such an error that the judge he's fucked.
So, Your Honor, I have several things I'd just like to put on the record before you make a ruling. So the first would be normally best practice, what we would normally do is have Ms. Palmer testify first. When we called the jury in, Special Agent Willis was the only witness I knew of that was present. Based on how we have not wanted to keep the jury waiting, I
No.
elected to call Agent Willis first. Second, the standard for a mistrial is manifest necessity for a mistrial. In this particular case, this is not something that cannot be cured. Ms. Palmer is present. She can testify and she can clarify that that this was not physical abuse, that it was not violent, that was a mischaracterization. She can testify to that there was no physical abuse. And she can testify to the change in behavior that she saw from the defendant when he was under the influence of drugs. I don't think that one word or those two words, violent and abusive, are so prejudicial that they cannot be overcome with a curative instruction and subsequent testimony from Ms. Palmer clarifying that this was not physical abuse. But the defense in this case is voluntary intoxication. So the change in behavior, the change in demeanor, tone, mentality of the defendant is relevant, is paramount to disproving defense's theory of the case. And so I am asking the court to deny the motion for a mistrial, allow Ms. Palmer to testify and clarify that this was not physical violence or physical abuse, but mental and emotional, which is what she says in her statements, and instruct the jury to disregard the characterization of violent and abusive.
It's too late, love.
Well, you're saying she would testify it was not violent or abusive, but she has apparently told this witness here that it was violent and abusive. So the jury could easily just say, well, she's saying that now, but that's not what she told this agent earlier. I'm going to reserve ruling on the motion for mistrial. Yes.
First of all, she's never said that. She's never said violent. So the only way to cure it at this point is for her to also testify to something that is also not admissible, something else that the court hasn't allowed. And so the only way to fix the violent and abusive would be to say, oh, I only said emotionally and verbally abusive. And that is also not admissible and also extremely prejudicial. This is a case where, given Mr. Hollendorfer's ex-wife's statement to police,
The jury's not there toxic. It's fine.
accidentally killed someone. The people have charged him with first-degree murder, and have an interest in making the jury perceive him as a violent person, and it's just not accurate. And there's just no way to go back and fix it.
Okay, so we got to move on. I'm going to reserve ruling on the motion. We're going to have this witness exit to the hallway. The people are going to call Ms. Palmer. I'm going to hear that testimony. There's to be no eliciting of anything about the relationship between her and the defendant other than they were breaking up around this time period.
And Your Honor, what about questions about the change in?
Denied. You are making this request for the first time. I had previously ruled we're not going to get into how he's violent and abusive. You're mentioning, oh, this is a response to voluntary intoxication, which the defense endorsed 2-3 weeks ago, but we've not since addressed the issue of, okay, now how does that open the door to more evidence regarding being abusive and violent?
And Your Honor, the defense endorsed that verbally at pretrial readiness, and the court was unavailable for 2 weeks to have another hearing on that.
You didn't file a motion.
And Your Honor, they also endorsed general denial. We were not aware until opening statements what their exact theory of defense would be. We would not have been able to
Okay.
know that.
So the ruling is we're not going to get into that. I want to hear the testimony and how it comes out and better context for why she didn't report it. Uh, have you talked to her? What is she going to say when you ask why did she not report it?
She has given multiple statements about saying that she wasn't sure if it was 100% true and that she thought that he was doing this to kind of show her what he was
Thanks, Dave.
capable of. She also said she didn't report it because they were getting back together and she didn't want to get involved. And then that she did ask a hypothetical question to a friend's husband who was law enforcement. If I know a body is buried on someone's property, what would I do with that hypothetically? And was told that's hearsay. You can't really do anything. So she let it go back then.
Okay. So I'm going to let her testify to everything there, except he told her that because he wanted to show her what he was capable of, which again would be impermissible character. So I'm going to allow those other explanations that she gave for why she didn't say why she didn't report this earlier, but I'm not going to get into he was trying to scare her. Okay, so sir, if you could step down and go into the hallway,
What a fucking
Talk with Ms. Palmer to make sure.
make sure it's clear the
shit
direction.
show. This is disgrace. So he's going to rule. He's going to listen to this testimony now. Then he's going to make his ruling about the mistrial. The problem is, he's in an absolute world of hurt here because what they've done is so bloody stupid. It's like she's a novice, first trial. Oh my god! And Amanda, you're 100% right. It's about the victim. It's about Kara. She's fucked it.
Is Cox, do you want me to strike that sentence, or would you prefer that I not remind the jury?
I don't see them forgetting that statement. So I know the court is ruling later on the mistrial issue. I don't think it can be fixed with a strike or instruction, but in absence of a mistrial, I would make that.
To strike it. Okay.
Okay, so we just have to see if this testimony then. But if he doesn't give a mistrial, then this is simple grounds for appeal. I know we'll take a longer, but oh my days, come on, amateur hour.
So the question, Judge, have is whether the court should say, I'm striking that witness's last statement or the specific words.
Welcome, Dave.
I think what I'm going to do is not say anything.
Yeah.
Tell the jury we're actually going to put Ms. Palmer on first because she's here. And then when I make a ruling down the road today, seeing how it plays out, I think I can then instruct the jury. So you're to disregard that earlier testimony about being violent and abusive because they will not have heard evidence about him being violent and abusive. Again, unless that exception applies where I determine, okay, for the jury to really understand why she didn't report it, I would allow evidence of that. But right now, what I'm hearing is she gave 3 other reasons for why she didn't report it. And that's what the people are going to be limited to.
Okay, we'll just have to see what happens with this witness now. That lawyer is shitting a brick. She knows she's put her foot right in the shit there with this one. Welcome everyone new. Dave and everyone, thanks for saying hi in chat. Just say hello, guys. I'm not sure where everyone is at the minute, but they'll say hello back. Spider Girl, Mad World, Heidi, Amy, I'm not sure where they are. Please like and subscribe if you can. Amazing. It's disgusting, in my opinion, hard to believe. I mean, there's rights for defenders, but what about the victims? Victims seem to have very little rights in all these cases. Absolutely. The problem is, though, he knows that it's it, it's grounds for an appeal straight away, and ah, just such a simplistic thing. Oh, hi, Heidi. That's fine, Heidi. You're always in chat. That's why I was asking because some new people in chat, and you're always one of the first people to like welcome them. So I know you're tired and stuff after your shift. Judge has been extremely fair. He's done the right thing here. He has done the right thing. Let's listen to the testimony first and take it from there. Because he knows he's got to get this right. I hope he doesn't put a mistrial in now. I hope it goes through. But then, as Suzanne pointed out, victims, but then defense does have a right as well. So, oh, my days. It's a fun channel, but you found us at a wrong time. Also, Jamie told me, obviously, don't swear in the first 2 hours. Well, that's going out the window. My video yesterday, did 2 videos yesterday. My first one got unmonetized, no money on it, and the second one was fine because I didn't speak. This one's not gonna make any money either. Oh, so they're hiding this person now. Yeah, this is one of the people they're hiding. Shauna, it's a long-winded thing, but basically the prosecution said some stuff around him being violent and attacking his ex-girlfriend. Basically, they should never ever have said it, which means now defense called for a mistrial, and now the judge is listening to the testimony of the ex to see what kind of damage this has occurred. Um, while working on this code. Well, I've been a spider. You'd be proud of me. I found out how to accept people swearing on chat, but I can't do it all the time though. That's the only problem. Right, here she comes. Right, turn this camera off then if we're not supposed to see them, guys.
Okay, so let's
Oh, they
bring the
put me in a
jury
bad mood
in.
already?
Sorry, Your Honor, I have one clarifying when I was admonishing Ms.
There we
Palmer,
are. It's covered.
um,
So we've only got Bane now to look at.
when I was asking her about why their marriage
Oh, I've
disintegrated.
frustrated Heidi with
One of
this.
the things she said was,
Oh, here we
because
go.
of the arguments and the ups and downs. And I wanted to clarify with the court before I told her she could or could not say that. Arguments.
And so what time frame are we talking about?
This was in 2012. Their divorce was final in December of 2012.
So you're talking about the relationship in 2012. Okay, response.
I'm not sure what the relevance is. The defense is not going to be asking Ms. Palmer why she didn't tell anyone sooner. I don't know what the relevance would be of arguments. I worry about how general that sounds. I think that there will be testimony that she was unhappy that he kept not showing up, not coming home, using drugs, sleeping with other people.
Are you okay with that information coming out?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just avoid conflict, argument, and stick to those reasons. I mean, I'm fine with arguing a lot. We argued a lot. That's fine.
Okay.
But nothing beyond we argued a lot.
And she knows, yes, I was very clear with Ms. Palmer.
Hi, Lefty.
Um,
Do you like the new meme, Lefty?
And Your Honor, just to avoid, honestly, when I was talking to Ms. Palmer, I thought about just asking the court to have her testify outside the presence of the jury, and get the court's rulings on that, so we don't have to keep taking breaks. I don't know if that's something.
As long as she knows, don't talk about how he scared her, tried to say things to scare her, was violent, arguments, being gone, being on drugs. That's all fine. Just stay away from anything physical or verbally abusive beyond arguments.
That brings up just one more.
I mean, the thing is, she delayed telling law enforcement, but it's not as though the defense is denying the statement was made. So why the jury needs to know why there was the delay is not, to me, terribly relevant. I mean, it's relevant to give some context to the delay, but I don't hear the defense saying he didn't make this statement.
And I think that's what they said in opening, is that he didn't strangle her, that they were doing drugs and she overdosed and he buried her. So that is denying the statement that he made to Ms. Palmer.
Okay, so let's see how the testimony comes out. Ms. Cox.
Argue that 911, but, that Mr. Hollendorf, the statement that Ms. Palmer claims that Mr. Hollendorfer made is inaccurate based on the inconsistency in all the various statements, without arguing that because she waited for so long, that means it's not true. That is not the argument.
Right. So,
What? Yes, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead.
One last question. When we were talking about physical changes while people were, while the defendant was under the influence, I'm planning on asking specifically, were there any sexual side effects to him being intoxicated or on drugs? That was in his 2014 interview to Detective Gouliot.
He told her that.
He said that he cannot, it affects his sexual performance when he's drunk, and I would like to know her experience with that.
Allegation is about drugs. There's no allegation that Mr. Hollendorfer was drunk on the night of the offense. I don't see relevance.
So I don't either. 404, 403. No, he's made the statement. It's in evidence. We don't need to go through it with her. Okay, let's bring the jury in.
The judge trying to do everything now to avoid a mistrial. Everything. She's not even allowed to ask half the questions she wants to now because of her fuck up. Lefty, look at Discord. You'll see the picture in there. It's you and the aubergines. Whoop, 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 whoop. I hope this is on mistrial now, all because of one stupid mistake. Because if it's a mistrial, there's probably not another trial for a few years. And that's not justice for Kara.
Rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Members of the jury, thank you for your patience as we sorted through some issues. The previous witness was testifying to hearsay that Ms. Palmer was giving, and so I've ruled, let's hear from Ms. Palmer. And so the people are now going to call Ms. Palmer to the stand. Ma'am, come on up towards the bench here. And if you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through to this chair.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself and spell your name for the record?
Dana Palmer, KRISTINA PALMER.
And Ms. Palmer, could I ask you to move the microphone just a little bit closer to you? Thank you so much. Ms. Palmer, do you currently live here in Colorado?
No,
Do you live out of state?
yes,
How long did you used to live in Colorado?
I did.
When was that?
From 2007 until 2019,
Okay. And before and after that, where did you live?
Virginia.
Okay. Do you know someone named Joel Hollendorfer?
I do.
How do you know him?
He's my ex-husband.
Okay. Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please tell me where he's sitting and an article of clothing he's wearing?
He's sitting at the desk over there. He's wearing a red shirt.
Okay. If the record could reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
All right.
Thank you. And so you said he was your ex-husband. When did you meet the defendant?
2005.
And then you said you eventually moved to Colorado in 2007. Was that with him?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you get married?
2009.
Okay. Did that marriage eventually come to an end?
It did.
When was that?
It was finalized in December of 2012.
Okay. Did you get back together after that?
We did in spring of 2014.
Okay. And then did the relationship end again?
It did.
And when was that?
2017 was the last time that he had officially lived with me in my house.
Okay. Do you have any children together?
We do.
How many?
One,
Okay. And do you have another child?
I do.
And was the defendant his stepfather, father figure from a
Yes.
young age?
He was in his life since he was 4.
Okay. Does he consider him his dad?
Yes.
So I'd like to talk to you about that time before your divorce was finalized. So in the end of 2012, at that time, were you living together?
No.
And did he still have contact with the children?
Yes.
Okay. And then after 2000, or I guess when he wasn't living with you, did you know where he was living?
Yes.
Where was he living?
With his parents.
Had you ever been out to his parents' home?
Yes.
What area of town? Do you remember the address or the area?
9665 Burgess Road, Black Forest.
Okay. And then you said that you got back together in the spring of 2014, correct?
Yes.
In the fall of 2014, on November 29th, did the defendant's father pass away?
Yes.
And were you together at that time?
Yes.
Did you ever have a conversation? Actually, let me go back. Sorry. So when your marriage ended in 2012, what was the reasoning there?
There was a lot of infidelity. There were a lot of ups and downs
Okay,
in the relationship, with which ultimately I could not deal with anymore.
understood. There was never any physical violence towards you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So going back to the fall of 2014, after the defendant's father passed away, do you remember having a conversation with him in his truck?
Yes.
Can you tell me how that came to be, how that started?
I remember being at my house on Lazy Stream, and he told me that he needed to talk to me, but we needed to take a drive
And did he tell you this in person or was this over the phone?
in person.
Okay. And so did you get in the truck with him?
Yes.
And can you just tell me generally, Lazy Stream, where you were living at the time, what area of Colorado Springs is that?
Stetson Hills.
Okay. And so on this drive, and when he said, I need to talk to you about something, what was his demeanor? What was his tone?
He seemed distraught,
Okay.
upset. And I knew that just from his demeanor, whatever he needed to talk to me about was serious enough that I needed to go talk with him.
Okay. So you're in the car, and are you just kind of like sitting together in the car talking?
We're driving.
Driving? Okay. And so while you're driving, what does he say he has to tell you?
He told me that he felt guilty for his father's death. And when I asked him why, he ended up telling me about having killed somebody,
Okay.
and that he ended up having to tell his dad after there was an investigation at the farm. And he felt that his dad's knowledge of that led his dad to have a heart attack. So he felt responsible for it.
Were you aware that an investigation had taken place out at the farm?
I was not at that time until he told me.
Okay. And so you said he told you that he had killed somebody. Did he give any detail about what had happened?
He told me that he had hired an escort, and that drugs were involved, that he had had sex with her, and that he had accidentally strangled her during said time.
Okay. Did he tell you what he did after this woman was dead?
He told me that he freaked out because he didn't know what to do. And he drove to his parents' house in Black Forest and that he buried her on the property.
Did he tell you any specifics about the location on the property where he had buried her?
He told me that he had buried her on top of a horse grave in plastic bags with lime. Um,
At that time, so he said he accidentally strangled her.
yes.
Was this, did he tell you when this had happened?
It was, he told me that it was 2 years prior
Okay,
in 2012.
okay. Did he, in 2012, did you know what kind of vehicle he would have been driving?
A gold Altima.
And then in 2014, when you were having this conversation, he was in a, you were in a truck?
Correct. Black F-150.
Okay. Did he tell you why he had gotten rid of the Nissan Altima?
No.
Do you remember speaking with an FBI agent in Virginia in February of last year?
Yes.
And do you remember telling those officers that he had told you that he sold the Altima because there was a dead body in the trunk?
Quite honestly, I cannot recall the reasoning as to why he got rid of the Altima.
Okay.
I remember at some point he had mentioned something about a trunk with an Altima, but I cannot make an association with the story. I cannot recall all of that.
Okay. So he told you this back in 2014, correct?
Correct.
And the FBI came to you in February of 2022,
February 1st, yes.
February 1st. Had you ever spoken to law enforcement about this conversation with the defendant in his truck before?
In detail, no.
Okay. Was there a time you spoke with somebody in law enforcement not in detail about this?
Yes. A few months after he told me in 2015, I was at a friend's house and her husband was a law enforcement officer. I don't know if he still is, but at the time he was. And I asked him in hypotheticals, if somebody told me that they had killed somebody and where they buried the body, what would I be able to do with that?
Okay.
And he told me that it would be hearsay because I wasn't physically there. I didn't really see anything.
And so at that point, I guess, what was your thought on what you could do with that information?
I felt discouraged.
Okay.
I didn't feel like I would be able to talk to the police about it.
And then February 1st of last year, you did end up speaking with some law enforcement. Was there a reason for, I guess, the change in decision there?
They physically came to my house and, came all that way over to try and ask me specifically about him. And I was agreeable to them coming in and talking at that time.
Were you ever contacted by law enforcement, not in person, back in 2014, 2015 time period?
I was.
And-
Voicemail.
Okay. And did you return that call?
I did not. At the time, I felt like I did not want to have to deal with any of his problems. Whatever it was his problem and that he needed to deal with it. There was no specifics on the message or anything, so I just didn't.
Okay. In 2014, when the defendant told you what he had done, did you completely believe him?
I didn't want to. I didn't think that he could. I didn't want to believe that he could. So in my mind, I didn't want to fully believe what he was telling me.
Okay. After that conversation in the truck, Did you ever talk about it again with your husband, ex-husband?
It was not really a conversation that I would have wanted to have again.
And you said you spoke to a friend and her husband about this hypothetically. What is your friend's name
Nicole,
and her husband's name?
Tommy,
And you said you think you had that conversation in 2015?
I believe I had that conversation in 2015, yes.
Okay. You and the defendant, you share a biological child, correct?
Yes.
And you married him twice, right?
I married him once, but Colorado acknowledges common law marriage. So in Colorado's eyes, we were married again.
Okay.
So I divorced him twice.
Sure. Married him once, divorced him twice. Okay. And I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. Do you still love him? The defendant?
There's a part of me that does, yes.
And you have a daughter together, so you're linked to him for life, correct?
Yes.
After you spoke with the FBI agents, did you have several other conversations with additional law enforcement officers?
I did.
Did you speak on the phone with a former FBI agent and a detective at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office here in Colorado?
Yes.
And did a detective actually fly out to Virginia and talk to you in May of last year as well?
Yes.
During those different conversations, I guess, did you remember different details when being questioned by different officers?
There were times when I did remember more from that time frame. Yes.
Okay. And you said you weren't aware of the search out at the farm until this conversation in the truck. Did he ever tell you that he had been brought in for questioning?
I cannot recall that.
Okay. May I have just one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
She said, I don't know how to phrase this question. Well, in that case, just don't ask the question. Just don't be stupid. She's doing well so far. Let's not get a mistrial here now, right? Thanks, Suzanne, new member. If you want to be a new member for the channel, support the channel, it'd be great. Just join the Blue Wenches channel level. Don't join higher. You don't need to. Join for whatever it is, $4 or $5, whatever it is. I don't remember.
Palmer.
Thank you,
During
Suzanne.
the
Really appreciate
conversation
you.
in the truck, you said you were driving around. When you thought about it later, was there any significance to where you were driving?
Yes.
And can you talk to me about that?
He ended up driving me to the gas station where he said that they had met up and subsequently had met in their car and where he had accidentally strangled her. And then he took me down Mark Shuffle and told me at that point that that was where that he ended up burying her at his parents' farm. And that would be the direction to his parents' farm from that location.
Okay. And when, I mean, in any of the interviews that you spoke with law enforcement, did you always say he had told you that he had strangled or accidentally strangled this woman?
Yes.
He never told you that she had overdosed on drugs?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Palmer. Those are my questions.
Cross-examination.
Good. She did well there. That's brilliant.
Morning, Ms. Palmer.
Morning.
I'm Jenny Cox. I'm the one that you've only heard on the phone. Nice to see you in person. Doing okay? Do you need any water or anything? This is gonna take a little bit of time, okay?
Okay.
One of the things you talked about how your relationship was on and off, and be fair to say it was tumultuous
Yes.
because Mr. Hollendorfer struggled with addiction,
Yes.
and that made it hard to be in a relationship with him. Is that fair?
Yes.
And during periods of heavy drug use, he would leave the house and not come back.
Sometimes for days. Yes.
And sometimes you wouldn't know where he was
All the time. I wouldn't know where he was.
when he was using, right?
Correct.
And he used multiple different drugs. Is that fair?
Yes.
And he would go on binges with certain drugs that would be pretty bad.
Yes.
And at the time, do you remember which drugs? If you do, if you don't, it's okay. He was using primarily in 2012, or was there a primarily?
I really don't recall specifically at that time. I know prior to that it was meth. I don't know if he was still dabbling with it at that time.
Okay. And then at some point he was using crack.
Yes, that was
And-
later. Yeah.
Okay. And then cocaine
Mhm.
at times, right? And then even potentially heroin.
At one point, he told me once that he did use heroin. Yes.
Okay. And about that heroin, that was kind of like a 10-day binge, right?
That's what he, yes, it was 10 days.
And so there was a 10-day binge when he told you he shacked up with some woman and they were using heroin that whole time.
Yes.
And when asked to kind of recall when that was, you remember that that was around the time of the incident that we're talking about here.
I did not state that. I said I could not remember what time it was, but I do remember that it was a January timeframe, but I do not remember what year.
Okay. Do you recall speaking to us just on June 8th?
Yes.
And
And I recall at that time saying I could not remember what year it was.
you don't recall saying that, now that I think about it, I recall that that binge was around the time of the incident that we're here for?
I don't recall saying that, no.
Okay. And again, that was just June 8th, right?
Correct.
This year? Mhm. And because your memory could be at issue in this case, I'm going to ask you a little bit about your memory, okay?
Okay, fair enough.
And there are many different reasons, obviously, why somebody's memory could be impaired, right? I have to ask you to say it out loud because of the court order, sorry.
Yes,
Okay. And one of the reasons obviously could be drug use,
yes,
and it could be alcohol, it could be all kinds of things.
yes,
And one of the things that you've done for a long time is to smoke marijuana.
correct.
And when you were speaking to officers, you told them that, like, to be fair, I've smoked marijuana for a long time. I was smoking during this time.
Correct.
Is that right? You told them I'm not smoking today when you were speaking to the FBI, but acknowledge that that could be an issue from your history that might affect your memory.
I mean, time can also affect my memory as well.
And like I said,
Right.
there's many factors, right?
Yes,
And
but there
one-
are also sometimes things that can get burnt into your memory as well.
Okay, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit too.
Absolutely.
So there was also a period of time when, in an attempt to I guess, heal or kind of make your relationship with Mr. Hollendorfer better, you even tried to do drugs with him.
I did.
And obviously, anytime you're doing drugs, that can impair your memory,
I mean, it could potentially, yes,
depending on when it is.
depending on what it is, depending on how many times you've used it, depending on a lot of things, yes.
And there was a period of like half a year when you were using with him.
There were many times that I have tried different things with him. There was about 6 months time frame when I was utilizing cocaine. There was a 1-week time frame at some point later on when I tried crack with him.
Okay.
So there were many times when I did substances with him.
And to be clear, you've been with Joel on and off since about 2005, right?
Correct.
Not every day. Like you weren't with him every day.
Not on the off times or when
Right.
he's at work, correct?
Yeah, there were different times when you weren't with him because you were split up off and on, right?
Yes.
But overall, since 2005 to about 2019, you were with him.
Yes.
And when, I guess when that finally became the end of the cycle, if you will, would be when you moved to Virginia.
Yes.
And you moved to Virginia in 2019.
Correct.
And you did that partly because you thought this needs to end, this relationship. This will make sure that I don't do this again.
Yes.
And we've all been there, right? You're like, this is what needs to happen so that I make this decision final, right?
Yes. Sorry.
That's okay. So one of the things that you said on direct today was that there were times when you remember more, right? And that's true of everyone. Fair?
Yeah, there are things that can trigger a memory.
Right. And then, but the times that you've spoken to people about what happened were in February of 2022. You spoke to the FBI agents, right?
Yes.
They showed up at your house. And then I think it was that same day you spoke to a deputy from the sheriff's office. Do you remember that?
I do remember speaking to sheriff's deputies.
Miss Houston.
Yes.
And then you spoke to Detective Arndt in May of last year.
Yes.
And then obviously you've spoken to us,
Yes.
right? So you would agree that those times, as far as like the memory that's at play, it's been within, a year and a half.
Roughly.
Those statements of each other, I mean.
Right.
So I apologize in advance for personal questions. One of the things I wanted to ask you about is you told us today that Mr. Hollendorfer told you this. Well, let me just ask you, when did he tell you this?
November of 2014
Okay.
or early December, right after his father died.
Okay. So fair to say in the past, you haven't given us a month. You haven't told anybody a month that when he told you until just now?
No, ma'am. I've always stated that it was after his father died because he stated that he felt guilty for his father's death.
Okay, after his father died, but you've never said exactly when after his dad died, what month he told you. Is
Okay.
that fair? A new part today?
I don't believe so, but if you don't recall having had a
A certain-
conversation like
A
that.
certain month. Right?
Okay.
So when you spoke to the first time you talked to anyone about this, other than your daughter, maybe, was the FBI in 2022 February, right?
Correct.
And at that time, you told them that Joel told you this in 2016. Remember that?
I don't recall saying 2016, no.
Okay. Well, do you recall that same day Detective Houston called you back? Do you remember that it was the same day?
Honestly, no.
Was it close in time at least?
Yes.
Okay. she called back and clarified with you a lot of the things that the FBI had asked you, but a lot more too. Is that fair?
Yes.
And one of the things that you told Detective Houston or Deputy Houston was that you had clarified and got your timeline better since speaking to the FBI. Do you remember that?
That I've been thinking about things more, yes, and really trying to focus on what occurred, yes.
And at that time, after focusing more on what had occurred, you also told Ms. Houston that this happened in 2016.
I do not recall that.
Okay. And then you also spoke with, like I said, Detective Arndt, Jennifer Arndt. Do you remember her?
Yes,
And that was in May of last year. Does that sound right?
sounds about right.
And at that time, you told her that since this has happened, well, let me clarify what this means. Since Joel was charged, you had seen a lot of media on this.
I had.
So in between the interviews with the FBI and Houston, and then Detective Arndt and us, kind of impossible to escape some of that media attention. Is that fair?
Fair.
And you became almost obsessed with it at some point
Yes.
because it was a stressful thing for you. Is that fair? And so because it was stressing you out, you were looking these things up and reading about them.
True.
And there are blogs and a social media site. Right?
Yes.
And one of the social media sites you even have kept up with somewhat.
Yes.
And maybe not directly to you, but there have been people, as people do, when they have the anonymity of the internet, who have said very cruel things about you.
Yes.
And as a result, you've changed kind of your social media profile
Yes.
for your privacy and protection.
Yes.
One of the problems in your relationship with Mr. Hollendorfer was that despite all of your efforts, he would seek out the services of prostitute during his times of use.
Yes.
And he would use sites like Backpage to find escorts to hook up with.
Yes.
And you knew that because, as wives do, when their husbands are not faithful, you were checking his browser history
Yes.
and you were checking his phone
Yes.
and you wanted to see, what is this guy doing when he's not here?
Yes.
And so as a result of that, you're figuring out all of this is happening behind your back.
Yes.
And there were times that he also did tell you about some of it.
Sometimes.
One of the things that you told law enforcement about is that one of the struggles that you have with memory is that you struggle generally to kind of separate your real memories from false ones, right?
And what I mean by that is, like, real memories are seared. You can do a recall. You can recall a video or a picture in your head, and it's like you're reliving it. You know that you're there.
Right.
False memories may be ones that you kind of remember, but you can't have any kind of recall on, but those are the ones that maybe, you think that you said something, but somebody else did, but you haven't, because you have no video recall of it, you just remember that it was said, but you just don't remember who was said. And then there's some things that I completely black out on, some things I don't have a recollection of at all.
Okay. And I think that's probably true for everybody, right? But one of the things that you told Officer Hughes or Deputy Houston was that you don't have a formal name for it, but your mind will sometimes create false memories, and it's like your logic trying to piece things together.
Right. It's kind of like that middle aspect of things where you don't have any kind of video or picture recall or anything, and you're just trying to figure out, where did I hear this? Did I say this? Did somebody else do this?
Did I say this? Did he say this? Did I read this? They're all different things, right? But they can mesh together.
Correct.
Especially given the attention and the stress that has come from this case. Is that fair?
I'm sorry, what exactly, are we talking specifically about memories, or are we talking about, do we have a specific question on that? I don't understand.
I'm asking you whether or not this has been stressful for you.
Yes, it has been stressful.
I'm asking you whether or not you've been subjected to media because of this.
I mean, just the comments, not like nobody has come to talk to me. Nobody has actually reached out to me on social media or anything else like that. It's just comments on
About
pages.
60 seconds ago, I asked you whether or not you'd followed social media and you said yes.
Yes.
You said that there had been some comments made.
There had been comments on like a Reddit thread or like social media aspect.
And as a result, you had even changed your online presence.
I did, but I never said anybody had actually like tried to talk to me specifically or tried to contact me via internet.
And that's okay because that wasn't the question.
Okay, I apologize. I just want to make sure that
Okay.
I was understanding everything.
One of the things that when you were speaking about false memories that you explained to Deputy Houston is that there are certain things that you don't know if they're true or not. And then there are things that, like you said, that are just stuck in your head.
Yes.
Kind of as an example of the different things that have been said and the media being involved is Officer Houston asked you whether you knew anything about whether Joel mentioned what the escort looked like or what she was like. Do you remember that?
I don't remember the conversation between myself and Jennifer, Ms. Arndt, specifically verbatim. I do know that I was having a hard time determining anything, but I do not believe that he had ever told me anything about what she looked like.
Okay. Well, this is actually, do you remember when you were speaking to Deputy Houston and she said, she asked you whether Joel mentioned what the escort looked like?
Yes,
And you said you believed she was around 19 and blonde.
I do remember saying that at the time, but I am stating now that I do not recall that he had ever said anything to me about that.
And that's where I'm getting, we're on the same page, right? Like you said, like, I can't tell you where I got that information from at this point. Fair? Okay.
Fair.
I don't know if I got that from Joel or if I got it from somewhere else. I can't say that for sure. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And in the context of that conversation with Deputy Houston, you mentioned that, because explaining how you can't remember whether he told you that or you heard it somewhere else, you explained that you've done Google searches on the case.
I did previously to all of this, yes.
And what you were telling her is that you're aware that some of that could conflict with your own memory of what you heard. From who? That made sense.
If we're talking about reading like the media after this occurred and everything, versus what I thought you were talking about Google searches prior to that. I guess I'm confused as to.
Okay, let's clarify then. There's kind of we could kind of break this up into two parts, right?
Okay.
There's this period of time when you're just holding on to this, right?
Yes,
Before you ever spoke to law enforcement.
yes.
And during that time, there was media about a missing person named Kara Nichols.
There was.
Okay.
I mean, I apologize, but I mean, at that point, prior to all of this, not having known anybody, I mean, there's a lot of media about a lot of missing people that
Okay.
come up on the news as well.
Okay, and I don't know the answer, so I'm just asking. So I think what you were trying to say was there's this period of time before, and that's one period of time where you may have seen things, but then after, right, then there's a lot more specific stuff about this case after he was charged.
Correct.
And so which part were you kind of like
When
looking
you,
at things?
I was trying to do Google searches even prior to all of this when I was still holding it in.
Okay,
But because I did not have an actual description of what the person looked like, I did not know what I was looking for.
Okay.
But Kara Nichols was a name that did continuously come up on those searches.
and then certainly after he was charged, then her name came up associated with Mr. Hollendorfer, right?
Yes.
And then actually after he was charged, they're speaking about this specific person who was a 19-year-old young lady who was blonde.
Right.
And so along these lines, you told Deputy Houston that you don't necessarily remember what may have influenced what you remember at this point. And I'm not trying to make you feel bad. That's just normal human stuff, right?
Absolutely.
And you're saying that this conversation that you had with Joel in a truck is one of those things that is burned in your memory.
Yes.
Your husband, off and on, whether he was or wasn't at that moment, regardless, you were with him for a long time and you were in the middle of it when you had this conversation, right?
Yes.
And so him telling you about an escort who died is something that you're going to remember.
Yes.
Whether it was 2014 when he told you, or 2016 when he told you, or 2015, obviously there's a chunk of time in the middle there, right?
Right.
For anybody. There's a
Yeah.
long period of time since you actually had that conversation. Is that
But
fair?
there is a long time. I do know that it was 2014 because after thinking and even looking at my own pictures of what was happening during 2015 and 2016, it just did not fit the time frame of 2015 or 2016.
Okay. One of the things that you told Detective Arndt was that in addition to the media that you've seen, you'd actually also read a police report.
I did.
And one of the things that was described in that police report was this route that was described like Mark Shuffle to whatever road, right? A very specific route with streets.
Yes.
And so that's something that you read.
Yes.
And when you spoke to Detective Arndt, you told her upon reading that, this is the route that Joel took me when he was telling me about this.
Yes. It triggered a memory.
And so you think that he's taking you along this very specific route because he's telling you about the day when he took that specific route.
Right.
And when, going back to Deputy Houston, I apologize. When you were talking about Google and the media and on all the things that may have influenced your memory, she said, well, I don't want to get into Google stuff, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
And you said, well, unfortunately, I don't necessarily remember what may have influenced what I remember at this point. You remember telling me that?
I do not recall stating that.
Okay. So the point at which, just to clarify, this kind of became an obsession, or maybe it was before too, but according to what you told Detective Arndt, was that it became an obsession for you when Joel was charged.
I did look up a lot. Yes.
And that's understandable. Nobody's criticizing you for that. And you said you had to look at everything and you had to look at every comment made.
Yes.
You said you had to look at every post, every video, every newscast.
Yes.
And then you said I had to stop because it was getting to the point where I was losing my mind.
Yes. Got to the point where I went to the hospital thinking I was having a heart attack and it was just a really bad anxiety attack.
Because this is not something that is normal for people to deal with, right? Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that the district attorney asked you about kind of briefly was whether or not you had, that whether Joel told you that Kara Nichols had been in the trunk of his Altima. And I think if I understand you today, you're saying you're not really sure
Correct.
whether he said that.
Correct.
You remember some conversation about a trunk, but you don't even know if it was related to that.
Correct.
And fair to say that in your efforts to try to remember what that was about, you've made different comments about that to different law enforcement people about whether or not he said she was in the trunk.
Right, because I just don't even want to necessarily bring that portion up because I don't recall anything about it. I just recall that one conversation and that's it. There's like no reference. There's no nothing, so it just doesn't,
It's one of those things where you don't want it to be misconstrued as a fact
Right.
when you're not sure that it was.
correct.
Okay. One of the things that you kind of along those lines with this trunk and the Ultima that he had, do you remember telling Deputy Houston that when he got rid of the car, he got a Lincoln?
Correct, because I could not remember the order in which the cars
Okay.
were
and so-
gotten. There were a lot of cars in a short amount of time
Sure. And so you remember now that what was the Lincoln after the truck?
after the truck. Yes,
So it was-
that was how the title issue was corrected.
Okay,
on the
tell me
truck.
about that. Oh, on the truck to get
On the-
off the
Yes,
title. Got it. Okay. So your memory is that there was the Altima and then the F-150 and then the Lincoln.
yes.
But when you spoke to Officer Houston and the FBI, you were not clear on that at that time.
At that time, yes.
Is one of the things that probably no at the time, like wife or girlfriend or partner wants to hear about is the details of them being with someone else when they're supposed to be with you. Is that fair? And so although you knew that Mr. Hollendorfer had been with escorts and other people, that was enough for you to know. Is that fair? You didn't want to know the details.
Correct.
And so what I'm wondering is, did you know where this happened with the escort that we're talking about today?
Whereas in,
Like where in the world? Like where in the town?
I do recall that when he pointed out that gas station, there's like a little area that he told me didn't have cameras, that he used it a lot when he was doing drugs, and that was where that all occurred.
And is that something that he showed you during that drive?
Yes.
Did he drive you up through there or not?
It's kind of driving up through the parking lot of the gas station and back out to the street, not really stopping or anything, just.
Okay. And to be clear for the jury, I think they've seen pictures, but you go into the Loaf and Jug and there's a car wash there too, right? There's pumps and then behind it, there's a storage
Storage
facility,
unit, yeah.
right? And it's gated. Is that fair?
Yes,
And then there's a neighborhood there too.
yes.
So you just kind of drove through the parking lot and he said it was over there?
Yeah.
Did anything more specific than that, other than the cameras?
No, just, yeah, stating that that's where they had met up, that he had done drugs there before,
Okay.
and that he knew that there wasn't cameras. Those are the points.
And do you know whether there actually are cameras?
I do not know.
In addition to that it was at that location, did he specify where the sex happened?
In his car.
And did he say anything more than like where in the car?
I do not 100% recall about in the car.
Okay. But it was clear to you from your memory that the sex that occurred happened in the car at that location behind the Loaf and Jug. And so if during that sex he accidentally strangled someone, that's where they would have died.
Yes.
One of the details that has been pretty blurry has been, you tell me if this is a fair statement or not, has been whether Joel told his parents about what happened or when he told them. Do you remember exactly when he told them?
Yes, and I have been misquoted from the beginning on this.
Okay.
What I recall him telling me was that when he got back to the farm, that his mother had come out to see. She has driveway bells and she's up at all hours of the night, and that she came out to talk to him. He kind of told her what happened and that she was just like, I don't want to have anything to do with this. Do what you need to do. And she went back in. He went and buried her at that time. But his father did not know until after the police investigation of 2014.
Okay. And so let's talk about this for a minute. I don't know if you even know the answer to this, and if you don't, it's fine. When you did the FBI interview, that was not recorded. Did you know that?
Yes,
Okay. But when you spoke to, I don't know why I keep saying officer, Deputy Houston, that was recorded. Did you know that?
yes,
Okay. And when you spoke with Detective Arndt, that was recorded.
yes.
Okay. And so, and then we've talked to you about this too, like pretty recently, right?
Yes.
And you told us that Joel went home, Betty came out in the driveway, he told her what happened, she threw her arms up and said, "This is your problem," and went back inside, right?
That's a summary, yes.
And that's your memory.
Yes,
That's the accurate memory that's not being misquoted.
yes.
And so if you told anyone else that he came home and his mom and him decided together to bury the body on the horse grave, that would be inaccurate. You were misquoted in saying that.
I may have said that in all honesty,
Okay.
but the best of my recollection, the more that I have been thinking about this, that is what I believe was stated at that time.
So you believe that today, but even in, so to be clear, that interview with Detective Arndt was in May of last year. You remember that?
Yes.
And you told her they, meaning Joel and his mom, decided that they were going to bury it on top of a horse grave. Do you remember that?
I know that she went out there. That's what he told me. But other than that, there is no, she knew that he was there. Other than that, she knew what was going on as far as I recall that he told her what was happening.
Okay.
But I do not believe, even if I did say that at that time, I do not believe that they made the decision together.
Okay. So I think what you're saying is that you may have told Detective Arndt that.
I may have, yes.
And even when she tried to clarify and ask, so he actually said that he went home and told Betty and she said, "Let's bury it on a grave," that you might have said that, but it wasn't true.
It's not what I recall at this time. It's minimal information on that aspect. I remember that she had come out and that went back in. She didn't help him with anything.
Okay. And I know one of the things that you explained to her was that she said, "Did you know which horse?" And you said, "No, I didn't at the time I spoke to the FBI and to Ms. Houston." You remember that?
Yes.
But
And
since then, you'd learned more information.
I've learned more information as to what it is, but at the time I did not know.
Okay. So the information that you've learned, not from Joel, but since, is what horse grave we're talking about, and that's Milo.
Correct.
And so you got that information independently of Joel.
Correct.
And when you spoke to Deputy Houston, you also told her that not only did Betty know about it the night of, but that John knew it the night of.
No, I never said John knew at night of.
Okay. You didn't say, and that he ended up going home to his parents' house and kind of told them what was going on, and he ended up burying the body out there near one of the horses buried on the property.
I never said that John knew.
Okay. And then directly following that, or in that same conversation, or the same day, actually, it's with the FBI, you don't remember saying John was so disappointed that he died 3 weeks after that conversation?
Yeah, the 2014 conversation, and it was a little longer than 3 weeks, but
Sure. But on that same day, on February 1st, you told them that John knew the night of.
No,
Okay. So, and you're aware that the interview with Deputy Houston's recorded, right?
yes, but I never said that John knew right away.
You don't recall telling Deputy Houston he went out to the property, he let his parents, plural, know what was going on, and then they buried the body.
I do not recall that verbatim, no.
Okay. And she clarified and said, and asked whether, well, did the parents help bury the body? And you said, no, I don't believe they physically went out there to bury the body, but they were aware.
Betty was aware.
You don't remember telling Kat Houston, to the best of my understanding, they knew that night.
I do not recall that, no. John did not know until after he had the conversation when the police were searching his property in 2014. That is why Joel felt guilty about being responsible for his father's death, was because that was when his father found out, and he died within 5 or 6 weeks after that.
When Officer or Deputy Houston asked you whether you talked to John about it, you said no, because I didn't even know it until 2 years after he died.
So my time frame must have been off at that point, because I do not recall that verbatim. I'm not stating that I didn't say it. I'm just saying I do not remember saying that.
Okay, and that's fair. That's all I'm asking you.
Okay.
One of the memories that's maybe a little bit fuzzy was, I think I brought this up a little bit earlier, that maybe at some point you believe you told your daughter about this.
Yes.
Not just when you had to, right? When the news stories are coming out, but sometime prior.
I don't believe that I told her prior.
Okay. And to be fair, this is one of those subjects that everyone's asked you about, right? Here, out loud.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you remember telling this is Detective Arndt, that Caitlin told you that you had already told her within the past year or two, and so she already knew a little bit about what he had told me?
So I may have said that. Again, time frame wise, I can't remember everything.
Okay.
But my recollection of when I told her was after the arrest.
Okay, and so when Detective Arndt asked you about it, you said that you apparently told Caitlin sometime after you moved to Virginia, but you don't recall telling her?
Correct.
But you must have, because she brought it up and said she already knew.
Correct.
And you couldn't recall how, but your teenager seemed to have the details of what the conversation had been. That was a terrible question. I apologize. Let me reword it. Do you remember telling Detective Arndt, I don't know exactly how it came up in a conversation with Caitlin, because I can be kind of random when I speak, but apparently I must have been having a heart-to-heart with her, and we were talking about her dad or something. I don't know exactly how it would have come up.
Sounds like my verbiage.
Okay. And that was referencing sometime before his arrest and charge.
Okay.
One of the things that Joel told you is that on the night that this happened with Miss Nichols, he was high.
Yes.
And that's in line with what you knew about him during this period of time.
Yes.
And you knew that he could go on these pretty extreme benders
Yes.
with various substances.
Yes.
And one of the things he said was that he was on some kind of drug and high when this happened.
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay.
Overruled.
This is Joel saying this, correct? Telling you this.
That they were doing drugs. Yes. As far as I can recall.
And not only that Joel was doing drugs, but they were doing drugs together.
As far as I can recall.
Meaning Joel and the escort that he met up with.
Yes. As far as I can recall.
And do you know what kind of drugs?
No.
Your Honor, may I have a brief second?
So, Amanda, what do you think? I'm quite keen to hear from Amanda. Also, don't be tight. Press the join button. We don't have to do ads then. Carwyn, I expect you to buy one. It's only coffee.
It's almost over. Okay. One of the very personal things that occurred in your relationship with Mr. Hollendorfer was, I think, what you would characterize as like light BDSM or strangulation, choking, right?
Yes.
And that was something that you brought into the relationship.
I believe I did. Yes.
And it wasn't something that ever got scary.
No.
It was because it was something that helped you finish the sex process without being more graphic. Is that fair?
Fair. Yes.
And so you had asked him to do that.
Yes.
And at some point you actually had to ask him to do it a little bit harder
Yes.
because he was hesitant.
Yes.
And the way that that would happen would be that he would use one hand, right?
Yes.
And you had a communication in your relationship of what kind of pressure you would like. Is
Yes.
that fair? And that pressure was, is it fair to say somewhere between a 7 or 8 or somewhere around there?
Yeah, I'd say
Okay. And but it wasn't something that you ever had injuries from.
no.
It wasn't something that ever caused you to go unconscious.
No.
It wasn't something that you were ever injured from. Did I already ask you that?
You did already ask.
It wasn't something that you ever had marks from.
Not that I was aware of.
And you had this, I guess, kind of sex play with him the whole time you were with him. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the majority of times that you had sex, this was part of it.
Yes.
There was never a problem with, while this was happening, the pressure being too much.
If it was, I would tap his wrist or pull up on his arm.
And he would relent immediately
Yes.
because this was supposed to be something pleasurable, not hurtful.
Correct.
Do you know how long, or if it varied, how long that part of the sex would happen?
Like maybe a couple minutes here
Okay.
or there.
Maybe did it vary?
It varied. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, to be clear though, there was never a constriction of an airway either.
It wasn't-
It.
Let me do this for you.
Okay.
I think I can help. You kind of had this process where you would kind of like hold your breath and like tense up, right?
Yes.
And that was part of it, how it worked between you.
Yes.
And you didn't have to worry about it being too much because you had this communication and this process. Is
Yes,
that fair? So it wasn't a situation where your air was actually being blocked off.
right,
You could actually probably make noises
yes.
during this. And you and Joel engaged in strangulation during sex at times when you were both high as well.
Sometimes, yes,
And everything was still okay.
yes.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
And Your Honor, do you mind if I question from the table?
That's
Just
fine.
with all of this, thank you. I want to start at one statement that you made to Ms. Cox was that you don't want to have things misconstrued as fact when it wasn't. Do you remember saying that?
Yes,
And is it different testifying in a courtroom than it is being interviewed by a law enforcement officer?
absolutely.
Okay. And so are you doing your best to only talk about the facts so that they don't get misconstrued?
Yes,
And when you were speaking with law enforcement, I guess, was it a more kind of open conversation
yes,
than this?
yes.
Okay. So I'm just going to kind of go through as Ms. Cox did there. So she was asking you about how you had said that you had read the police, an affidavit about this case. Do you remember that?
Yes,
That was after you had spoken to the FBI agents, correct?
yes.
And after you had already spoken to Deputy Houston on the phone?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, because those conversations happened February 1st of 2022, right?
Yes,
And the defendant wasn't charged until February 7th of 2022.
right.
Okay, so your conversation with Detective Arndt happened after you had read that affidavit, but the other two conversations were before you had any of that information.
Right.
Okay. And specifically, Ms. Cox was talking to you about how you had made a statement about how sometimes you think your brain logically tries to fill in the pieces, and that you use the word false memories because you said you didn't think that there was an actual term. Is that correct?
Right.
But you also, I mean, that conversation, do you remember that it was when you were talking about Kara being young, blonde and female, or young and blonde?
I don't recall specifically what the conversation was.
Okay. But you also said that there are some things that are just seared into your brain. Is that right? All right. And so with your conversation with Detective Houston, you stated, so do you remember stating, so what I'm trying to piece together from what I sort of somewhat remember, she was young, somewhere around 19, and that she was blonde. And Detective Houston said, did he tell you that, or is that other information you got? And that's when you said this, that you had looked at Google and you weren't sure if that was from him or other things, correct?
Yes,
Okay. But that she specifically says about the conversation that you had with the defendant. How do we know that this memory you're having about Joel telling you is not a false memory?
it's seared.
It's seared.
Yes.
And what do you mean by that?
Like, I'm not going to forget that. It's video replay. Like, when I recall all of that stuff, it's like it's playing in my head over.
Okay. And between the time he actually told you and the time you were contacted by law enforcement, was it something you thought about often?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay, but not every day?
No,
Was it something you wanted to think about?
no.
Okay. But there are certain things that are burned into your brain that you cannot forget.
Correct.
And one of those is this conversation with your husband or ex-husband at the time.
Yes.
Okay. There's a lot of talk about questioning when this conversation took place, and whether it was in 2016, which I think was the first date you gave the FBI when they showed up on your doorstep. But then later you said, no, it was about 3 weeks after his dad died. Is that correct?
Roughly, it was yeah.
Okay. And so is that kind of like a significant event that you were able to base your later date on?
The John's death.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. And so when you thought about when it actually took place, you used the significant event of John Hollendorfer's death to place the conversation in time.
Yes.
Okay. Also, when you spoke with the FBI and you spoke with the detectives on the phone, Detective Houston, at that point, had Kara Nichols' body been found?
No.
Okay. They hadn't even been out to the property at that time, correct?
Correct.
They hadn't talked with the defendant?
No.
Okay. So all the information you were giving on February 1st was prior to any affidavits you could have read, any news media on the charges being brought, anything like that?
Yes.
Okay. And so Ms. Cox was asking you about the possibility that you might have told your daughter about, this conversation that you'd had with her dad. And you also told us that you had talked to your friend Nicole, hypothetically, about it. Did you ever kind of use this as a joke?
I did.
Okay, can you describe that for me?
Occasionally, like if I were meeting up with a friend or possibly a potential dating partner or something like that, it would be one of those things. Hey, my ex-husband supposedly killed somebody.
Okay, so did you take it completely seriously?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you take it seriously after Kara's body was found on the Hollendorfer property?
Yes.
So going back into kind of a sensitive area, Ms. Cox asked you, or said, you were not scared of the defendant when he was strangling you during sex, right?
Correct.
But she also talked a lot about how you had communication because he was your partner, right?
Yes.
He knew what pressure you were comfortable with.
Yes.
And sometimes the pressure get too much, and that's when you would tap him on the hand?
It was rare, but occasionally it would happen.
Okay. So the first time, you kind of introduced this to your relationship, did you have a conversation about it?
I don't recall.
Okay. But I guess you had told Ms. Cox, or Ms. Cox had told you that you had said that you had kind of instructed him on what you liked.
Yes.
This wasn't like an automatic knowledge thing. He knew exactly how much pressure you liked and when to let up.
It was not an automatic. I can't sit here and say like I can recall that we sat down and had an honest conversation, or I can't recall any of that.
Right.
But through the years of, either tapping or, pushing up or, even pulling down on his arm or something like that. I mean, after a while, you get to know your partner.
Okay. But that took time.
Yes.
It didn't happen the first time you engaged in that behavior.
No.
And you said, I want to clarify there was no airway constriction. Did you know it was possible for that to happen during that kind of sexual activity?
I mean, yes, it's a possibility, especially with the placement of
Okay.
where everything is, you just kind of have to make sure that the corner of your arm is over the airway. So it's not going to,
Okay.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. So is that activity, did you know that there were potential dangers?
Yes.
Okay. That there could be airway constriction,
Yes.
that it could potentially kill you,
Yes.
but you guys had that communication, so it didn't happen.
Yes.
And then Ms. Cox asked, did you ever engage in this while you were both high? What were you high on?
Honestly, it would depend as to what year it was. 9 times out of 10, it would be marijuana.
Okay,
Um,
normally, okay. So next I would kind of like to talk to you just about, I'll just ask a general question there. We've already talked about how your brain works to fill in gaps, and Ms. Cox asked you about whether or not your, marijuana use would have an effect on that. Even using marijuana, do you still have certain memories that are burned into your brain?
yes.
And so I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the conversation that you had with Ms. Cox last week, I guess. In that conversation, did you tell her, that yes, during this drive, you drove past the gas station
Yes.
and that he pointed the gas station out?
Yeah, he kind of drove through the parking lot and pointed out to that area.
Okay. And that he said that there were no cameras at that gas station and he knew that.
Yes.
Did you also tell defense that Joel had said something like, so I did it there and things got out of control and I freaked out?
Sounds about right.
And that your impression was that the defendant had told you he choked her for too long?
That was my impression.
Okay. But that he told you flat out, I must have gone too long. I didn't mean for it to happen.
As far as like a verbatim from almost 10 years ago, I cannot state that, but he did always indicate to me that it was like an accidental thing.
Okay. And I think in every time you've related this, you said it kind of, the conversation started with, I've killed somebody.
Yes.
And during that conversation with defense last week, you also said that Joel told you he got a tractor to dig the hole, used contractor bags and put lime down, then filled in the grave,
Yes.
but that he didn't tell you exactly where the grave was.
Correct.
So going through, you've talked to a lot of people about this, is that right?
Yes.
And, the specific time of the disclosure is kind of unclear, the specific time, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. The order of how the defendant switched cars has been unclear through those interviews, right?
It was.
The details of who Kara was, kind of unclear. You're not sure where you got all of that information.
Correct.
What the level of Betty Hollendorfer's involvement and knowledge, been kind of unclear on that, correct?
Correct.
Through every single interview with all of these different law enforcement agencies and with defense counsel last week and today, how clear are you about the defendant telling you that he killed somebody?
I'm clear. 100%.
No further questions. Thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you for being here. You may step down. Members of the jury, let's take a 20-minute recess. Okay, 20 minutes. I'll rise for the jury.
So what I'll do is, what's happened here now, once we're on the break, I'm going to hit the add button because I have to hit it apparently. So I'll hit the add button during the break, 20-minute break. Just play it through if you can, guys. I really appreciate that because probably won't get it because I got unmonetized. Yeah, exactly, Farrell. Because otherwise I have to make money somehow. So I'll do it during the break so it doesn't affect anybody. Just play it through. No, Spider,
Please be
toxic Spider will sort
seated.
you out. Spider will sort you out. Toxic Spider will
First,
sort you out.
based on that testimony, Ms. Cox, does the defense still want to move for a mistrial?
Yes, Your Honor. I just don't think there's any way, I couldn't ask her quickly if that was false because the potential answer is unknown, and it could be something like, no, it was just a couple of emotional abuse. So there's no way to fix that.
All right.
That will fix what they heard.
All right. The motion for a mistrial is denied. Mistrials are a drastic remedy. And what I plan to do is, well, I need to follow up to ask the people. Do you plan to ask more questions of the FBI agent?
And Your Honor, we still have him available. I didn't know if the court would even want me to bring, I wasn't sure if it would highlight that more if I brought him back and said, just to clarify, this was just, I just think it would highlight it more, but I don't know if the defense wants to ask more questions. He is available.
What
I don't want to highlight it more.
are you saying? You would ask him, did she say he was physically violent? And the agent would say, no, she didn't say that. Is that what you mean by highlighting it?
Yes.
Okay.
I could bring him in and just talk about those statements that she was confronted with. But I did ask her, she clarified it was verbal arguments, that he was never physically violent. And I don't want to re-highlight it again.
So I understand the defense has asked for the mistrial and that's denied, but I would either bring the jury in when our break's over and tell them everything that you heard the agent say earlier this morning was hearsay. And so it's all struck from evidence and you're not to consider that. Or option B would be for the DA to come in and clarify violent didn't mean physically violent.
And that's why the remedy doesn't work yet, because I think if the court says that was hearsay, I think their assumption is that it was said, but it's not allowed to be said to them. So the reality is that it's something that was said, but they're not allowed to hear it, but they've heard it. You know what I mean? If you tell them it's hearsay.
Okay, so I can just strike it.
That would be my request in absence of them. As far as, there's just no way that I can cross them in a way to fix it.
Okay, so I'll just strike the testimony. I'm not hearing another reason to call him.
We have just one moment.
Potentially, Judge, I could ask him the question, did she tell you he was physically violent? See, that's still, I just said out loud and I realized it doesn't work.
Why don't you take 10 minutes to think about it and I can come out, but we need to especially give our court reporter a break. So it took about 15 minutes.
Roz?
Dang nabbit. And what intonation? That's the one. Look, I know half you gonna F off, that's fine. Come back, but just play through the ad. I'm not sure if I'll get it because it's probably been demonetized already. Let me check. Let me just check to see. My other one last night was fine. Oh. Well, no mistrial. Thank for that. No, I've not been demonetized yet, so that's a good news. I also, who's the PRICK? Why do you have to like the video? Grow up. Huh. Right. What did the threshold? I'm gonna press the ad button now. As soon as I say that, people leave. Mother, it's only for like 30 seconds, guys. But I have to do it because this is my income. So I'm not sure if everyone's got the ads yet. I know. I'm learning. Are you getting the ads or not? Are people getting the ads or are they not? Oh, that's fine. I still get paid for premium, so that's fine. I was there the other day watching, and I was like, "Where's the ads?" Then I've remembered I got premium, but premium still works though, so it's fine. Just lost 10 people because of it. What was it, Syrupy? It wasn't a long one, was it? It's not long, is it? Shelley, it's not long though, is it? It's only like 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Youth serum. Oh, nice. Nice, Becky. Thank you again for doing that, and Core, thank you very much, both of you. I hope the ads aren't long though, do you know what I mean? 10, 15, yeah, that's all it is. It's fine. So what I'll do is what was it for? What I'll do is if people buy memberships and stuff like that, I'll just do them during the breaks and stuff. But for people like Carwyn who's whinging, Carwyn, that's one latte from Starbucks there. Ah, Ferrell's fine. Like that, I've not sworn for a while. I also think that as long as you don't overdo the swearing, so if I don't swear for a while now, maybe it'll be fine. But yeah, I got 2 videos, 2 days in a row, demonetized, and my last one last night, the Parkland officer, that was fine. That went through fine. So I just think that if you don't swear over the top, like, so dang nabbit, I need you just remember that, dang nabbit. What intonation? You mother, what intonation? Dang nabbit. Still like this judge. I thought this judge did a fantastic job of that reason. As soon as this witness was so good, I knew he wouldn't go for mistrial. I think if he hadn't done what he just did, in the moment, I think he would have gone for mistrial. I genuinely think that he would have gone for mistrial. But because of what he did, a lot of people would have done that. A lot of judges would have done that. A lot of judges would have put their penises on the table and gone like, "I'm in charge. You'll do whatever I do." He didn't. And he's not my favorite judge, but I respect that decision. He didn't miss anything, Suzanne. Basically, there's no mistrial. Bullshit. Yeah, that's too close. Absurd. Shido. Um, basically, Suzanne witnesses really well, and there's no mistrial. Amanda Trujillo. Is that Italian? Amanda Trujillo. Come in chat, Amanda. What do you think of it? How did it go? I bet you're relieved that there's no mistrial. And then April, you were a new member. Hopefully you're around here somewhere. Yeah, unalive and essay. I always say essay, but you're right, unalive is a way to do it. Oh, I nearly said bull she you know. Oh, toxic. That's fine. Spidey, can you sort toxic out? Oh my god, who's got the memberships? I need to send I need to send Spidey a list. As No, do you know what I'm gonna do? What I'll do now, Toxic, Suzanne, everyone like that, Geo, I will post the link again in on YouTube, so you get it that way, just for members only. So I'll just do that. It's easier. Fair play. You know, Spider's busy, but now I don't remember how to do it. Oh, I got it. I got it. Right. Bear with me, and I'll put it into. Oh no, Jamie had to help me last time with this. I don't remember where I'm going. Oh, how thick am I? Why don't I remember stuff? Where's the community again? I know it's around here somewhere. Oh, here we are, community tab. I got it. So I'm posting this now for all channel members. So you should all have this link now if you're a member of the channel. This is a link to the Discord. So as long as you are a recurring member, you have access to our Discord, which we just started from scratch actually. So all credit to Spider. Yeah, sorry, Jamie, I got it. I got it. Well, I mean, Suzanne, we got loads of icons now. Heifer dust, I mean, stupid. Community tab, yeah. No mistrial. Effing boomer, boomer, excellent news, no mistrial. So we got loads. If you're a member, we got loads of emojis now. Loads of emojis. Um, the only thing is, some of you might have to refresh to make sure after the ads you might be a bit behind, so you might want to refresh if you want to. Carwyn Edwards, where are you? Carwyn Edwards is here somewhere. I know he's here, hiding. Doesn't want to spend money on me. That's what it is. I'm gonna hassle you, Carwyn, all the time now. Excellent news, exactly. Excellent news. Um, we go back here then. And thanks to those that play the ads through. Really appreciate that. Um, work in progress. Stand by and feel free to message me with this. Yeah, I mean, look, let's be honest, right? I could go and click a link and take this stream across the Delaware. I don't know how we cross the Delaware. Badly, I imagine. So work in progress. Stand by and feel free to. Yeah, Spidey is our resident genius. I think myself, Madworld, Heidi, and Amy we'll just stick to this chats and stuff. Let Spider Girl do all the complicated things because I don't even know how to get a community tab up. So um, in a, all the empty in the Discord Expo. Oh, in the lefty, yeah. Feral, I'll sort you out. I'll sort you out. You get next month for free, Feral, because you shouldn't be in there. I should have told you. You shouldn't be. That's what I'm telling everyone. Do not buy the lefty one. Um, I just want engagement, so I'm telling everyone just to buy the cheapest version, unless you can afford it. Obviously, and obviously buy the highest ones. But no, just buy the cheap one, guys. It's all good. I'd rather have more people um, than anything else, and I don't want to be greedy or anything. So I never know how to price things. You just don't know. Some people price it loads. I just like no. So what I'm going to do is the Gilf Shakes one. I'm going to Lefty told me that's going to be like $250 because it's a ridiculous price. So to make sure no one actually buys into it. Oh, thanks, Farrell. Thank you. Lady Law, where are you at, Lady Law? Are you home? Are you joining? What are you doing? Not sure if she's here now. I don't like this grifting business, boys. I'm telling you, it's hard. It's hard. Lady Law, but you're still a member. Lady Law, you're worth every penny. You're still a member of that one. Don't worry. Exclusive membership just for you. Gilf, 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 gilf. Just remember, that's what he sings. Oh, Jesus. Lefty. And just remember, everyone's got a night with Lefty once a month. A night with Lefty. A film night. Oh, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. Damn it. How do I do this? Hang on, people. I need to do this something quickly here now. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Copy. No, JB, don't have to. I don't know even what he's gonna do. So I'm a bit, follow Lefty. Then I got another one here now as well. Where's he at? Where's it gone? Um, Also, if you're into storms and stuff like that, follow this channel. It's very, very good. Uh, South Southern Plain Photography. So he chases all these storms around. So get that. And then my favorite channel in the world, when I can find it here. Um, so there's 3 channels there for you guys to become members of. I got you, Lady Law. I'd save the best to last, Lady Law. So you've got Lefty, you've got anything to do with storms, um, Southern Plain Photography, and you've got Lady Law. Um, so those are 3 different. I like if you're into. Whenever I feel a little bit like just down, I will always put the storm tracers on, which is um, the Southern Plain photography. Um, right, such. I just seen a message, son. Spidey. No, Spider, keep them, Spider, keep them, because we might do some special stuff as well. Yeah, lady, Gilf, it's fine. Pop in if you're here. Yeah, obviously there's still no pressure on you. If you can't pop in, that's fine. But I mean, if you pop in, my viewers are going to go up, aren't they? So more than welcome to come in, and we'll still promote all the channels, and we'll promote Toxic's Discord channel as well. Um, over lunch and stuff like that, so people can join. Spidey, can you let Suzanne know how to join, or say hi and stuff? I don't. If I explained it to you, Suzanne, oh Jesus, you'd be over in Australia somewhere. Um, so I think this is been a good start today. So, uh-oh. It's also a good one to be in because it's like whatever, and it should be back in about 5 minutes, so it's not a massive rush yet. Also, the ads weren't bad, were they? People whinging about the ads. They're not bad, guys. And thank you everybody that bought um memberships. Could turn into a Lady Law and Lefty show. Oh Jesus. Also, Saturday we got Lefty coming on stream at some point. Maybe he might not be there to start, I'm not sure. Um, because I do, the depth trial is, we want to try keep it semi-serious, but then Lefty's definitely going to be unleashed, um, either at the start, midway through, or we'll be online for a long time that evening. So we'll turn into the Lefty show as well, um, and then a week Sunday we got Brian Coburg updates. Yeah, Lefty, don't rush because in all honesty, Lefty probably won't have you on the start purely because like Spider Girl does take it very seriously. So I want to make sure that we do justice to the trial. But then whenever you're awake and semi-serious. We get you on, and then afterwards, then you can do whatever you want. We could be online for a while, Lefty, so it's fine.
Ms. Brony?
Yes, so Ms. Cox and I have had a discussion. We're gonna recall Agent Willis. I'm going to be asking him about 5.5 lines in his report, and that's it, just as a prior consistent statement, and not readdressing before.
Okay. Ms. Cox?
Agreed, Judge.
Am I striking anything? Are you asking that I strike previously? Okay, so I'll strike out all of his testimony from earlier. This is going to be his testimony.
And so,
You
so
wanna
I guess,
start?
do you want me to then redo the portion about how he became?
Very briefly.
Okay, thank you.
Bring the jury. Shelley, that's Lefty in the bed. All rise. Already risen. Miss Cox.
All rise for the jury.
All rise.
Please be seated.
It's fine, Spider. We'll get Lefty on after the
Members of
three.
the
3 hours then.
jury, I'm pressing the restart button on Agent Willis. So I'm striking all of his testimony from earlier, and his testimony will now start as he comes in, and I'll swear him back in again as well. So the previous testimony is no longer evidence in the case, and you're disregarded all. Come on up again, sir. I'll swear you back in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through.
Good morning. It's still
Morning.
morning. Could you please introduce yourself and spell your last name for the record?
Last name is Willis, Willis, Special Agent Mike Willis with the FBI,
And how long have you been with the FBI?
24 years.
And prior to that, were you employed by a law enforcement agency?
I was Delaware State Police for 5 years.
Okay. In your capacity as a special agent with the FBI, were you asked for an outside agency assist in February of last year?
I was.
And what was that request?
It was a request to interview Christina Palmer.
Okay. And did you, along with another agent, interview Ms. Palmer?
Yes,
In that interview, did she tell you that she had had a conversation with her husband, ex-husband, Joel Hollendorfer, in his pickup truck while driving?
yes,
Did she say that that happened in 2016?
yes, she did.
And what, I'm sorry, did she say that Joel Hollendorfer had told her that he had, and I'm quoting here, ordered a hooker and had killed her?
Yes,
And that he had said he was high and had gotten carried away and strangled the woman?
yes, he did. Yes, she did.
Did she also tell you that Mr. Hollendorfer had said that he had buried the body on his parents' property on top of the grave of a horse and covered the body in lye?
Yes,
And this conversation happened on February 1st of 2022?
yes, it did.
No further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Morning.
Good morning.
Is it a policy, this is actually a little bit of a curiosity. Is it a policy of the FBI to not record interviews?
To not record interviews?
Yeah,
That's not a policy to not record interviews. We've recorded interviews in the past.
okay, but this one you didn't?
This one was not recorded, no.
Okay.
We are not required to record interviews.
Sure. So I guess it's fair that you could do it either way, right?
It can be done either way. I don't know how much you want me to expand on that.
Well,
I mean, typically, if someone comes into our office, it's done in an interview room that is audio and video recorded. Usually when we go out to somebody's house, like in this case, obviously we can't video record it, so they're typically not recorded.
okay, but I mean, you could, you're the FBI, right?
Sure, you can record it.
Okay. One of the things that, Ms. Palmer told you that, happened in her conversation with Joel was that he mentioned that there was a body in the trunk and he needed to get rid of the vehicle, right?
That is correct.
And she didn't tell you, like, I'm not sure about this. This was just a statement that she made to you.
That's a statement that she made that we recorded, yes.
Because if she had said something like, I'm not totally sure about this, like, I want to be accurate, you would have written that down.
That would be in the report if she told us that.
Okay, and when somebody says something, when you're doing a report based on like kind of your notes as opposed to a recording, when somebody says something and you want the exact words, do you put those in quotes in your report?
They would, well, it depends on the agent. I mean, that's how I do it.
Okay,
I would write exact quote and then write the statement. I didn't take the notes for this interview. Agent Freed took the notes for this interview.
okay. So, but you were there?
I was there.
Okay. So if the other agent didn't put anything in quotes in his report, like written report, you don't know whether that precludes exact quotes or not. Is that fair to say? Since you
I couldn't answer that, yes.
Okay. And the interview that you did with Miss Palmer was on February 1st, right?
I believe that's the date on the report, yes.
And then was the report written on February 3rd?
It says here that it was drafted on the 1st also.
So the report was drafted on the 1st, and then does somebody dictate it?
No, the report is typically written by the agent. So there's 3 dates on these reports: the date of the incident or the investigation, the date that it was drafted, and the date of entry. The date that it was drafted may not be the same date as entry, depending on how long it takes the agent to finish the report.
Okay. So if somebody were to use words like kind of qualifying a statement they made, like, I'm not sure if these are the exact words, that's something you would put in quotes, but you're not sure if your partner would have. Is that fair?
Yeah, I'm not sure how he
Okay.
writes his reports, like what basis he uses.
Okay. So when one of the things that Ms. Hollendorfer also told you, and the district attorney asked you about this, I want to clarify, was that this conversation that she had with her ex-husband was in 2016, right?
That's correct.
And was there a time when you followed up or called back to make clarifications
With
Ms. Palmer?
No, after we had conducted the interview, we notified the agency back here in Colorado Springs that the interview was completed. We sent them a copy of the report. And I believe that, I don't know who Agent Preet talked to, but he was told that they would follow up with her with further questions
Okay.
and clarification. So they did not ask us to go back and re-interview her.
So is the date of 2016 something that you clarified with her or asked her about more than once?
I don't recall. It's in the report, and that's what she told us.
Okay. So if Ms. Palmer used terms like, "That's my interpretation of what happened," would that be something that would be written in a report?
I would hope so.
Or my impression of what happened?
Typically, we try to be pretty accurate. So if she made that statement, I would expect it to be in the report.
And the reason you'd expect is because there's kind of a difference between her impression and what she could say exactly was said, right?
Correct. If someone tells me, gives me an exact quote of something, it would be in quotations in the report. If she qualifies a statement by saying that's my interpretation or that's what I recall, that would be in there. However, if the interviewee doesn't say that, I don't assume that.
Okay. Fair enough. I think that's all I have. Thanks.
Redirect.
Briefly. And so you stated that generally you would record interviews if they were at your office, right?
If they're done in the interview room at our office, it's recorded audio and video, correct?
Okay, but this was not done at your office.
No, ma'am.
And this was not your case, the FBI.
It was not an FBI case, no.
This was not an FBI agency investigation.
No, I don't, well, let me clarify. They did have an FBI case assigned to it, which is not, which is usual when you're helping another agency, just for record keeping purposes, but it was not an FBI case.
Because you were helping another agency
Correct.
and it was their investigation. And if this had been your investigation, would it have been recorded?
It depends.
It depends.
Yeah.
And so just with the lack of quotes, this was not a case that you or Agent Preet had all of the reports of what had happened prior to February of 2022 before you spoke with Ms. Palmer.
No, if I recall, all we had was I think I mentioned this earlier, some questions that the investigating agency had forwarded to us that they wanted us to go over with Ms. Palmer.
Were you aware that Ms. Palmer had never given a statement prior to this interaction to law enforcement?
I believe that was part of the, in the list of questions that was mentioned, that she did not talk to law enforcement prior to this.
No one had any idea that she was going to say what she said.
No,
Kara Nichols' body had not been discovered on the defendant's property yet.
I wasn't even aware of anything in this case before we talked to her.
Okay, so you had no outside information other than the questions that were given to you by law enforcement?
No.
And then you were aware that Ms. Palmer had not spoken to any other law enforcement before you showed up at her house on February 1st of 2022?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. No further questions?
Any questions from the jury? Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the people would next call Nicole Kirchie.
Come on up here, ma'am, towards the bench here. And then if you'd raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through.
Good morning. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Nicole Kirchie, Nicolekurtchi.
And Ms. Kirchie, have you ever had a different last name?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
Conaway.
And when did you make the switch from Conaway to Kirchie?
August 8th last year.
Okay. And was that due to marriage or divorce?
Marriage.
Okay. Prior, were you born Nicole Conaway?
No.
Okay. Is Conaway the last name of your ex-husband?
Correct.
Your ex-husband, is he employed as law enforcement
Yes, ma'am.
with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know a woman named Christina Palmer?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she used to be named Christina Hollendorfer?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know Ms. Palmer?
We work together.
Okay. And how long did you guys work together?
5, 6 years, maybe.
Okay. And what time period was this?
Oh, goodness.
Approximate dates are fine.
I started in 2009, so it was after, probably around then to when she left, but I don't know when she left, so.
Okay. So sometime between 2009 and when she left.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't-
And so, if she had testified that she left in 2019, does that sound accurate about that time period?
Probably, yes.
Okay. And were you just work friends or were you outside work friends too?
Outside work friends too. We would hang out at each other's houses.
Okay. Did you know her husband at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was his name?
Joel Hollendorfer.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell me where he's sitting and an article of clothing he's wearing?
He's sitting at the defense table in a black suit,
And what color is his shirt?
burgundy.
If the record could reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
All right.
Thank you. I want to ask you about a specific conversation with Christina Palmer. Did she ever ask you or you and your ex-husband, I'm sorry, is his name Tommy?
First name is Thomas, but he
Thomas.
goes by Tommy,
Tommy.
yes.
Was there ever a time that Christina had a kind of hypothetical question about a criminal activity that she posed while you and Mr. Conaway were present?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did this happen?
At our house in the kitchen.
Okay. And do you remember what she asked?
She specifically asked him, just hypothetically speaking, what happens if someone tells you that there's been a crime committed and there might be a body buried somewhere?
Okay. And was she, was she told that she could do anything with that information at that time?
I don't remember.
Okay. In that hypothetical question, did she ask, if someone tells you that there's a body buried somewhere, what can I do with that?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever make any other comments to you after that conversation about a body being buried somewhere?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
Sometime after that, she's just kind of nonchalantly said, "Don't be surprised if you ever hear that they find a body on Betty's property."
Do you know approximately when that conversation took place, the one in the kitchen?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was it when Ms. Palmer was still living here in Colorado?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so before 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
And when, sorry to pry, when did you and Thomas Conaway get divorced?
We started separating in 2018.
Okay. And so at the time of this conversation, you were still together with Mr. Conaway?
Yes, ma'am.
So it would have been prior to 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Cartier. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Very sorry if I get your name wrong. You are Nicole Conaway in my notes, but Miss Kirchie, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have very few questions for you, Miss Kirchie. Just a moment. Now you just told us it was prior to 2018, but you don't remember exactly when this conversation happened, right?
I Can't remember, no.
Sure. No, that makes complete sense. It's been years. During this conversation, you basically felt that Christina kind of spilled it all out for you. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say spilled it out. She just kind of wanted to ask my husband at the time a question, and that's why she was over at our house.
And you eventually spoke to a detective Arndt about this conversation, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Arndt that she had spilled it all out for you?
I do not.
Okay. Does that sound like something you would have said?
No.
Okay, that's fine. If I could have just a minute then. And this will take me just a minute, but if I was to show you some of that interview, it would refresh your recollection.
Sure.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Did you say something like she spilled out the whole story to me or something to that effect?
Yes, sir.
Now, during that, did she tell you that Joel had strangled a call girl in his truck? Was that what she told you?
Not in the kitchen, no. This was after the arrest was made.
Okay. But it was that quote was in his truck. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Redirect.
So what you just listened to, this was after the defendant had been arrested and there was a media release, correct?
Correct.
And did you reach out to Ms. Palmer when you saw that?
Immediately.
She didn't contact you before when she had been contacted by the FBI or interviewed by law enforcement here, is that right?
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry. What Mr. Husher just asked you is that she said that Joel admitted to strangling a call girl in his truck and buried on Betty's property.
Correct.
Do you know if she specifically said truck?
I mean, to be honest, between reading everything and listening and talking to her, it's all pretty discombobulated.
But that conversation, that happened in 2022,
Correct.
after the arrest had been made public.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people's next witness will be John Sarkisian.
They're flying through these witnesses. Lurk mode, toxic, that's fine. Go to lurk mode. Oh, nice. Idaho, I'm not sure if there's going to be cameras. It's dodgy as hell, isn't it? I hope there are cameras to keep it right. This is Bain, Judge Bain. This is Judge Bain, I-N.
Come on
Idaho's
up
gonna
towards
be
the bench, sir, and I'll swear you in.
very interesting one.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through.
Becky, I think that one's stressing all of us out, I think.
Morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
It's Lieutenant John Sarkisian. My last name is Sarkisian.
And it's pretty obvious from what you're wearing, but where are you employed?
The El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed there?
It'd be 22 years in September.
Back in 2014, what was your position?
In 2014, I was in the investigations division as the major crime sergeant.
And so do you have detectives working under you when you're the sergeant?
I did.
And were you part of the search at 9665 Burgess Road in 2014?
I was.
Were you the acting sergeant on scene?
I was.
And do you recall the date of that?
I believe it was in October.
Does October 15th sound right?
It does.
And what was your specific role as the sergeant?
So as a sergeant of major crimes, I just oversaw the detectives and basically the overall operation, just whether we were searching or just kind of that overall scene supervisor.
When you were searching the property, was there a like mobile command center that was there?
There was.
And tell us about what that is.
It's basically just a unit we have at the sheriff's office, so you can stay out of the elements. If we need to have interviews conducted or take breaks, whatever it may be, it's multi-use for stuff like that.
It's kind of a big RV.
It is.
And at that point out on Burgess Road, was Betty Hollendorfer interviewed?
She was.
And was she interviewed in that command center?
She was.
And do you recall, was that interview audio or video recorded?
It was audio recorded.
Did you have the capability to do a video recording in the mobile command center back in 2014?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was your video recording of interviews usually when somebody came down to the sheriff's office?
It was.
And were you present for that interview?
I was.
The person who was conducting the interview, was that a detective on your team?
It was.
And who was that?
Detective Vidmar.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you what has been marked as People's Exhibit 149. Let me know if you recognize it.
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
Earlier, this was a disc that contains the audio recording from that day of Betty.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of that audio recording?
It is.
Your Honor, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 149 into evidence.
Yes.
Oh, I missed this. I don't know what they're discussing now. I missed it. What's the issue here? Manda, are you still here? April, you still here? Say hello, guys. David, still here? Welcome, Keaton. Hopefully you've liked and subscribed, Keaton. Think you'll enjoy it here. Anyone else, just say hello in the chat, guys. We're a friendly bunch, as you can see in the chat. We just swear a lot. Well, Lefty does. So, we might have Lady Law on this afternoon. So, we got some beauty to look at. I still don't know what the fuck's going on here. April, lovely to see you. Please interact if you want to. Always try and welcome all the new people. Everybody, well, especially Mad World Spider, Heidi, everyone. This is April. She joined us this morning. She subscribed and liked the video. Most people were asleep this morning when we started. So hopefully they're not too busy now. They can all welcome you properly. I didn't watch the Letitia one, so I've got no comments on Letitia at all, guys. April, where are you from, April? Are you from the United States? If you are, what region are you from? We're always trying to look out which regions people are from. Most of the guys here are from Minneapolis, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Minnesota. So we could do without any more. We got Erin. She's ill. Hopefully get better soon, Erin. She's here somewhere. Winchester, Tennessee. You're from Keaton. Happy days. There we are, Suzanne. You're always welcome. Phoenix. Oh, we got a few from Phoenix actually. We got a defense lawyer from Phoenix. He's not here at the minute. But he's from Phoenix. Are you a big fan of the Cardinals? Keaton, you a Titans fan? Like, I'm not a Dallas Cowboys fan, guys. I'm not. So I just got it for like 14 quid. Shelly's from Utah. Yeah, you are, aren't you? Oh, thanks, Shauna. Say Minnesota, Minnesota. Hang on. Minneapolis. Minnesota. Minneapolis. Minnesota. That's all right, Keaton. No, I always ask because, College Station, Texas, or Texas A&M, innit? Texas A&M. Ooh, say Sarah, Texas A&M. Ooh, they're not doing very well, are they? They got all the 5 stars, but still don't always say too much because, I always thought that Texas A&M, they always tell me that they're a cult down there, but I don't believe that for a second. Nova Scotia, Susanna. Oh, wow. Minnesota. Minneapolis. Minnesota.
Members of the jury are seeing how the sausage is made, or the court reporter. Okay. There
Oh,
being no
Jesus.
objection then to 149, 149 is admitted.
Let's do it. Wow.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the people would publish.
All right.
And
See you,
it's about a
Keaton.
22-minute audio.
Yeah, we will be
And
Keaton.
so
See you
I
later,
don't know
man.
if the court wants Lieutenant Sarkisian to remain where he is, or it doesn't matter to.
Don't
Totally
be
up to
cruel,
him.
Sarah.
Going. Push the power button anymore. Just.
I've heard good things about Phoenix. Arizona Cardinals. Just watched an episode actually yesterday. Texas grown, Mecky. Whereabouts in Texas are you from? You got big stakes down there, haven't you, in Texas? Shelly, it's pissing me off. That's what we have to do is slide over. Slide over. No, because he normally, Suzanne. Oh, what is it? No, Shelly, normally he leans back and we don't see the bloody screen. 42 minute. Well, I've got to make dinner then if that's the case, because this audio is crap for this. Absurd. I've just seen it now. Yes. I just talk about sausages just now, so. April, I'm from Wales, the United Kingdom. So Wales, West Wales, I'm from. Well, I'm not far from Swansea, to be honest with you. If you've heard of Swansea, probably heard of Swansea. Absurd. Yeah. Lefty probably answer you that one. Lefty's going for a hole in one. Erin, get back to bed. Get better. Not from England.
Your Honor, in the interest of
Detective toxic.
efficiency, we're having some technological issues. We'll fiddle with that over lunch and play that after after lunch.
Okay.
At this time, we don't have any further questions for this witness, and we wouldn't even after the interview is played.
Okay. Say, no questions? Okay. Do we want the witness here, though, in the afternoon when it's played so that if there are questions?
I don't
Yes.
believe so, Your Honor.
Well, no, what about the jury?
Okay, thank you for being here. You may step down.
Why the jury not asking questions then? If
Lieutenant, hold on just a second. Did the jury have any questions for
thank
the
you,
lieutenant?
Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. You listen to me.
Your Honor, at this time, the people could call Catherine Houston.
Yeah,
Come on
no,
up
it's,
towards the bench, ma'am.
I always get this off Lefty. 14 quid this cost me, brand new. Like, it never been worn
Do you
before.
solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I think it's
Come
a
on
mistake,
through.
Suzanne. I think it's a mistake. They should have kept it in case the jury had questions. Anyway, let's listen to this one now.
Good morning. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself and spell your first and last name for the record?
If you paid for it, I would
My name
wear
is
it.
Catherine Houston, KatherinHuston.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Castle Rock Police Department
And you can move the microphone if that's easier for you. And how long have you been with the Castle Rock Police Department?
since September of last year.
Prior to that, were you a deputy with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I worked with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office for approximately 10 and a half years.
And before you left, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to major crimes in the investigations division.
Were you a detective?
I was.
And in 2022, prior to leaving the sheriff's office, were you involved in the investigation of Joel Hollendorfer and the disappearance of Kara Nichols?
I was.
And during that time, was one of your assignments to speak with Christina Palmer, Mr. Hollendorfer's ex-wife?
Yes, it was.
Prior to speaking with her, were you aware that she had been interviewed by agents with the FBI?
Yes, I was.
And prior to talking with her, did you have a report from them?
No, we had a verbal report from them. That was it.
And was it, this verbal report, was it specific or was it general?
It was general.
And what was the general information you were given?
I was told that they had spoken with her and that she relayed to them that her ex-husband, Joel, had admitted to killing an escort to her.
Okay. And so after you had received this information that she had said that generally to the FBI, did you reach out to speak with her?
Yes, I reached out with her via telephone to speak with her.
And were you alone on that call on your end?
No, I wasn't. I had civilian criminal investigators, Brig Barker and Tammy Gouliot with me as well.
And so when you reached out to Miss Palmer, did she indicate to you that she thought that this confession in the truck had happened sometime in 2016, I'm sorry?
Yes, she told me that she thought it was in sometime in 2016, but she couldn't tell me an exact date or what time of year it was.
Okay. And later, did she, I guess, give different information as to when that conversation would have taken place?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did she later state that this had happened a few weeks after her ex-father-in-law had died?
Yes, she said that what led Joel to divulge this information to her was that he felt guilty because the stress that a search at the property had caused and him knowing about it, that he felt guilty for causing his dad's death.
Okay. And were you able to confirm that his father died on November 29th of 2014?
Yes.
All right. And so when you were speaking with Ms. Palmer, did she give kind of qualifying statements before giving some information? Like, I think it happened here, but I can't be 100% sure, things like that.
Yes, she did.
Was there anything that she was 100% sure of had no qualifying information or no qualifying preface? I can ask that differently if I can ask that differently. Was there anything that she said was burned into her brain?
She said that Joel confessing to her that she killed or that he killed this escort was burned into her brain.
Okay. And did she say there are certain things that are burned into my head that I cannot forget?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she still loved the defendant?
Yes, she did.
Did she indicate, though, that she had completely moved on?
Yes, she said she moved out of state and had been in a new relationship for a couple of years at this point.
Okay. Did she state that she didn't have any negative feelings for her ex-husband necessarily?
Correct. Yes, she did.
And so talking about specifically what she remembered her ex-husband saying to her, did you ask her what he said he had done with Kara Nichols' body?
Yes, she told me that he told her that he buried it on his parents' farm on a old horse grave wrapped in black plastic bags and with lime placed over the body.
And did she say that she just pictured that they were black bags, that he didn't actually tell her what color they were?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. When she was speaking with you, did she convey to you that she was a user of marijuana?
Yes, she did.
Did she ever indicate that that marijuana use affected these memories that were seared into her brain?
No, she said that these memories were burned into her brain.
Do you remember talking to her about the Nissan Altima that her ex-husband had been driving at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And she couldn't remember exactly why she was thinking of the trunk of that car in connection but she thought there was a conversation about that?
Yes, she indicated she remembered a conversation that Joel had made a comment about needing to get rid of the car because there was a body. He'd had a body in the trunk of it.
Was she certain on that conversation?
No.
Um, did you ask her about whether or not she and her ex-husband had ever discussed this incident again, other than that conversation in the truck?
I did. She said they never talked about it again.
Okay. And she also said that, to her understanding, it was an accidental strangulation, according to him, meaning Mr. Hollendorfer.
Yes. What she conveyed to me was he told her he accidentally strangled an escort while having sex with her in the car.
But had he given her any other details about that?
No.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that when he told her, she was not 100% sure if he was telling her the truth?
Yes, she did say that it was believable, but at the same time, she didn't know if he was just trying
I'm
to.
gonna stop you right there.
Okay,
So, sorry. So yes, so she wasn't 100% sure.
correct.
All right. And that it wouldn't be 100% real until a body was discovered.
Correct.
Did she tell you that she had left Colorado in 2019?
Yes, she said she had left the state.
And then did you have a conversation with her about what drugs the defendant, her ex-husband, had used around that time?
We talked about what types of like different drugs he had used during their relationship. Yes.
Okay. And were those the ones that she knew of for sure, meth, cocaine, and crack?
Yes. And heroin.
And that heroin was only once?
Yes.
And she told you that the defendant had said that he really needed to talk to her about something before they had this conversation?
Yes.
And that he had gotten an escort while he was high and accidentally strangled her?
Yes.
And he was aware that she referred to it as the CSI unit had been out at the farm, but that they hadn't found anything?
Yes.
And are you aware of what time period law enforcement had been out to that property? I'm sorry. So were you aware that law enforcement had been out for a search at that property in October of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. So do you also remember a portion of your conversation where Ms. Palmer was talking about, she used the word false memories?
Yes.
Okay. And was this when you were, I'm sorry, was this immediately after you asked her, did he ever describe what this escort looked like?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And she said young, I think 19 and blonde,
Yes.
but that she wasn't sure if that particular information was from the defendant or from later research or news media that she had seen.
Correct.
Okay. But then you clarified that the memory of the confession, that was something that she was sure had happened.
Correct.
And did she tell you that she thought he had traded in the Ultima for a Lincoln MKS or something?
Yes.
And was that a for sure statement or is that kind of a qualified statement?
I don't remember. I
Would
know
it-
we talked about that. And that she said he traded it in. I don't remember if it was a qualified or a for sure statement.
Okay. Do you remember her saying, he was telling me he needed to get rid of the car because it was getting old and so on and so forth. And he took it up to Denver and traded it in for what I want to say it was a 2014 Lincoln MKS or something?
Yes, that sounds correct.
And so specifically, do you remember asking, so when he strangled her, what were they doing when he strangled her? Do you remember asking that question?
I do.
And was her response, to my understanding, they were having sex?
Yes.
And you asked, is that what he told you? And she said, yes.
Correct.
And during that conversation, did she indicate whether or not Mr. Hollendorfer's parents were aware in October of 2012 what had happened?
It was kind of yes, but it was kind of a confusing part of the conversation.
Okay. Was her response, to the best of my understanding, they knew that night?
Yes,
So not a for sure, they both knew that night.
correct.
Did she indicate, or did she state, actually, we might have been together when they had this conversation in regards to the relationship between herself and Joel Hollendorfer?
Yes, she did.
Did she deny ever making a statement to the defendant that along the lines of that you guys had had a conversation about this missing person and you told him she probably set him up and tried to follow him to rob him?
She denied that that conversation ever happened.
Okay, so she said she never had that conversation with the defendant.
Correct.
Do you remember her saying that he, meaning the defendant, knows the entire area like the back of his hand? You know, he grew up there and everything.
Yes.
And during this conversation, did she relate a hypothetical conversation she had had with a member of your agency?
Yes, she did.
And did she indicate whether that was recent or years prior?
She indicated it was years prior.
Okay. And she said, I asked him hypothetically if I knew this information and so on and so forth, would I be able to say anything to anybody? And he said, well, did you witness any of this? And I said, no. So he said it would be hearsay. So I never said anything again to anybody.
Correct.
Did she also state it's a different perspective when you've got FBI agents knocking on your door?
Yes, she did.
I may have just one moment.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Berlin.
I'm gonna go for a tinkle. So I'll be
Wanted
back.
to clarify, Ms. Palmer told you that Mr. Hollendorfer felt guilty about the search, I guess the stress that the search of the property had caused his dad. Was it the actual search that had caused the stress, or was it the knowledge of what had happened?
My understanding, it was both.
Okay. And when you said that you had asked and you clarified because you wanted to make sure, like, kind of motivations, this is an ex-wife, right? You knew that going in?
Yes.
And so you clarified about her feelings about Joel at that moment.
Yes.
And her actual words were that she doesn't have any negative feelings necessarily.
Correct.
And necessarily was the qualifier at the end of that.
Yes.
And she talked to you about one of the things that, so your interview was the second in line of her police interviews, right?
Yes.
And that interview that she did earlier was with the FBI,
Yes.
and it was the same day, wasn't it?
It was.
And so when you started speaking to her, she told you that she had, thought about it some more, thought about what was clarifying her timeline.
Yes.
And she told you that after clarifying in her head, her timeline, that this happened in 2016.
Yes.
And this meaning the conversation with Joel.
Yes.
And you had said that there was a comment about so one of the things that she says that Mr. Hollendorfer told her is that there was strangulation in this incident that he described with Miss Nichols.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
One of the things that she told you is that in this incident that Joel described to her happened, it involved strangulation.
Yes.
And she had an experience in her history with Mr. Hollendorfer as well that involved strangulation,
Yes.
and it was all consensual.
Yes.
And when Miss Palmer was talking to you about false memories, that was a conversation that occurred when you were asking whether Mr. Hollendorfer ever described what the escort looked like, right?
Yes.
But when she was explaining false memories to you, she didn't say the only thing that is ever affected in my memory by false memories is the appearance of Kara Nichols or Kara Nichols.
No, she didn't say that.
In fact, she said that her mind will sometimes, not just with regard to the appearance, create false memories, and she thought it was just her logic trying to piece things together.
Yes, she said that.
And she told you, despite kind of the false memories that can occur when she tries to piece things together, that the memory of this conversation with Joel was burned into her brain.
Yes.
And that was in response to, because you were trying to clarify and you asked her, how do you know that this memory that you're having about Joel telling you this isn't a false memory?
Correct.
And that's when she said, this is definitely a memory that's burned into my brain.
Yes.
And beyond that, you didn't clarify whether all of the details were burned into her brain or just the conversation in general. Is that fair?
Correct.
And when speaking about what John or Betty Hollendorfer knew at any particular time, I think you repeated on direct the quote of, it was to the best of Christina's understanding that they knew that night.
Correct.
But she said a little bit more than that. Is that fair about their knowledge?
I would have to take a look at the transcript for sure.
I could ask you some more questions.
Sure.
For example, Christina said that when he went out to the property, he let his parents, plural, know what was going on, and then they buried the body.
Yes.
And you can be confident in this because, like you said, there's a transcript.
Yes.
Because it was videotaped.
It
Or,
was
sorry,
audio
it was
recorded.
Because you were on the phone.
Correct. Sorry, that was very loud.
And then she actually specifically said, I mean, at least he did. I don't believe his parents physically went out with him to bury it, but the fact that they were aware.
Correct.
And Ms. Proney asked you whether Ms. Palmer had ever said anything about her marijuana use affecting her memory? You remember that?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember Ms. Palmer saying, I'm also a long time marijuana user, so sometimes it's cloudy?
Yes, I remember that.
And that was right after you had asked, I understand it's a long time ago. Sometimes it's hard to remember the details.
Correct.
And she said that due to marijuana, sometimes it's cloudy, but sometimes, and timelines can be muddled, right?
Yes.
And that it's hard for her to try and recall things.
Yes.
But she was doing her best to tell you everything that she knew.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
Mr. Turner, thank you. I'm just going to kind of go through some of the quotation, the context that we just heard about.
Okay.
And so regarding the response to how Ms. Palmer felt about her ex-husband at the time, was her full quote, "I don't have negative feelings for him necessarily. You know what I mean? It's like he is who he is, and he's out there and he's not bothering me. I've been gone."
Yes, that was the quote.
She never, there was nothing else about specific bad feelings towards her ex-husband.
No.
I'd like to talk about the false memory portion. Was this a long portion of this interview?
No, it wasn't.
And there had been, Ms. Cox asked you that you didn't clarify it after that throughout the investigation, like ask every time, you know, is this a memory that's seared into your brain or is this something that you got from the news, right?
No, I did not do that.
But she did later in the interview bring up again, this might have been something from Google and should be on. So when you were talking to her, this was near the end of your conversation, and Ms. Palmer said, he never gave me the name. He never told me who it was or anything like that. The only reason I pieced anything together was because of the individual detectiving that I was trying to do, trying to find anything when I didn't have anything to go off of. And her name, Kara Nichols, just kept popping up on Google searches.
Correct.
So later, when it was something that she thought she might have gotten from Google, she mentioned it to you.
Yes, she did.
She didn't make that mention during the other statements.
Correct.
All right. And so Ms. Cox was asking you about the portion of your interview about the sexual activity between Ms. Palmer and the defendant. And she, at that time, described that it would be fairly firm pressure, but not to the point of completely blocking my airway.
Correct.
That this happened in their sex life almost every time.
Correct.
Shortly after that, when you were speaking to her about the defendant's father and things like that, she stated that the defendant felt responsible for his father's death because his father died of a heart attack about 3 weeks later. And so he feels that he put that pressure on telling him, and his dad knowing that it sent him over the edge and his dad had a heart attack.
Correct.
And you asked if she knew if the defendant's parents, Betty and John, were physically involved with the burial of Kara Nichols.
Correct.
And she stated, I don't think that they were physically involved with that.
Correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Council approach to talk about timing. Council approach, one of you.
Yeah, let's see what happens now.
Members of the jury, let's take our lunch recess until 1:20. 1:20, so we'll see you back at 1:20.
Just a reminder, I'm gonna play an advert now, but it'll only last like 30 seconds. Please play it through. See what happens. What's Sarah saying? So he feels responsibility and guilt for his father's death, but not actually. Yeah.
Please be seated.
Yep.
The jury is not present. One thing I'd like to do is order for the defense to tender any jury instructions by 5 p.m. on Monday. They don't have to be set in stone. If something new comes up after that, that's fine. But at least if we could get a sense of the instructions you'd be asking for. And so we're thinking for timing, we'll go to 4:35, somewhere in there, and then still resting on Tuesday.
I do think we'll still rest on Tuesday. I'm not sure. I don't know exactly how late we'll go today. I need to get, because videos that were not able to be played this morning, we'll have to play this afternoon. I don't know all of the time lengths and what they total at this moment, but I'll have a better estimate for you when we come back.
Okay. And do we still have a juror who has a ride coming at 5 until she hears otherwise? So I'm just trying to help her out so she doesn't sit around for too long.
I will get that estimate to the court as soon as possible.
Okay. Anything else from the people?
No, thank you.
Defense? All right, 1:20.
Rise.
Just remember, I'm playing ads now, so don't bug. Oh, here we go. Everyone's buggering off now. Just gonna play a quick ad. That's all it is. 30 seconds ad, guys. That's all it is. It's nothing major. Do you know what I mean? There we go. It should only be like 30 seconds. I'm in the middle of eating here. A pasty. I got a pasty here, like. Hang on. If you're all leaving, whoever's leaving, please come back after lunch. Come back in about an hour. Everyone else, I'm staying on, so I'll be staying on because I'm a hero. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba, hero in the end of the night. With my pasty. Do you have pasties in America then? Corned beef pasty. These, like that lefty's gonna make a comment now, but these pasty. It's like pastry with corned beef inside it. Pasty, yeah. Left you. It's literally like, you got like hash or something you call it. Just put in pastry. Literally, I knew that was coming. I said that, didn't I? I could see, oh, the opening. Oh, there she is. Hang on. So it's mostly pasty. Yeah, like hash, basically. Or Pharaoh's crotch, as Lefty says. um, oh, Erin, you bitch. Um, so it's actually quite nice. I don't have it very often. Not roast beef in a wall, no. Um, it's actually quite nice. I've also got a turkey sandwich with me as well. I don't normally eat on stream, but I'm a legend. Do you know what I mean? So I'll do it. Oh, let me get a picture of you. I'll get a picture now. Let's get a picture. Yeah. That's the only way that you learn is if I show you a picture. Innit? Pasty. Cornish, yeah, Cornish pasty, yeah. I mean, this is not as, this is a Cornish pasty, but let's have a look here then. Suzanne, yeah, Suzanne, it's not, you're not far off, but it's different. It's different, Suzanne, but it is basically that, yeah. I'll get a picture. Dee 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 dee. Cornish game. Cornish game. Right, let's stop screen. Let's get the bad boy. I'm not talking about my dick. I'm talking about the Cornish pasty. Oi oi. Presents. Share screen. I talk out loud because I never remember what I go to. Bristol. Where's Bristol? What? Hang on. Kim, hang on. This is hang on. Kim, I'll get back to you now. Here you go. Pastry. Bit of meat, bit of veg. Like, Lefty's got meat and two veg. Well, we all well, some of us have. This is top cuisine. Top cuisine in the UK, also known as Pharaoh's crotch. So that's a new name of it now. Pharaoh's crotch. Pasty. Am I having a monster drink? No, I'm having water. Hang on. Oh yeah, Pepsi. And coffee. Instant. Wales, it's 7:05 in the evening, April. And by the way, April, it's really nice to have you here, by the way, interacting. Everyone interacts, always stays here, so please interact. We love having you here. Stop screen. Right, Kim, what are you on about? Where are you from, Evil Wicked? Oh, no, you're not from London, are you? Right, Kim, the other corner, Crystal is asking for a picture in your. That's fine. Hang on. But who's Crystal? How do I get it to Crystal? My picture's in the thing, innit? Facebook group. Tim, ask her to tweet me or whatever, or ask me in the group or something. I'll do it. So it's a bit of Welsh/Cornish. Yeah, it's a bit different. English people eat weird stuff. They do, Erin. They do. Lou, where's Lou? Lou, put Erin in a place. They do, yeah. Most regions of the UK, yes. Pot noodles. I mean, we're not in university now. We're not in college now. We're not in college now, guys. Pot noodles are lifesavers when we're in college. I don't care who you are. When you need a quick something to eat and you're skint, I wouldn't begrudge pot noodles to anybody. Um, Feral, I am sorry. I'm sorry. Ramen, I don't know. Yeah, similar, just cheaper. So they have things under control, but I can really vouch for that lefty. Well, lefty's about, is he? Look out, lefty's about. Look out, lefty's about. Where you? Yeah, Evil Wicked. Where you from? This streaming life is not great because you can't eat properly. Lefty. Where do I put it, Kim? I've got a photo, but where do I send it to, Kim? That's my question. Where do I send the photo? I got one. I got a few. And I think one of them in the Facebook group. Let me find it, Kim. Let me find it, and then I'll. Oh shit! I don't have it. Oh yeah, yes, I do have it. Yeah. Taco time. You offered half the world your crotch yesterday without knowing. Fucking hell. Oh, is that the beaver and the everything? Telford. Ah, okay, okay. It's not. You're on the border there with Wales and evil. Hey Kim, I've got the picture, but where do I send it to? Who do I send it to? We got the beaver, but not the canoe. We need to get a pasty now for Feral, don't we? Oh, you're from Texas. Okay. Okay. Well, that's a bit strange coming from Texas to Telford. Bloody hell. Your sins were because you landed in Telford. Well, we're all weird here. We are all weird. If you're here in chat at the minute, that means you're weird. No one here is not weird. Michigan, do you know what? Is there any OH here? Any OH? 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 What would I what would I get pissed at you at? I missed that. Missed it. Oh! Feral House Spiders here, so okay, we got it. Oh, thank you, Kim. Thank you. Thank you, Kim. Ah, we got it. We got it. We got Ohio, Michigan here. Oh, happy days. I love that rivalry. It's fantastic. Fantastic. No. Erin, no. I'm not I don't hate the Royals, but I'm not like bothered about them, do you know what I mean? Also, Lefty, I'd never be pissed at you. I'm just glad we got a so you're a transplant, fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. As long as there's an OHIO person in here. I just love the only reason I love Ohio State is because I don't love them, but is AJ Hawk. AJ Hawk. AJ Hawk. AJ Hawk. AJ Hawk. That's the only reason. Otherwise I'd try and support Michigan, I think. That's fine, Lefty. If you're worried about it, then let's move away from that. Jamie, what were you on about? I did say I prefer Michigan, just I love AJ Hawk. Love it. But I also love Taylor Lewan. So it's like 1-1, 1-1. Hey, what did I just say? Yeah, Ohio State sucks. What did I just say? I love AJ Hawk, but I also love Taylor Lewan. So that's 1-1. That means I always support Michigan because my tipping point is Dave Portnoy. Dave Portnoy tips me over to Michigan because he covers it so well. So where and which college did you go to? Well, Lefty, last time Michigan's superior fight, so they had a fight and against Michigan State. OSU. Um, I said OH and Farrell said IO. So University of Southern Texas. The only thing I miss about bad about streaming is I miss like proper dinners. I don't have time to cook and stuff, so I live off sandwiches and stuff. Men only, but I was thinking about the high school. Mm. I got no one wants to see this me eating my pasty, so let me put this up. Join, become a member. If you're not a member, then why not? Just pick the cheapest option, become a member. Jamie, come on, you're supposed to be the cheerleader, yeah? For memberships and stuff. Come on, Jamie, you're the one that's teaching me. You're talking about EU was the University of Miami. Everyone join the members club. Yeah, join the what's it called? Blue Hat. Oh bloody hell! I don't remember what it's called now. Oh, University. Okay, let me get this thing down. Yep. Come on, people, listen to Jamie. Join the members club, the Blue something club. The Blue what? Oh, I don't remember what it's called now. Oh, the Blue Wenches Club. Oh, for lands. So yeah, if you fancy being kind, then join this channel. We're all fun here. Join the Blue Wenches. Listen to Lefty. Join the Blue Wenches Club. I don't know how much it is. How much is it in the US to join this club? Don't join the Lefty one or anything, or join, but you've already. Hey, Jamie, how much does it cost? What's the price of it? I don't know how much it is. $4.99. Bargain. Bargain. $4.99. Bloody hell. You piss $4.99. How much is a cup of coffee in Starbucks? That's like $6, $7, isn't it? On your tip. You American love tips. That's not even a cup of coffee. Fucking hell. I'm doing this too cheap. 1 year, that's cauliflower, but you. Thank you, Jamie. Who was anything? Well, unlike you, Feral, crotch lady, I don't. Probably, I don't know how it works, Lou. I don't know how it works. Because obviously I'm set up as a UK, so they don't give you they don't give you an option. It's like something like 1.99 or 2.99, something like that, and then that crotch lady, feral. Yeah, I look Starbucks and Costa, and there's a couple of others. That's what we have. Our coffee game is really bad. America's really good. It is, and you got literally well at least 6 days a week of all this. 5:46. Okay. And the crotch. This is the guy on the screen and the crotch lady. Yes. Who's going? Bye, my love. Who's going? Oh, Shauna, see you in a bit. Shauna, see you in a bit. Where's April gone? April, where are you? I liked having April here. Amanda, where are you as well? Core was here, but Core's working. Heidi's in the chat somewhere. rewinding, spiders doing spidey things. Eat something for me, please. What, me? I've eaten. I've eaten my pasty and I've eaten my turkey sandwich. Oh, Heidi's here. Heidi, don't pretend to be shy now. Oh, no, to be fair, Heidi was working hard the last 4 nights. See you soon, Shauna. Okay, Farrell. Fine. Fine. That's cool. Like, Erin, we don't have options. Don't have to prove your chats. Oh, is there no one to prove it? Hang on. Let me look. I'm not. I can prove them as well now. I know how to do it. But I find it hard to do both. Your chats are approved, you idiot. Yeah, it is. It's nothing. It's nothing to support. And it means I don't have to eat pasties anymore then. I can eat something else then. Yeah, the corned beef crotch pasty, Feral. I'm sorry, Feral. You're gonna regret being here now because of that. Lefty, you cruel E. My Lefty, my filter's off. The filter's off. But it's still. Thank you, Jamie. Yeah, I do need echoes. Do you know the prices? The taco one I showed was like over $400. I was like, bugger that. Sorry, Farrell. Like I will apologize. Be like, no, I won't. I'll stop, Farrell. But it is funny though. Yeah, Lefty is anyway, so makes no difference to him. Um, I do need echoes. I just don't like. So right. Also, I read the super chats from Erin. Like, I have. I used to put like a quilt thing over this, and everyone said, "Stop! You gotta take that art down." So I did. So I took it down, and now everyone's like, "You put a throw on." I'm like, "Well, just put a bloody throw on," and no one liked it. And I put a green screen behind me, it didn't work. I want to put some stuff up, I do, but it's yeah, takes time, and I'm not the most aesthetic. What do you call it? See stuff. I don't see colors and stuff. So he's eating past his lemon. Come on, join the membership so he can get himself a Wellington. If so, Wellington's like a steak with pastry on it, isn't it? Yeah, the only problem with it was when I was doing videos and stuff, the bandwidth was so high with it. It was just like, oh, my video started crackling and stuff. So, but Michigan, oh, there we are. So you have got it. Airing and tacos and pasty. We should have a food truck. Exactly. I was thinking maybe of getting like something and just doing a picture with all these like tacos. Uh, Pharaoh's crotch now, all the innuendo things in like a poster and put it on the back, um, in a frame or something. And my T-shirt I ripped off, maybe put that in there as well. Like a dough. Okay, it's not pasty then. That's fine. Smash that. Oh, I could put that up, can I? Smash that button so we can get himself a base skin throw. I got one. I fucking use it, and everyone slaughtered me for it. Hang on. Here it is. This is through. Lefty, you're gonna be hit. Everyone said, "No, they don't like it because I'd never had it in line." So people like, "Oh my god, you're giving me panic attacks because like the squares are all like wavy and stuff." So I just sit on it now. You should throw that throw. Yeah, well, I like it. It breaks up the room because my rug is like yellowish, so I try to break it up. Throw that throw. I know. Lefty, I told you, if you look, Lefty, I'll cut it up. Send me for a Minnesota shirt and I'll cut it up. No problems. You know, PayPal me enough for that and I'll do it. Well, Lady Law, I know it is. That's why I don't put it up. Heidi sent me Bears jersey. I'll wear anything. I'd wear anything, but I ain't buying it. Oh, thanks, Shauna. Look at you. Check you out, Shauna. Lefty, I want PayPal from you though, because it doesn't take 30% off me. I know, I'm joking. I'm joking, Lefty. I'm joking. I'm joking, Lefty. No, hey, I've not been gifted 15 subs. I haven't been gifted 15 subs. I think we counted 10. 10 subs. I don't know where those other 5 went, but 10 subs. That you don't know how much it hurts until you see it. It's like, jeez, they take a lot. And the conversion rates then. Oh, 11, sorry, 11. So where's the other 4 gone? Thank you, Shauna, so much. You don't have to do that at all. Yeah, where's the other 4 gone? I don't understand it. It's weird how 4 went missing. But to be fair, Lefty, you've done more than enough for me. You see? I do. I got PayPal. We don't have cash apps here. Feral, I PayPal I got. Hang on. We only do PayPal. There is PayPal. We don't you have to do this because yeah, I know. Oh shit, why didn't it click? So when Lady Law comes on now, right? We'll get her to get a top off. We'll do a topless stream, me and Lady Law now this afternoon, and it'll be flying in. Money be flying in. When you got the Gilf shakes here, the Gilf herself on screen. Yeah, we don't have it now. PayPal's the only thing we do, that corresponds to America, I think. We are pretty bad. UK is pretty bad. We're great at some stuff, but we're bad at other things. We're so behind in a lot of things. But it is. So I get a row off Jamie if I don't promote stuff. So that's why I just don't like promoting myself. That's all. Um, but just do you know what? Let's do it. Let's do an ads then. Shall I do an ad right now? I'll do an ad. Let's do an ad. Everyone's had an ad now. So should be a 30 seconds ad. But we might get something for it. I don't know if I get anything from it at all, but we might get something. The breakdowns are brilliant to get ads out there. I'll get you on sometime, Jamie. You and Farrell on. I'm promoting the PayPal right now. Then you can promote as much as you want then. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah. That's lovely, Shauna. Lefty talking like Kim K's. I bought you a career. He's no, to be fair, he did invest a lot in me. Fair play to him. more than he should have done, to be fair. But we still lost 4 subs. Like, literally paid for 15, but I only received 11. Weird. Weird, that is. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah. Start singing and everyone leaves. Rock your body right. So, yeah, where's Spider Girl now? She's sleeping, to be fair, because she's got work later on. Spider-Man movie, I made this company. Hey, I won't lie, Lefty is a big part of this dream. That's why when he makes his own. Oh, I thought you were going to bed, Spidey. Sorry, I thought you were going to bed. I think when Spidey leaves, not Spidey, bloody hell, Lefty goes to his own channel. I think it'll be, yeah, it'll be different. It'll be different without Lefty. Not that he'll still be here now and again, but not the same, you know. You've been unsubbed from channels without me knowing. Really? Wow. Yeah, I think some people have had issues with YouTube lately. I know. Also, most of my streams are in the build up to your work and stuff anyway. And also, yeah, most of them will be night, which I'll be in bed anyway. Because my midnight is like 6 p.m. for you, so I'll be finishing by then. I hope. But even though last time we were on to about what 20 to 4 this morning, I think I up this morning at 8 o'clock. I got up fine because I was just like, well, got to give blood tests, so it's so much fun to be a side piece. So, yeah, it's easier. But I don't know. I'm awkward sometimes because I just like doing myself. Because then you just get away with just saying whatever you want. The trouble, I've had a couple of people obviously on, but it's hard. Made food channels so we can show you what real food is, not the beans on toast. Oh my days, Spider Girl. Oh my days. Oh my days. So you showed me how to make cum gravy. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, no, I don't take that from Americans. I've seen your cum gravy all over sausages and stuff like that. I can imagine Lefty cooking it on a weeknight, pounding it away, pounding the sausage, making the gravy there. I don't boil. I only boil vegetables. Yeah, white gravy, Mackie. Yeah, you put all the sausages and stuff. Yeah, that's the one. Biscuits and gravy. That's it. The cum gravy. Well, you don't imagine Lefty pounding one away and just pouring it all over the sausage and the biscuits. Country gravy. Well, I was explained to me as white gravy, which is cum gravy. Oh my God, Lou, beans on toast with melted cheese, absolutely delicious. You're right. Absolutely delicious on toast. Oof. Now we're talking. Now we're talking, Lou. I'm glad you're here as well as a connoisseur of foods. Have you seen whole cooked chicken in cans? What are you on about, Spider? I've never seen one in a can before. Okay, Becky, that's fun. Lady Law's coming in now. She's like, oh, putting her foot down now. The gilf has come in. Put her foot down. We've got to behave, everyone. Heineken beans. Oh, Heinz bean. I don't mind Heinz, or I don't mind Brunston either. Big beans. I don't mind Brunston. Yes. Never let facts get in the way of a good story. What are you on about, Lefty? You pounded one out. I don't think that's a lie, though, is it? Behave. We got to behave now. Cheese on toast. Spy girl. No offense, but cheese on toast is the best. I don't know what the chicken thing is that you saw. I've never seen one in a can. I don't know what you're watching. I've never seen anything in a can before. I, I think you're I don't know. How would you put a whole chicken in a can? I don't understand that. I've never seen a whole chicken in a can then. But let's put it like that. Chip butties. So I'm a tomato ketchup. I'm a tomato ketchup with chip butties. Um, I'm not a brown sauce in chip butties. I'm a definitely red sauce. I've gone back to Daddy's these days instead of Heinz tomato ketchup. It's actually quite nice, you know. Hmm. Hi, Crime Spies. You're right. How are you doing? Feral housewife likes sausage in the can. So what do you have, Lou? What do you use? Um, Heinz is like a A1. Yeah. I've never heard of A1 to be honest. Never heard of it. So we got Heinz mainly and Daddy's. I prefer Daddy's these days, I think. Emmerdale video. Emmy made video. Yeah, I don't know who. What I suggest you do, Sparkles, no longer watch Emmy made because that's just bullshit. You had a 12-hour live stream. How long was ours? 8, 9. We did, I think, 15 hours yesterday, Crime Spies. I was in bed we finished, I think, 20 to 4 in the morning. And we've been doing quite long most days. HP brown sauce. Oh, geez. I just still don't know what this A1 is, but HP brown sauce is nice, but ketchup, Heinz, and Daddy's. But in my chip butty, you don't have chip butties, do you? You deserve worse than Abbott Shammers parents. Yeah, I don't. Then, if I do, then I would put peppercorn sauce. Something like that. Yeah, I think what time we started yesterday? 3 o'clock, I think. And then, yeah, we didn't even have a break yesterday. We were straight through, didn't we? 2 straight after each other, back on back. Love it. Liked. Lou, do you know what? I used to have it when I was younger. Then I just bought it one day because there wasn't any Heinz. And I remembered, and it's actually quite nice. No, nothing on steak. Nothing on steak, guys. HP sauce. I mean, it's nice, but it's not nothing special. HB sauce is okay, but if you cook your steak right, you don't need any sauce with it. What's RB? What's R what's RB sauce? Is that like a store? I've heard of Arby's, it's a store, isn't it? Is it like a Canadian store or something? I don't know, I don't know. Heinz 57's nice, yeah. Yeah, then salt, pepper, garlic, cook 4 minutes. Yeah. I normally cook it a little bit longer than you, Lefty, but same concept. Same concept. Arby's a fast food what, in Canada? Steak is gross. Spider, do not tell me that you don't like meat. We all know that you like meat. Raw steak. No, you like that. Ugh. Nah, Lefty, I like it a little bit more than that. Only a little bit more though, not much more. Have the receipts. Yeah, I don't like it when it's moving. I like it a little bit more than 4 and 2. I just Lou, I just had a pastry called I just had a Cornish beef, not Cornish beef, Cornish pastry. Eat hamburgers. What are you on about? Shelley, I'm with you, medium rare. Bloody lefties go in like rare, blue rare. Just not, you need to cook a little bit to seal it properly and stuff. Amanda, I've been shouting you out, Amanda. It's a roughly around there, I think, yeah. How do you think it's going, Amanda? Also, I don't know how to get in touch with you, Amanda, so I can't message you. I've eaten it rare before, yes, but I prefer medium rare. I last move. Yes, Erin. Yes, you go, Erin. No, like a lot of people in Wales are well done as well. You go to a restaurant, my father's a well done guy. My uncle is as well. Everything well done. My cousin, she was like a chef, so she used to shake her head every time. Well done. I was like, oh no. I have to go and apologize to the chef. No, I'm a kind of medium rare guy. I don't like the way Americans do burgers. You do burgers like rare and stuff. I don't like that. If I'm in America, I always have my burger well done. I won't have my steaks well done, but I'll have my burgers well done. My hubby calls my hamburgers hockey pucks. You just opened the door there, Erin. I'm sure Lefty might hit a shot in there. I don't know. I had a medium. I asked for a medium in Vegas, and it was rare. It was rare. I was like, There's done and there's hockey puck done. I don't understand what hockey puck means, but I thought it was some sexual innuendo, to be honest with you. No, fine, I agree, I would do it that, but whatever I had, it was just covered in you know, it was red. Not red, pink, just all throughout, like. I don't mind a little bit of pink, that's fine, but not the amount I always had in there. So I'll always just ask for well done then. Then a bit of water. Ah, I don't know where this false narrative of UK people boil everything. I don't know where that comes from. Hey Lou, what do you put on a chip butty then? You never said what you have on a chip butty. Tomato, ketchup, brown, barbecue, um, mayonnaise. Okay. Do you know what? Most people would slag you for that. I don't. So I used to have mayonnaise with ketchup. So I don't mind that. I don't mind that combo. So you're a fan of the white stuff. Good. Um, Erin, it's not Erin, sorry, Shelley, no. The UK version is much worse than the US version. Same as McDonald's. Like when we come out to America, your portion sizes in McDonald's are just huge compared to what they are in the UK. Um, kale, kale, granola. I know that. That's like a biscuit thing, yeah. Kale, Jesus. Yeah, mayo and red ketchup, absolutely, Lou, absolutely. Toxic, it's not. Beige or brown. What are you on about? It's not. It's a lovely cuisines here. Yeah. I never tried ranch, but yeah, same concept. Yeah, I've not seen a good KFC in the UK then, put it that way. McDonald's are fine here, they're great, but when you go out to America though, there's the portion size, it's like, what? What's this? You know, it's just like you ask for large in the UK, well, if you ask for a medium in the US, that's like a large in the UK. Never had ranch, no. Brisket's not normally fatty. I've never tried kale. Yeah, not a fan. Who, me? Am I alive? Yes. Smoking veggies, cabbage and corn. That sounds nice, Shelley. Oh, I mean, every meal I had in America, Lefty, they always come over with boxes going, "Oh, takeout?" It's like, "Yeah, I can't bloody finish it." And I had breakfast there once, like 10 stack of pancakes. I was like, didn't eat anything else throughout the day. I didn't even eat that. Do you want that in a box, sir? No, fucking bin it. I can't eat it. It's too much, man. Thousands Island and mayo together. Yeah, that's okay. That's not too bad. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. Traditional British food. Yeah, I mean, look, Indian food is obviously good in the UK, but we got fish and chips, faggots and mash, um, liqueur and whatever you call it, bangers and mash. with proper gravy. Most people order the small meals, not medium. Well, yeah, sorry, Spider. I mean, we order large here, but when you get to America, you could probably just do the small. I eat the whole steak, stack of pancake. But I'm not talking about McDonald's now. I'm talking about bloody restaurant pancakes. They were bloody thick and huge. Uh, yeah, it's a lot of calories. You haven't had a taco or ranch or biscuits. Well, so technically, I've had a taco because I've had the Doritos. I've had a few bags of Doritos, and that's like taco shells or whatever you call it. But actual taco with meat in it and stuff, no, I've not had that. Or ranch or biscuits and gravy, no. Once in a while, eat the fucking flapjacks. I love flapjacks. If you talk about the oats one, um, Mount Dew, they do sell Mount Dew. I've heard of Mount Dew. Is that a drink? Brown beige and white, and a bit of yellow because of the fish batter. American breakfast, yeah, I like. Yeah, fish and chips are nice. If you got the right restaurant, fish and chips are lovely. But if you get the wrong restaurant, you're done for. Um, Sarah, Sarah P. I've seen pictures of it, Sarah, but fuck, I won't get back into it again, but what we call it over here. But uh, oh, Spider Girl shouted at me again. Like, or shouted me on Twitter, Discord, and now here. No, Dan, not nearly the same. Lol. Well, it's the same concept, is. It's bloody Erin that told me. Are they nacho cheese Doritos? No. I've had nachos before. I've had nachos with cheese on it before. Um, we did not count as tacos, sorry. Bloody blame Erin, she told me. In the UK are proper good. Yeah, I mean, toxic depends. Yeah, Erin is my sauce, Jamie, yes. Um, s spag bol lasagna and stuff like that. That's really nice here as well, yeah. Don't like ranch, but I do make Dorito chicken. Yeah, Erin is my sauce, which I now feel a little bit like, uh-oh, maybe not the best sauce to have. Oh. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Apparently, it's a regional thing. The blue bag of Doritos there. I've tried the blue bag. I've had the blue, like they're called. Oh, what were they called? What was the red I've had? They're cool. Yeah, Cool Ranch. I've had Cool Ranch. It was cool. I remember it was a cool like flavor on it. I've had Cool Ranch. So I've had Ranch then. There we are. I've had Ranch then. I've had Ranch. I tried Ranch. Yeah, I get it. Lefty. I just said I've had Ranch then. Yeah, I'm sure it was cool something. Yeah, Jim, I will from now on. I will from now on. Costa Vida salads are so good. I don't know Costa Vida. Don't know that. Yeah, I'm sure it was cool something. Cool runnings. Cool runnings. Um, he's had what? You just said I had ranch. Cool Ranch Doritos. I've had Cool Ranch Doritos, yeah. I do not like jalapenos. Do not like hot stuff. No, Cool Ranch. It was cool something, so it must have been ranch then. So I don't know. I'm just going with it's cool something. Hang on, let me Google it then. I can't handle spice. Anything above a korma, I struggle. Doritos. Um, oh no, it's not Cool Ranch. It's not Cool Ranch. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah. Everybody, rock your body right. Back streets back, alright. Bam 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 bam. Oh do 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 do. So here we are. Doritos Cool Original Crisps. Hang on, I need to bring it back down again. Cool Original. Cool Original. And this one, I've tried this one before as well. This is nice. Oh, you can't see it. Tangy cheese. Let's see if I zoom in here. So tangy cheese is quite nice. Cool Doritos. Oh, where's the bar gone? Creamy cheese. Oh, creamy spicy. Heat wave. Original and heat wave. Oh, okay, so Cool Ranch. Yeah, Cool Original. There's no flavor to it if I remember. I do not like roast pork. Ugh. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah. Lord, just because you ate the flavored chip doesn't mean you've had the food we are talking. Um, Lefty told me that if I've had Doritos Ranch, I've had ranch. Would you? So, but for me, if I've had Cool Ranch, I've had ranch. Judge W. Bain. Bum 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 bum. Well, there we are. So JB argue with Lefty because he's the one that said I have. Oh, Feral. I looked into it. It's like £35 a month or something. I did think once I grow a lot bigger, I can do box openings and stuff like that. But yeah, when we get the channel up to a certain amount, because I love mugs and stuff, and I'd love to get mugs from uh, every city in the US, like and NFL stuff. I love it. Yeah, become a member, folks. See, Feral, I won't pick on you if you tell everyone to Uh, to become a member, I won't pick on you. I sent an old friend a box of American chocolates to London and yeah, it can be quite dear. Sending food, you're more than welcome then. But as I say, I think it's about 35. Well, so it's more like $45 a month to have a PO box. Like I don't know. I think you were. I think they saw you come in, Lefty. Is it? I think America. Right. So for me, international shipping sucks to from America to here. That's what sucks. Let me tell you, all your taxes I have to bloody pay. Unbelievable. So my store goes on Amazon wish list. Oh yeah, I could do that, couldn't I? My only wish list is like NFL stuff. I don't wish for anything. I've got, everything but that and ketchup chips. Like I've had ketchup chips. We used to have that here. Ketchup chips. Walkers. We used to have those. So whenever I buy merch from Barstool or Pat McAfee, oh my days. So if you go into my store, oh hang on, let me promote my store as well. Ketchup chips are disgusting. They are disgusting. I'm not promoting it. I'm just saying they're disgusting. Let me go in here for a second. Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you kids a story here. Let me get this out then. Stop screen. Present. Yeah, I'm not a fan of chip ketchup chip. Right. Do you know how much hassle this is for me? I've had to put them in like American and Canadian and stuff. Oh, let me get to the American version. Hang on. Oh shit, wrong one. You guys are I had to slave for this. So, when you buy something from my store, I pay I all the taxes, all the delivery charges, everything is in that $46. I've no idea if it's cheap or not, but I used to hate it going to the checkout and be like, "Oh, that's an extra £8." This is what Lady Law got. So shipping's free in the price, like. So I don't know. Absolutely not. Which one's my favorite? This is probably one of my favorites, actually. American and Canadian customers only. Hello, ladies. Let's go into it. Anyway, whatever. But anyway, everything's in the price because I'm a legend. But I hate all the taxes and the hidden costs. UK VAT. You have the navy blue one, yeah. They're nice. They're genuinely really nice. Like Madwell said, top quality, and they are really top quality. But it's the hidden cost, taxes and VAT and shit like that. Anyway, that's enough grumbling. Right, presents. Oh, present. Screen. Progress. Fine. Jesus, that's too big. Ba ba bum 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 bum. Yeah, so PO box for me, right, for 12 months is £330. And let's see how much of that is in, so you can see how much that is. 330 in dollars. Basically £424, $424 for a year. Do you know what I mean? So it's equivalent to about $42 a month because you get 2 months off if you buy a bulk buy. Ba-ra-ba-ra-bum-bum. Where is this judge now? I thought they were coming back by now. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. What's Lefty doing, fuck's sake, so now? Spider, you also need to post a picture of that hoodie as well. I can put tiny chewy mints and peanuts on the table. So mint and a peanut. Nice. That's a combo. Yeah, I can imagine Lighthouse. I can imagine Lou. Oh yeah, because you obviously yes. Is your sister, isn't it? Or your brother's out there? Sister, isn't it? That's out there now. That's nice though, isn't it? Go to Dallas. Oh, so you like the Cowboys? Ugh. Let me entertain you. Robbie Williams in the house. Let me entertain you. Cadbury's caramel eggs are the best. Yeah, but they're so tiny now, though. This chocolate bars have gone so small now. It's not even worth buying it 2 bites and it's done, or even 1 bite in some cases. That's yes. We've had this convo. I remember, because I was confused for a while. How is she now? Yeah, I get it now. Visa wise, yeah, I get it. Got it. Get it. Get it. Got it. Good. Get it. Got it. Good. Get it? Yes. Got it? Yes. Good. Chocolate and caramel, superior sweet. Yes, they're lovely. Yeah, I can imagine. Like Easter eggs. I love Easter eggs. Do you know what I mean? People say it's for kids. No, it's not. It's for anybody. Thanksgiving's big for you guys, though, isn't it? That's what the big thing is there. Oh, fuck's sakes, Lefty. Oh, have I been demonetized from this one as well? Let's have a look. Ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-ba. We've had 19 subscribers today. Thank you very much, everyone. We had 20 yesterday, and we had something like 20 the day before as well. So yeah, 19 so far today. Brilliant. That's the way I like it. That's the way I like it. Bum 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 ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum 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 bum. No, I've not been limited yet. So far, so good. No restrictions on this video. Bam, bam, bam. Oh my god, looking at the wrong video, that's why. No, still no restrictions so far. Happy days. Bam, 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 bam. Clotted cream, Lou. I like clotted cream. I do like clotted cream. I'll be honest with you. I I do like on cakes. I love clotted cream. Chocolate covered cherries with no, you lost me. Spider, it's time for bed, yeah? Strawberry road trigger flowers. I like clotted cream. I do. On cakes. Tomas just drove down a private road to dig up flowers. What's wrong with people, Shelley? What's wrong with them? They don't follow this stream to know you're a goddess in this stream anyway. What's wrong with them? I I was Spider Girl. Time for bed, I think. If you think that chocolate on top of cherries. It's just a bit thicker cream. It's nice. It's like you have fresh cream and stuff. I don't know what a strawberry crimpet tasty cakes is. No, it's not like cottage cheese, Becky. It's for clotted cream is for desserts. It's like, oh, how can I describe it? Um, so I've got a picture here for you. I'll show you the picture. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I need to take it off again. So I love this. This is my kind of food. Dun, 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 dun. No, you're all disgusting. You're all disgusting. You Americans with your fucking cream cheese and shit like that. Eat decent food, guys. Eat decent food. Here we go. Share. See that? Ugh. So you see in a bowl there, and they put in scones and stuff. It is thick. Yeah, yeah, it's not whipped cream. No, it's thicker. So you guys call these biscuits. Essentially, these are your biscuits. These are our scones. I know. Well, I like that, Lou. So that's the way I do it. I always jam first, then clotted cream on top. So these are your equivalent to biscuits, guys. So your biscuits we call scones. That's it. The only difference is we have like sultanas or something in it. That's essentially though what your biscuits are. Bam 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 bam. Cents. Shit's creaking. I don't know why they call it clotted cream. I just I've never thought about it before. It's quite natural. It's quite normal. Well, yeah. I don't know how they make it, but Yeah, it's the same kind of texture as creme fraiche. It's just not same taste. Mm. You know, so same kind of thickness probably. Yeah, clotted cream is lovely. It's the same kind of texture as creme fraiche, but just the taste is a lot like sweeter, I'd say. Yeah, but no one really calls it spotted dick. I mean, saying that, I was in a restaurant a couple of weeks ago and they had spotted dick on the menu. So my niece was like, "Spotted dick." They were laughing because obviously they're like teenagers now. Spotted dick. But yeah, no, I don't know. Crumpet is the thing you put in a toaster, isn't it? But we spell it Crumpet. Crumpet, soft thing. Put it in, toast it, and then bit of butter on it. Happy days, crumpet. Just drink tea. No, I don't drink tea. I drink instant coffee. Instant coffee. Toad in the hole. Yeah, that's it. Toad in the hole is lovely. Toad in the hole. I don't eat it enough because it's so fattening, but it is nice. Toad in the hole is one of the best meals. If you ever need, try it because it's lovely. Blood sausage. Do you mean black pudding or white pudding? Yeah, I do like that. Yeah. I mean, no, not Shelley. No, Shelley. No, Shelley. Behave. No, I not that. The on bloody hell, not that. Uh, we call. I think it's the same thing. Like black pudding. Oh, excuse me, white pudding. I think it's the same for you guys. You just call it bloodshot sausage. But I do like that one at breakfast now and again. But also hash browns for us are like those rectangle things from what do you call it, McDonald's. Your hash browns is like fucking pile a plate done with some mush or whatever. Blood sausage, it's Irish, yes. Well, it's Irish and it's Scottish, Mecky. It's not it. It would be gross though. Right, where are these now then? Because we for anybody new here, we don't ask much here. We're a nice channel. I know you haven't joined us, but please like and subscribe. That's bigger a war in PA than Steelers versus Eagles, Jesus. And please consider joining the Blue Wenches. Yeah, the Blue Wenches. You get invited to Discord, or you don't have to go if you don't want to, but you basically support the channel. Text him right now, see what you are. So please don't go. Please don't go. Oh, please don't go. Shall I sing a Welsh song? Yeah, let's sing a Welsh song. Nid yw'n gofyn bywyd moethus a'r y byd a'i berlau man. Gofyn rwyf am galon hapus, calon o nes calon lan. Calon lan yn llawn daioni, tic a chyw na'r lili dlos. Dim ond calon lan all canu. Canu'r dydd a chanu'r nos. Wey! Don't all applaud at once, but thank you, thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's not every stream you get like Welsh songs and um you know, get to watch a trial. Oh, here they are. Here they are.
Recalling the Hollendorfer case.
Oh shit, I need to wait. I'll be
half
back
the
now. I need to put my
people
lights on.
Are here is
Ms. Peroney's just in the hall with a witness, Your Honor.
okay. And we might not need her right away. My understanding is you're anticipating, or we are anticipating finishing between 3 and 4 today.
That's right, Your Honor. That's our best guess.
And do you agree with that estimate?
I mean, from the list I just saw, it looks like potential. It could be that short.
Okay. What I'd like to do is maybe just have Ms. Hanson tell the jury this so that the one juror who has to call for her ride, who lives 45 minutes away, could call now to give that estimate to that person, and then we'd bring the jury in.
That sounds perfect, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection to that? Okay. The estimate is 3:30 to 4.
Say 4 then. You see, I don't get the same respect as that, singing for you guys, singing for my supper, like. Ah, mm, staying alive, say staying alive. And for those who say I'm out of tune, piss off, because I can't sing in tune because of the bloody copyright stuff. So I have to be a bit out of tune. So stupid. Come on, just saves me having to sing.
All right, jury.
Lefty. That's fake news. Make sure you've liked and subscribed, guys, please. Love you. No, I don't. No, I don't. Voice of an angel. Voice of an angel. Ba 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 ba.
Please be seated. The jury is back. People's next witness.
Your Honor, the people would next call Detective Jennifer.
Come on up here towards the podium or the bench. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, just one moment. Sorry. Could you please introduce yourself and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Detective Jennifer Arndt. That's ARNDT
And where are you currently employed?
with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked for the sheriff's office?
I am going on my 16th year.
Okay, and what is your current assignment there?
I'm currently assigned to the investigations unit. I'm responsible for major crimes and cold cases.
And how long have you been a detective?
I'm going on 5 years.
Okay. Did you have to do the normal academy and continuing training to be a police officer?
Yes,
And were you ever assigned a case of a missing person named Kara Nichols?
yes.
When was that?
That was in January of 2022.
Okay. At the time, you said you were assigned to cold cases. How did Kara Nichols' case kind of come to your attention?
One of my coworkers was looking into it and came to me and said, "Hey, I would like to go follow up on an interview."
Okay, and was that the interview with Christina Palmer?
Yes.
Okay. And so once that interview happened, and we've heard about that, did your team start moving the investigation forward?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, approximately 3 months after she was first interviewed, did you go to Virginia to interview her in person?
Yes.
And was that done at a local law enforcement office?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was recorded?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about some specific statements that she may have made to you. During that conversation, and I'm sorry, this was in May of 2022?
Correct. May 4th, 2022, I believe.
Thank you. Did you talk to her about whether or not she had a conversation with her daughter about the allegations against her father?
Yes.
And did she remember having that conversation with her daughter?
She did not initially remember when she had that conversation.
Okay. When you were talking about, did she say, "I didn't necessarily recall it," referring to the conversation with her daughter?
Correct.
But that her daughter told her, "Yes, we've already had this conversation."
Yes.
Okay. And she told you that they had moved to Colorado in the June of 2007?
Correct.
And that she knew that I'm going to go back a little bit here. When she was talking about her ex-husband, who was she referring to?
Joel Hollendorfer.
And during the course of this investigation, have you ever seen Joel Hollendorfer in person?
Yes.
Once or more than once?
Once.
Once, okay. And do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I see him sitting over there and he's got a tie on.
What color tie? Is it solid or striped?
It looks solid, but I didn't bring my glasses and I can't see that far necessarily, so I apologize. I can't give you a description.
But the solid tie?
Yes.
If the witness, or if the record could reflect the witness has identified the witness. Thank you. And so during your conversation with Ms. Palmer, did she relate to you that she knew that the defendant had used drugs in the past?
Yes.
And one of those drugs was cocaine?
Yes.
And that she thought that the drugs kind of started in 2008?
Yes. Well,
I'm sorry, probably 2008?
I believe the words were in 2008 is when it got really bad.
Okay.
But she talked about actually it starting before then, but it got really bad in 2008.
Understood. And that one of the other drugs was methamphetamine, meth?
Yes.
And she thought that that was probably sometime at least between 2014 and 2016? Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your report?
Yes. I don't specifically remember the dates on that one.
Sure. May I first, please?
Yes.
Look, and then your memory is refreshed.
I believe it was crack that was between that time, between 2014 and 16.
Okay.
I thought meth was before then.
So she related to you that the defendant was using crack cocaine around 2014 to 2016. And prior to that, it was methamphetamine use.
Correct.
I think in the conversation, I know since I have the transcript that one of the next topics of conversation you had was about Ms. Palmer's sex life with the defendant and the use of what she referred to as choking during sex. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And she indicated that she asked for that, right?
Yes.
And that it was usually one hand.
Yes.
And that she at first had to ask him to apply more pressure.
Yes.
And that the pressure she thought it was about a 7 or 8
Correct.
out of 10.
Yes.
And she indicated to you that she would normally kind of hold her breath while this was happening.
Yes.
And that if the pressure was too much, she would tap him or pull his hand or his wrist.
Yes.
And then did she also say that over time and doing it over the years and everything, he just got to know like immediately where my level was?
Yes.
And that later on, so there really wasn't a whole lot of times later on when I would have to, touch his wrist or, his shoulder or anything like that. I really wouldn't have to.
Yes.
Do you remember asking her about how long what she referred to as choking would last?
Yes.
And I say referred to as choking. Is there a difference between choking and strangulation?
Yes.
Okay, technically, right?
Technically, well, yeah, they're the same thing, different term, but
Okay.
I guess if I look at it in
Okay. So a lot of people refer to it as choking and strangulation interchangeably.
yes.
Okay. And did she say that the choking would normally last maybe 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Did she say that during this time, I probably would have been able to croak something out if I needed to, but it would have been a strain to try and speak?
Yes.
Did she confirm that she and the defendant had divorced in December of 2012?
Yes.
And that at that time she was living at a house on Lazy Stream?
Yes.
All right. And then when you were talking with her about when the defendant had confessed to her what had happened in 2012, did she say that after I read the arrest affidavit and saw the course he took, it reminded me that while he was telling me this, he was taking me along the same course in the truck?
Yes.
And that was a realization she had made after reading a police report that had been released?
Yeah, I believe she says after reading the arrest affidavit.
Okay. Did she also tell you that he said that was where it had happened at the gas station and mentioned that there's no cameras back there?
She said she remembered a mention of cameras.
Okay.
Yes.
And that this conversation started along the lines of the defendant saying, I really need to talk to you about something. I need to get something off my chest, like something horrible has happened.
Yes.
And she said that the defendant had told her that he had ordered the escort and that while they were having sex in his car, he was high.
Yes.
And that while they were having sex, he was choking her. And the next thing that he knew, she was dead.
Yes.
And that later that night, he talked to his mom. He told her what he did.
Yes.
And then a little bit later that they decided they were going to just bury it on top of the horse grave.
Yes.
And she didn't, she said, I don't know if he got the backhoe out or what,
Yes.
but that he put her in there and covered her with trash bags and put, I think in the transcript it says, and put lines down. Was that a correct, I guess?
I think it was supposed to be lime.
Okay. And that John, the defendant's father, didn't know, to my understanding, from what Joel told me, that John didn't know until after the search was done on the farm in October of 2014.
Correct.
And that he felt like he caused his dad's heart attack because he had told his dad what had happened.
Yes.
Do you remember having an exchange with Miss Palmer about the trunk of the defendant's car, that Nissan Altima?
Yes.
And she said, I do not 100% recall, like clearly, but when I was talking to the FBI, for some reason, I recalled some kind of conversation with Joel about the trunk of his Altima.
Yes.
Did she also state that Joel made the statement that there were no cameras at the gas station?
Yes.
And did she state that she did not want to believe this was possible?
Yes.
Later on, do you remember asking her if she was aware of which horse was buried in the grave that he had put Kara?
Yes.
And did she state, at the time I was initially interviewed in February, I did not. After having read things, I now know which horse.
Yes.
And during your interview with Miss Palmer, I think we've talked about it twice already, when she had read something afterward and that affected her answer, did she indicate that?
Yes.
Did she also state to you that it was not something that he and I talked about a lot, because after we had that conversation we had in the truck, I don't believe I ever wanted to talk about it again?
Yes.
Did she also tell you, I hate to put it callously, I really do, but it kind of became a joke for me after a few years. I would joke with any boyfriend or something, oh yeah, my ex-husband supposedly killed someone.
Yes.
And did she tell you, I'm not going to ask you a specific statement here, did she tell you that she had a very extreme reaction after she was told that Kara was found on the property?
Yes.
Do you also remember asking her about whether or not, well, I guess kind of confronting her with a statement that the defendant had made about his wife, Miss Palmer, liking crime shows and suggesting the theory that Kara was trying to follow him home and that's why her phone ended up out there?
Yes.
And that she denied making that statement to the defendant?
Yes.
She said, I don't recall having any knowledge prior to the conversation in the truck.
Yes.
A little later, you went back to talking about strangulation during sex. And did Miss Palmer say, it was just in the very beginning, but once he got a sense for me, once we got a sense for each other and everything, there was never a discussion about it again. And I should preface that with, your question was about tapping on the hand.
Yes.
Do you remember Miss Palmer stating that she never blacked out while this choking or strangulation was going on?
Yes.
And she stated, I'd probably be able to get some sounds out, but I don't know if I'd be able to get a word out.
Correct.
Later, when you were speaking with her about what Betty Hollendorfer might have known, did she state that unfortunately is not extremely clear on my recollection. The only thing that I recall was that he had said that he and Betty had had a conversation.
Yes.
So after, and you had received an initial kind of report from the FBI about their conversation with Ms. Palmer in February of 2022, is that right?
Correct.
And after that, what was your immediate next step?
After that, we obtained a search warrant for the property.
Okay. Did you also bring the defendant into the sheriff's office?
When we obtained the search warrant at that time, at the same time, we brought the defendant and Betty Hollendorfer in for an interview.
Okay. And did you observe the defendant's interview that day?
I got to observe part of it.
Part of it? And did you, along with Ms. Gouliad, interview Betty Hollendorfer that day?
Yes.
And then after both of those interviews were done, did you guys, Detective Gallagher and yourself, did you kind of compare notes as to what was said by both the defendant and his mother?
Yes.
And at that point, did you decide to try to do a dig out at the property?
Yes.
Was the FBI ERT, the evidence recovery team brought in?
Yes.
Also, during the course of your investigation, did you have a conversation with a woman named Colleen Geist?
Yes.
And was that conversation recorded?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Students Exhibit 121. Recognize what I handed you?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
The audio interview with Colleen Geist.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of the interview with these guys?
Yes.
At this time, the people would move to introduce or to admit and publish Exhibit 121 into evidence.
121's admitted, permission to publish granted.
This is, and this is just audio, is it correct?
Correct.
And this recording is approximately 5 minutes long. So speaker. Unmute it and then see what it says.
To be quite honest with you, Mickey, I'm not sure. I don't think they do. But they got just confessions and stuff like that.
I
Essentially.
apologize. We did fix this over the break.
You were that he bought, correct?
Yes.
And my understanding is you guys dated.
No, I knew his dad. His dad owned Harris Auto. And I wouldn't really call it dated. We hung out. His dad and I were really close. John, we were really close. And we hung out a lot. He also works in Colorado Springs. So he would stay at my place. So he didn't have so far to travel for work because he didn't have a reliable vehicle at the time. So then his dad, John, had asked me if I would co-sign on this truck because him and his wife couldn't because they were in the middle of, he didn't tell me what, but in the middle of purchasing something. And they couldn't extend any more credit.
So how would you describe your and Joel's relationship?
I mean, more like I said, like a friend type thing, I guess. I don't know when any of this, I guess it's been a while. And there was this car that he was driving that didn't run, quote unquote, run very good. One thing I do remember about this car is he was very anxious to get rid of it. Like the dealership was like, I don't need to take it on. We're not gonna take it on trade because it's not worth anything. It was like I can't remember, of some sort. And I only remember what color it was. I remember it was a tan one. But I don't remember the kind. And the dealership, he's like, well, can I do this on trade? And the dealership's like, and he said, it's been sitting out at my parents' house. I haven't had it running very often. Obviously, he drove it to my house every once in a while, but then he would, like, maybe twice, but then John would always bring him into town. Then one of his coworkers would pick him up and take him to work. That's why he needed this truck. And so he could, because he had started working in construction. But anyway, he was telling the dealership, they were like, well, we won't give you anything for it. He's like, that's fine. I want to get rid of it. And they're like, well, at the dealership? Yeah, because I had to sign the paperwork.
For the
And the dealership.
That's what I'm trying for the he was trying to trade in the Nissan for the truck.
For the truck.
Okay.
He was trying to get.
I was confused.
No, he was trying to trade it in for the truck, and they said, well, we won't even give you $1,500 for it. It's not worth anything because you don't even know. And he said the tires didn't even know the ran. Well, then they said we don't really want it, and he's like, well, can I bring it here anyway just to get it out? My parents want me to get it off their land, and the dealership's like, oh yeah, so we're just gonna take it to an auction. You're not getting anything for it, and so they took it in. He took it, and then after that, I didn't have anything to do with it. He took it. Him and his ex-wife took it to the dealership, and it was off. I didn't hear much from it.
Anxious to get rid of it because he was like, giving it to the dealer for free.
Yeah, basically. Because he said his parents wanted it off their property and he didn't know where else to take it. And I told him, I was like, your dad owns a junkyard. Like, take it there. I was like, have them part it out. He's like, oh, my dad doesn't want it. It's too old. Which at the time, it wasn't. I worked at that junkyard for, not that specific one, but I worked at junkyards for 11 years. And at the time, somebody would have taken it. One of them would have taken it. Dad doesn't want it. I was like, we'll take it across the road to ABC or something. Like, no, I just want to take it to, I don't know why he was insisting on taking it to the dealership, but I was like, or take it to the, I was like, why wouldn't your dad have you take it to the crusher if you just wanted to get rid of it? Adamant about, the dealership said they would take it, that's where I'm taking it. I said, okay, and left it at that.
No further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Hi, Detective. Hello. Just following up really briefly. When Ms. Palmer told you that it would be strange to speak when they were engaging in this choking, she also told you that she would hold her breath.
Yes.
And she told you that if the pressure, although rare, was ever too much, that he would relent when she tapped his wrist.
Yes.
About the vehicle, so she's telling you on one hand that it was her understanding that during this time period, shortly before they signed for the truck, Mr. Hollendorfer did not have a reliable vehicle, right?
Who are you talking about?
This
Chris-
is what,
Was this with Colleen Geist or
did
Christina?
I say
Palmer?
Christina? I'm so sorry.
Well, at first you started talking about Christina, so I didn't know if we.
I was, so sorry, I switched people on you.
Okay.
I'm switching to Carlina. Yes, she said that it was her understanding that she didn't have a reliable vehicle. Or
Correct.
he didn't have a reliable vehicle.
Correct.
And it was rare that he would drive that one.
It was, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, rare that he would drive that one.
Yes.
And then she said he was anxious to get rid of it.
Yes,
So to be clear, this time period that we're talking about where they go and they sign for this truck and get rid of the Ultimate is in 2014, right?
yes.
And it's in like the spring of 2014.
I don't remember what month it was.
Okay. But Kara Nichols went missing in 2012, right?
Yes.
Did anyone ever, to your knowledge, I think you might not have been in the case the whole time, but to your knowledge, did anyone ever follow up with that dealership to see if this statement about what the value of the Altima was accurate?
Not to my knowledge.
Or whether, you know, this $1,500 value or no value or whichever was actually true?
Not to my knowledge.
And were you aware that after this vehicle was traded at the Ford dealership, it was traded a couple more times afterward?
I was aware of that.
And somebody actually purchased it for their kid.
Yes,
And that's where it was eventually located.
yes.
When you spoke to going back to Miss Palmer, in 2000, this was in May of 2022, right?
Correct.
And were you aware at the time that she had been spoken to twice before?
Yes,
And had you reviewed those statements,
yes.
those prior statements? Okay. So when you sat down with her, you kind of knew the context or the content, I guess, of those prior interviews?
Yes.
Okay. And in the prior interview, she said that this conversation that she had with Joel was in 2016, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. But then when she interviewed with you, it was 2014 that she said it occurred. Or did she?
I believe she said it was 2014 because she talked about when his dad died.
Okay. So shortly afterward.
Yes.
And one of the things that she talked about with you was that, so to be clear, at this time in May, all of this has happened where Mr. Hollendorfer has been charged by now.
When I interviewed her?
Yeah,
Yes,
because he was charged in February.
yes,
And so, and then she said that since then, she's kind of almost had this obsession where she had to look at everything.
she made that statement.
And that she had to review every comment that was made, every post, every video, newscast, right?
I know that she said she looked at, I can't say verbatim that she looked at all that, but I know that she was looking at a lot of that stuff
Okay, so,
from the interview.
and this is on video, obviously.
Yes.
And you know, I know that you know that it's
Well,
on
I
video.
can't, it's a quote. I mean, that sounds right. I know that she was looking at it all and comments, but
Okay.
yes.
Fair enough. And then she said it was getting to the point where she like had to stop because she was losing her mind.
Yes.
And when just the conversation that she said she didn't recall having with her daughter, the content of that conversation that we're talking about would have been her telling her daughter that Caitlin is the daughter, that her father, Caitlin's father, Joel, admitted some horrific version of killing someone.
Yes.
And so this is Joel's daughter who would have been the one who would have admitted this.
Yes.
Did that even make sense? I think I said
Think
that
so.
backwards. Okay. But that would have been her dad.
Right.
Okay, so that would have been a conversation that Christina had with her daughter about her own dad.
Yes.
And she was saying that she didn't recall whether that happened prior to the arrest.
I guess I'm not understanding your timeline. That Christina,
She didn't recall whether she'd ever had that conversation with Caitlin.
she didn't
before.
remember having that conversation with Caitlin.
Okay.
She's a slow speaker, very
That's all I
concise.
have. Thank you.
Redirect.
She's very confusing, yes.
So Ms. Cox was just asking you that originally, Ms. Palmer had stated this conversation had been, the conversation in the truck between herself and the defendant had happened in 2016. And then when thinking about John Hollendorfer's death, she said it was in 2014. Do you remember that question, Neen?
Yes.
Okay. And that she made statements that after the news of the arrest broke, she was obsessed with media, looking at all of the comments, losing her mind, had to stop, correct?
Yes.
That all happened after she talked to agents with the FBI and after she talked to Detective Houston with your office, correct?
Correct.
And then your interview happened after that kind of obsessive media thing.
Correct.
Even though that happened in between, did she give you the same information in May of 2022 that she had given other law enforcement in February of 2022?
Yes.
That information being that the defendant had strangled an escort and buried her on his parents' property on a horse grave.
Yes.
That never changed.
No.
Some of the dates or when she thought things might have happened, those changed.
If she had originally told 2016, I don't remember her saying that, but if she did, yes.
Okay. So some of those details changed, but that substantive statement did not change.
No.
Before she read police reports, after she read them, didn't change.
No.
Before this media obsession that she had and after, didn't change.
No.
No further questions. Thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. The people's next witness would be Miranda Salinas.
Miranda. But we've still got the 45-minute video to watch, haven't we? So. Or audio, whatever it is.
Sorry.
Remember that audio before lunch they couldn't
Come on
play?
up here, ma'am, towards the bench. And raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through.
Good afternoon. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
It's Miranda Salinas, Salinas.
And Ms. Salinas, where are you employed?
The Health Memorial Central.
And how long have you been employed there?
2 years next month.
What capacity are you employed there?
So I work as a forensic nurse.
And as part of your duties as a forensic nurse, are you tasked with taking biological samples?
Correct, in some cases, yes.
And did you have contact with Joel Hollendorfer on February 7th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you tasked with taking samples from him?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, I'm showing you what has been marked as People's Exhibit 11. Can you take a look at it and let me know if you recognize it?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
This is the evidence collection kit that I collected and sealed. My name is on here.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
It is.
Your Honor, the people would move to admit Exhibit 11 into evidence.
11's admitted.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No, Judge, sorry.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Thank you.
What a complete
Would
waste.
you like this back? Complete way. Thank you.
What a complete waste of time. She's had a day off today just to come in here. Sarah, I've been shouting and shouting at them. Today, I've had enough.
Your Honor, people's next witness is Deputy Herman.
It's just, It's as if they're just thick, like they can't shuffle over. Like even the camera, whoever's in charge of the camera should say, "Can you just come over a little bit?" Yeah, absolutely. What a waste of time.
Come on up towards the bench. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Have a seat.
So help you God.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Christopher Herman, Herman.
And where are you currently employed, sir?
I'm employed with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the sheriff's office?
This is my 19th year.
Okay. I'm just going to jump right in. On February 7th of last year, 2022, were you asked to use an agency drone to take some photographs?
Yes, I was.
And do you remember the address of that location that you were going to use to get a photograph of?
I apologize. I don't remember the numbers, but it's on Burgess Road.
Okay. Does 9665 Burgess Road sound correct?
Yes.
So can you tell me a little bit about this drone and how often you use it?
Sure. The exact drone was a DJI Mavic 2. It's a small drone that we utilize for multiple different reasons. We've had it since 2021 is we've got that particular drone. That particular is a zoom, so it has a 6x zoom on the camera that hangs off the gimbal.
Off the gimbal?
The gimbal,
gimbal,
yeah,
okay.
the piece on the front that holds the camera keeps it steady.
Okay, thank you. And so did you do this? Did you take the drone out to 9665 Burgess to take some photographs?
I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 189 through 190. I'm sorry, 193. Recognize what I handed you?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are still photographs from the drone that I took the photographs with that day.
And are they a fair and accurate representation of the photographs that you took with the drone that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit and publish exhibits 189 to 193 into evidence. Objection.
So admitted, granted.
I'm going to project them behind you. You can look there, or if you want to look at the ones in front of you, whatever is best for you. So this is People's Exhibit 189, and there's a road running on the right side of this photograph. Is that Burgess Road?
Yes, it is.
And then we can also kind of see a driveway with some vehicles in the upper left quadrant. Was that the road that other law enforcement on your team was going down?
Yes.
Okay. So looking at Exhibit 190. On this photograph, can you tell us where Burgess is?
Burgess is in the top right-hand corner.
And so
The
if you would
paved
look
road.
behind you, is it this road right here?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and then this is the street that we saw those cars coming down?
That's the driveway, yes.
Driveway, not a street. Okay. And then can we also see the residents on this property
Yes, we can.
right in this area?
Yes.
Okay, and there are multiple other buildings. Were those barns and things of the like for this horse farm?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 191. So we can still see, we can kind of see the residents up at that top right-hand area and the barns and the paddock area. And then this, the bottom left, or basically the bottom half of this photograph, that's just back pasture?
Yes.
Okay, there weren't any buildings or anything back there that you
No.
could see. Okay. 192, is this just a kind of different angle and view of that back pasture area?
Correct.
And it's covered by the little connection thing, but up at the top near the middle, that's where the residence is?
Correct.
Okay. And then in this particular photograph, is there a vehicle down here in like on the bottom border?
Yes, there is.
And were you aware that a search or an excavation was done on this property?
Yes, I was.
And did that happen after you had taken these photographs?
It is, yes, it was.
Okay. And so then People's Exhibit 193. And there's a street up here in the top left. Is that Burgess?
Sorry, I'm just trying to get my bearings on it.
That's okay.
Yes. It actually might be Regor.
Okay. Because Burgess would be
Burgess would be behind it. Yeah, it would be
or down.
back this direction, I believe, to the bottom.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go back to People's 192 real quick.
Okay.
So in this area, we already talked about the car in the bottom left. Is there kind of a cleared area or an area where it's not completely treed
Yes, there is.
over by that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, is that where the dig site was?
I was told that's where it was possibly going to be, but I wasn't there whenever they started digging, so.
Understood. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, Judge.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Thank you.
I mean, surely
That's
something can be done by this. Like, what a complete. We'll talk about food now. Good. I like that. Homemade bread, lovely. The last two witnesses, it's like, might as well film them or Skype them in or something. That might be the last witness,
come on
maybe.
up towards the bench and
Oh,
I'll
no.
swear you in.
I'm lying.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Come on through.
Yes. Hope everyone's okay out there. Chat away. Please like and subscribe and join
I'm
the
sorry,
channel
those
if you
aren't-
want to. You can
problem.
join for the bottom level and you get everything.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, I'm Detective Michael Callis. It's
And-
spelled,
Go ahead.
sorry, last name spelled Callis. Michael is Michael.
Thank you. And where do you currently work?
I work for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office here in El Paso County.
And you said you're a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you worked for the sheriff's office?
I've worked for the Sheriff's Office for 7 years,
And how long have you been a detective?
for 3 years.
All right. Were you working as a detective with the sheriff's office on February 7th of last year?
Yes,
And were you were you asked to assist with a search of a residence out in Black Forest?
yes,
Was that 9665 Burgess Road?
yes, ma'am.
Did you conduct a search of that residence?
Yes.
And did you take photographs while you were doing that?
Photographs were taken
Okay.
while we were searching it, yes.
Okay. And so I am handing you what has been marked as People's Exhibit 151 You just kind of flip through and see if you recognize those generally.
Suzanne, you spot on, Suzanne and Mickey. Yes, your left, detective.
Sorry, at this point, I mean, we don't need to go through all of it because there's quite a few unless you're at the end. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these, and what do you recognize them to be?
They're photographs of the residents at 9665 that we searched on that day.
Okay, and are they fair and accurate representations of the scene that you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit exhibits 151 through 188 into evidence and publish. No, Judge?
So admitted, published, yes.
All right. So I have them projected behind you, and then you also have the hard copies in front of you. This is People's Exhibit 151. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the front driveway. So right behind the sign is the driveway that leads into the residence.
And People's Exhibit 152.
That is a photograph of the driveway that heads into the property.
Obviously, we can see snow on the ground at this time. Is that right?
Correct.
Exhibit 153.
This is the side of the house on the driveway side.
All right. And so the left in the photograph, to the left of the house, this would go out to Burgess Road in that front pasture.
Correct. So from this photograph, if you turned and looked to your left, it would face the road that these other photos were taken from.
154.
I believe this is the back of the residence. Yeah, back of the residence.
It kind of looks like the front of a residence. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And so this, at this side of the house would look over that back pasture area, the wooded area.
Correct.
155.
This is the entry to the house, and I believe this is from the back of the house. It's that back door, I believe, that you can see from the previous photo.
Okay, if you can look behind you, so this door right here.
Yes, ma'am.
156.
This is room labeled A, the kitchen of the residence.
Okay. And so when you originally went into the residence, were there these lettered room labels there? Originally went in?
No, we put those room labels in there because of the layout of the house. It can be kind of confusing with the way that the pictures portray it. So the way that we organize it a little bit easier for us and for everybody else involved in the case is we labeled the rooms. So that's the labels that you see on the rooms.
Okay. And that was done after an initial kind of search?
Yes, after the initial photos.
Understood. Thank
Yeah.
you. So 157.
This is a room that we labeled B. It's the lower dining room and living room area.
And 158.
This is looking out. I'm not sure which.
To look at, sorry, 157.
Yeah, this is so that window in the very back of, yeah, that window right there, that's looking out this window.
And the area that we can see through the windows, that's the front of the property closest to Burgess?
Correct.
Thank you. Exhibit 159.
159 is room C. It's kind of like a porch area, and it's got a small wet bar in it. And it's got I'm pretty sure there's a door that heads out, and I believe this is on the back of the house.
Okay.
I'd have to go back, but.
And 160?
This is further into that room, just so you can see out the windows.
And through these windows, we can see the trees that you would be able to view from that room?
Yes.
Thank you. 161.
This is room labeled D. This is the entryway to the office area.
Okay. And 162.
This is photograph of the filing cabinet and the area where these planners were found. I located these planners in the bottom of that filing cabinet. That's why they're pulled out right in front of where I found them.
And this is room D, that office?
Correct. Yeah, this is the same as room D.
All right. And 163.
This is a closer picture of those planners. Yearly planners, they're all rubber banded per year. And there was a number of them.
Okay. 164.
This is a photo. Once you go upstairs, there's like a small landing area, I believe.
Okay. And in that bottom right-hand corner, that's stairs down?
Yes.
Ascending staircase?
Yes.
Okay. 165.
This is what looks to be a part of the upstairs hallway.
And so going back, is this just when you're turning left kind of around that corner that we see here in People's Exhibit 164?
So it's like, yeah, if you were to kind of just take 164 and turn to the left and kind of, I don't
And
know,
then
like
you
almost
could-
180.
Here at 165.
Correct.
All right. And then 166?
166 is a bedroom that is one of those doors that you see in 165.
Okay.
Labeled E.
And 167?
Room labeled F is the other bedroom. It's the other door that you saw in that previous 165. It's a bedroom.
Okay, so I'm just going to go back here. So in 165, we see one door that's closest to the photographer and another right next to it. And then there's kind of an open one at the end of the hallway, right?
Correct.
So that first door,
Is
close-
166 room E. And the second door is 167 room F.
okay. And 168?
This is the bathroom that's that into the hallway.
Okay.
I believe you can see it in 165. You can see it kind of on the left of 165.
The left portion of the photograph over here?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So 169.
169 is another, I think it's a half flight of stairs up. There's like a loft area. And it's kind of set up as a bedroom slash living area. It's fairly large. As you can see, there's a fireplace, a bed, and then if you were to look to the right, you'll see here in a second, there's a small like sitting area office.
Okay. And this half flight of stairs to get up to room F, as we've labeled it. So
Or H.
H.
Yeah.
Sorry. So we're looking, if you're looking in the hallway and you're at G, just kind of turn around and then that's where the half flight of stairs up to H is. If you remember.
I don't recall.
Okay.
It's kind of an odd layout. There's like, to get to where these rooms are, F and G, it's almost like a half flight and then another half flight up to room H.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure which way the stairs went.
So not a standard layout where we see like a tri-level when
No.
you walk in, there's 2 flights of stairs. This is
No.
not that.
No,
Okay. And so you were saying, so this was laid out as the master bedroom,
correct.
and this is just room H without the label. Sorry, this
For
is
170,
170.
yes. Yeah, that's just another photo of it.
Okay. And did room H, that master up there, did it have a balcony?
Yes, I believe there's a balcony off the one side, or off the back of it.
The back of it?
Yeah,
And is that what we're seeing here in exhibit 171
yes.
and 172?
Is straight off of the back, looking towards the back of the property. You
Okay.
can see the rest of the property there, and then that's the balcony that the other one's taken on off of that master bedroom level.
Okay. 173.
173 is a room labeled I. It's the bathroom that's attached to, I believe it was H, that main bedroom that's up there.
Okay. And exhibit 174?
Labeled J is the closet that's attached to that bedroom, one of the closets. There was 2
So-
here, you'll see here in a second.
So one of these, it's a master closet.
Yes,
Okay. And K, is that the other master closet?
yes, ma'am.
All right. So in exhibit 176, which is very similar to, I think, 165, does this show that half flight of stairs down?
Yes,
And that door, sorry, in 176, the door at the bottom, does that go into the basement?
yes. So that's the one that you see in 177. So this would be a different flight of stairs than the stairs that go to that bedroom that we were just looking at.
Okay.
This is from like the main level down into the basement flight of stairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
And 178. Are we now at the bottom of that flight of stairs?
Yes, this is would be considered the basement area, kind of looking back up towards that other level.
And 179?
Again, the basement area, and it's got a door that leads outside, and I think there's steps, yeah, there's steps going up to the ground level.
Okay, is that what we see here in exhibit 180?
Yes,
Okay. So now we're back outside. This is exhibit 181.
Yes, this is the back of the house. You can see on the far left. On the far left side of it, wherever, or I guess on the middle, there's that balcony off of the master there on the upper left. And then this is that small wet bar area that's on our side. So that like screened in room.
Okay. And so, sorry to do this to you, but if we go back to 171, this is the kind of smaller balcony.
Yes, this is the one that faces that back property. So like 171, 172, you can see it faces
So same
back
back.
of the property, correct?
And so then when we were looking at, hopefully nobody gets motion sickness, here in 181, you refer to it as the back of the property, but,
It's actually the side, I suppose. It's like this side.
okay, so then right here, is that what you were talking about where you see the balcony?
Yeah, and actually I think that is the back of the house. So like where this picture is taken, if you were to look to your right, would be Burgess Road.
Okay.
So this is kind of like the side, that one side of the house.
So the other view that we saw that looks like the front of the house, I think you originally referred to it as the back of the house. Have we switched labels here?
No. So if you go to 182, sorry to jump ahead, you can see that balcony on the back. This is from the back of the property looking up towards the back of the house.
Okay.
So it has that master bedroom balcony on the back. It has a set of stairs that go down. And then on the other side of the house is Burgess. So if you could see through the house, you would be looking towards Burgess. Does that make
Thank you.
sense?
Yes. Exhibit 183, is this one of the barn buildings that was on the property?
Yes.
184. Is this, go ahead.
The inside of one of the barns, I assume it's that one. I don't remember what each one looked like. They're all fairly similar.
Were there multiple barn type structures similar to this on the property?
Yes.
Okay. 185.
This is a view from behind the house looking back towards the back of the property.
Okay, and this area that we see that's covered in snow, that was kind of like the paddock area or the arena for the horses.
Yeah, so you can see some horse fences here, and this was like a flattened out section where some trees were previously cleared, assuming that it was for horses.
Okay. And 186.
Is a picture from a little bit farther back. I believe you can see the house there on the left, like up there on the left.
Okay. And we can kind of see some trees on the right side. So is this kind of like where that boundary line was between cleared space and forest?
Yeah, so the previous photo is like looking across that section, it looks like, yeah, and then you're kind of looking back across that cleared section again, both sides.
And 187?
This is just a photo looking further into the property. I mean, I can't tell which way it's going.
It's okay.
Okay.
And 188?
This is another photo of the back property.
Okay. Can I have just 1 minute?
Yes.
No further questions for Dr. Callis. Thank you.
Cross-examination. Any questions from the jury? Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your Honor, the people would next call Tony Payne.
All right, come on up towards the bench. And raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Have a seat.
Your Honor, before she takes a seat, may I give her a quick admonishment?
Yes.
On what we have?
Yes.
Just come here for just a moment, sorry. Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Tony, Toni, last name Payne, Payne.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. And where are you currently employed?
FBI.
And what do you do for the FBI?
I'm a member of the evidence response team as a photographer.
Okay, evidence response team. I think I said evidence recovery team earlier, so thank you for correcting that. And how long have you had that assignment?
I have been with the FBI ERT team for approximately since 2008.
Okay. And as a member, I'm just going to refer to it as the ERT. What exactly do you do?
So the evidence response team is a group of trained individuals that responds to complex crime scenes, both of a federal nature and also through police cooperation cases. We work with our state and local partners.
Okay. And what kind of evidence response do you respond to?
So we will do anything from preserving, processing evidence, from homicides, mass shootings. We also do excavations, human remains recovery, et cetera.
So does that mean, did you have training to do this?
We do. We not only have an 80-hour basic training course when we first are on the team, we have quite a bit of advanced training that we go to throughout the year. So every year we not only have internal trainings, but we also attend external advanced trainings in specific areas of interest for each individual on the team.
Okay. So you can't just go out into the middle of the woods and start digging. You had training to do that?
That is true.
Okay.
A lot.
And so prior to being a member of the ERT, were you still an agent with the FBI?
So I'm actually an intelligence analyst with the FBI. So this is considered a collateral duty. So I do this as a collateral.
Okay. Do you have any experience in search and rescue?
I do. I had almost 5 years in mountain search and rescue.
Okay. And I'm detecting an accent. Where are you from?
Originally Tennessee.
Okay.
And I was born in Alabama, moved to Tennessee when I was young. And then I've actually been in Colorado since 2007.
All right. Have you ever responded? Do you normally respond to a request from local agencies? And I think you might have said that, but I just want to clarify.
We do.
Okay.
We do.
And about how many times do you think that you have responded to, I'm going to say specifically dig sites where the suspicion is human remains?
I don't have specific numbers. I'm one of 3 teams that responds. And I know myself, I have responded throughout the years. I've had a 15-year career, probably 7 to 10 times. And that doesn't include just recoveries of human remains, but these are actual excavations to include both trainings and real life.
Okay. So not every time you respond, it doesn't require an actual excavation.
That is true.
So if it's not an excavation, what are you doing to recover?
So sometimes there are partial, you might have a 30-year-old case that you have bones on the side of a mountain somewhere, and you would go and you would do a lot of the same things that you do in an excavation. However, just a little bit different. So those aren't really included in those, and those happen fairly frequently as well.
Okay. When you're asked to assist with a recovery, are you given preliminary information by that law enforcement agency about what you're looking for?
We are. The initial contact will be made through our senior team leader, and they will make those first initial contacts. Once we determine that there is enough information or intelligence for us to have a viable area to search, we will meet either the morning or night, wherever we plan to go, and we will meet with that department and they will give us a preliminary breakdown of what they have and what they're asking us to do.
And how, let me back up. You said there's 3 teams. You're one of 3 teams.
Yes.
Is that 3 teams in Colorado or 3 teams nationally?
So no, nationally, there's many more. There's actually 3 teams in Colorado. We cover the states of Colorado and Wyoming. So there's about 3 teams of 8 at any given time. There's usually about 24, and then we do have some alternates that are in training.
Okay. And about how many members are on your team?
So I'm actually on Bravo team. So my team has, I think, approximately 8 right now, give or take when people retire. And then we do have alternates as well. So those could be anywhere from 2 to 4 alternates that are learning and training on the job.
And do you all have specific assignments that you're responsible for on one of these callouts?
We do have specific assignments once we're there, but we're all trained the same. So any one of us could really pull out or be put somewhere different. But the majority of the time, the more specialized ones like photography that I'm in, I have a tendency to be the photographer for our team.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about a specific call out on February 7th of 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember this call out?
I do.
And was this an excavation?
This was an excavation.
And were you assigned as photographer, like you said you have a specialty for? Okay. And did you respond to 9665 Burgess Road?
I did.
Here in El Paso County, Colorado?
Yes.
And you had your team with you?
Yes.
Okay. And were you given preliminary information in this case about what you were looking for?
We were.
Were prior reports or prior scientific evidence, such as ground penetrating radar, GPR, was that provided to you before you set up your excavation?
Yes.
And so did you have a specific area that you were going to dig?
Yes. When we showed up that morning, we met with El Paso County. They had already determined the area, which was considered GPR 03 site.
And that was determined by somebody else, not your team, the name of it?
So, yes, that was determined by the GPR specialist.
So before you bring in, since we have an excavation, I'm assuming there are tools associated with that. Before those are all brought in, is a walkthrough done of the area?
We do a preliminary survey of the area.
And oh, sorry, go ahead.
Usually myself and my senior team leader, along with the partnering county.
Okay. What's the purpose of that?
So the purpose of that is just really to see what we're dealing with, especially for the photographer. We want to be able to photograph anything before we touch it, before anything is removed, before anything is done, just so that we can make sure that we photograph the scene considered as is.
Okay. And so in this particular case, did you go out and look at the area that was deemed GPR Site 3 before anything else was done?
I did, yes.
And did you notice anything about that area?
So the area of question, we did go through, it was actually covered in snow when we arrived. There is a smaller area that they were showing me. When I got there, you could see that there was a little bit of a different area or a little bit of a depression, but not very well. So what we did was we went ahead and photographed everything as is for the next step.
And what was the next step?
The next step, we had the snow removed.
How was that done?
We utilized an excavator to very meticulously try to take off an inch or 2 at a time, but we were able to remove the snow. It was February. The ground is very hard, very difficult to work with. So the excavator actually removed all of the snow.
Okay, so not inch by inch like you had wanted.
Not inch by inch, but they were able to do a really great job.
Okay. Regarding this area, GPR Site 3, was it largely free of trees or bushes or things like that?
It was a fairly large open area. There were surrounding trees, but the area of question was a fairly large open space.
And Ms. Payne, Agent Payne,
Ms. Payne.
Ms. Payne, okay, I'm handing you what's marked, as 5/2/10.
Okay.
And have you previously reviewed these?
Yes.
And are, what are they generally of, all of these photographs?
This is the backside of the residence and the separated garage on
Okay.
at Burgess Road.
So as a whole, and I'm just gonna as a whole, are these photographs taken by you on February 7th of 2022 of
Yes.
the Burgess Road property?
Yes.
And are they fair and accurate photographs of that scene?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. At this time, the people would move to admit and publish exhibits 195 to 210 into evidence.
Admitted.
Thank you. I just thought when we were talking about the area, it might help to have a photograph of what you're describing.
100%.
So,
Thank you.
So we'll just start with exhibit 195. And I think you were just describing this. This is the residence.
Yes.
Okay. And then 196.
So this is the area adjacent the residence. Looking into, if you can look at the photograph on your left, it's looking at stables on your left, and then you can actually see our ATV that we use to pull in some of our equipment in the photograph as well. That is going back into the area where GPR 03 site is.
Okay. And I didn't bring my glasses this morning. So is this the ATV that you're just talking about? I have it
Yes.
pointed out behind you.
Yes.
Okay. And then 197.
197 is a photograph of GPR 03, the actual site, with the snow removed.
Okay. And 198.
That is a closer view of, and I know you can't see it very well in this photograph, but there is you can actually visually see a depression here.
And I'm going to person just give you my little laser pointer. Can you show us where the depression you're referring to?
Yeah. Did I use the red one?
Yes.
So it's very difficult to do that, but you can see this tree over here. It's going to be around in this area here. I'm not going to be perfect at it, but there is a little bit of a depression you can see right there. Unfortunately, the photograph is really difficult to see, but there was a notable depression there once the snow was removed.
Was it easier to see when you were there in person?
It was.
Lefty, behave now, Lefty. She'll eat you up for dinner, mate.
All right. And so, well, before we get to 189, so you were just telling us about what your next step would be once the snow was removed and photographed. What do you do next?
Based on the intelligence we had, we were going to utilize the excavator operator to very slowly and meticulously try to take off small layers at a time, horizontally, so as small as they could. The excavator did a great job. Didn't have a lot of experience in that, but did do a great job at being able to take off layers, because with the intelligence we had, we thought it was several feet at least below the main part of the ground.
Okay. And so you've been talking about the excavator, the person running the excavator. Was he a member of your team?
He was not. He was a member of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. Yes.
Okay. And so then you started, were you able to break up the dirt with just shovels or things like that?
It was very hard. It was very difficult. You'll see in some of the photos later that we had to utilize pickaxes very lightly to be able to pull some of the rocks out. Lots of rocks, lots of disturbed dirt. But it was winter and it was still frozen. So very hard.
Okay. And so some of the information given to you in your briefing, you knew that this was supposed to be a horse burial site as well.
Agreed.
Okay. All right, so let's go to 199. So up on the left-hand corner, kind of on the left-hand side, is that the excavator?
Yes, it is.
Part of it?
Mhm.
All right. And this is at the very beginning of the dig?
So this is actually a little bit into it. As we started digging down a little further, what we do as a photographer, we try to periodically photograph, otherwise you're looking at dirt. But this was part of the dig. So once they took off a few layers, we would rephotograph it to show you where we were in the process.
Okay. At some point, did you see something other than just dirt and rocks?
We did pieces of black plastic came to the very top, and I think you can actually even see it in this photograph. There was a little piece that was starting to pop up. So we were being very mindful of that.
And I want to ask, during this dig, when you're going through all of this dirt, did you encounter any large tree roots or stumps or anything that had been buried that you had to work through?
No large tree stumps. We did have, like you would have your normal smaller tree roots that were in there, but nothing that was in the way. It looked like it was pretty open.
Okay. So here in People's Exhibit 200, is this the black plastic that you could start to see?
Yes.
And 201, different lighting for that same photograph?
It was,
basically?
yes, yes.
At some point, so when you first see this plastic bag, are you still using the excavator? Do you try to use hand tools? What was the procedure there?
We did. So actually, when we started to see the black plastic, what we did is we moved the excavator over into an area that so that we could, some of the existing area, so that we could clear off a bigger path for ourselves. It was so far we had dug down, but it was sort of like this, if the best way to explain it. But it was pretty. It was, I guess, deeper in the middle, and so we were trying to remove the dirt around it a little bit more.
Like an inverted pyramid or something.
Almost.
Okay.
Right. And so we had a lot of extra dirt that was still very hard. At times we did go down into it and we would stop the excavator. We did go down into it and we would try to move some of the dirt, and still very hard to move.
Okay. So then in People's Exhibit 202, at some point, did the excavator remove more than just dirt?
We did. So in 202, we did have a piece of black plastic. At that time, I did walk over to the excavator and did smell decomposition.
Okay, have you ever smelled that before?
Yes.
And so I'm going to show you in People's Exhibit 203. This is the front view of that excavator. Do you know the term for that? Is it a bucket? The excavator?
Excavator bucket.
Okay. And so we can see an object or an item on the right side of this bucket. Did that turn out to be human remains?
It was. The coroner was on site, and she was able to positively identify that as human remains.
Okay. So in Exhibit 204, see a little bit more of the plastic bag, and we see these red flags. Were those put there by your team?
Yes.
And in Exhibit 205, at this point, you can't really see the other sides, but how far down are you? Are you a few inches? Are you half a foot? What?
We are feet down. I don't know the approximate. How far down we were, but it was feet. We probably used the excavator for an hour to 2 hours
To get down that deep?
that deep.
Okay, and so in this photograph, it's not just kind of the tip of the plastic bag. Can we see the full outline?
You can. Yes.
And that's here in the center.
Yes.
And at this point, we see shovels and other things going on. Are you no longer using the excavator at this point?
So yeah, so actually, in Exhibit 204, we had already aborted the excavator at that point. We went to our normal process of using trowels. In some areas, we did have to very carefully use a pickaxe around rocks and things like that that were embedded in there, but we were able to very lightly start to move and excavate around first so that we can make sure that we preserve the outline.
And when you were doing this excavation and when the soil and the dirt comes out, what is being done with that dirt that's being removed? Is it just kind of tossed to the side or is something else happening?
So once we saw the first piece of plastic, we sift through every pile of dirt that is removed both in the bucket, but also anything that was removed from the first piece of plastic. So everything was being pulled out, pushed to the side, and we were taking shovels, we were putting them in the buckets, and then we were actually sifting. I did help with that process quite a bit as well. And then everything that we had taken out from that point on was sifted to ensure that there was nothing in there that we would miss.
So if there were any small things that could potentially be of value, you were sifting. And I do this because you have like basically it looks like chicken wire with some wood and.
So it's actually PVC pipe. So it's about this big. And we had about 4 of them going at once. And we would take 5-gallon buckets and we would pour the dirt in. We sift through it all to ensure there's no evidence, no small bones that possibly could have gone through. But we do this for everything. It's a very long, meticulous, arduous process.
Okay. And so this is People's 206. Are these members of your team?
Yes.
Okay. And they're in there with the hand tools and the trowels and paintbrushes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Once you got down to this point, was it a quick thing to remove the remains, what you assumed were remains at that point?
It was not. This actually happened for hours and hours on end. Very arduous process, very meticulous process. We have to be really careful on ERT not to disturb anything directly right next to it. So we start out and then we're trying to dig down so that when we get to the point where we can actually get it out, we're not just pulling, we're not doing anything like that. We want it to come freely so that we can preserve all the evidence that's held in there.
And so when you were digging in this dirt around where the plastic bags were, did you notice any white powder in the soil that I guess you questioned?
We did. There was some white powdery substance. We did question that anytime that arrives. We asked just to make sure we don't need personal protective equipment or anything like that. So that was noted. And we did have a conversation between our group.
But you were not able to, you don't know what it was?
I do not without lab results. I couldn't say anything outside of a white powdery substance.
Okay. So this is Exhibit 207. And what do we see here?
So at this point, you can see how difficult it has been to meticulously get around it. So what we've done is we've actually started, and you can see a little bit into Exhibit 206 as well. We're literally using tiny trowels and smaller pickaxes to move around it to make sure that we can loosen it up without touching anything. We did the best we could here, and you can see that there's still some other areas here. It was just a stopping point for us to show our progress.
And 208?
208, the same, just from a different angle.
Okay, and here we can see just how far down from that main level
Yes.
The plastic bags were, right?
Yes.
And 209.
And 209, also the same. And I don't know if you might be able to see some of that white powder you're talking about on that top side there as well. But
Am I giving my laser pointer?
yep. You might be able to see some of it right there, right in that area as well. Very difficult from some of the photographs because it was in such a shaded area. But also still working towards, and you can see here where we have dug beside it. So you can see that little line there. That's probably 6 to 8 inches. I know it's difficult to see, and maybe about 4 inches on that side. Trying to just loosen it up so that we don't have to pull, so that we can preserve.
Were you trying to just keep? And it hadn't been had it been confirmed that this was human remains at that point based on the previous
Yes.
excavation?
The previous excavation, we did have the coroner there, which was able to confirm that it was human remains.
Okay. And so were you trying to keep these human remains intact as they were in the ground?
We were, it's so important for trace evidence, for any type of evidence, because it was encased in very thick black plastic. It is our protocol to ensure that we keep everything as neat as possible and as succinct as possible without pulling, so we have to do everything around it to very lightly loosen it so that we avoid pulling or detaching or anything like that of the plastic.
Which sometimes happens despite the best efforts.
It does, yes.
So exhibit 210, is this after the remains have been removed?
Yes.
And so earlier we were talking about tree roots. Can we see some of those smaller tree roots in the photograph?
You can, yes.
Do you remember about what time you arrived on scene?
I believe it was 10:35 a.m. on scene, and we had previously met with the El Paso Sheriff's Office earlier that morning.
And what time did you finally leave that location?
Approximately 6 p.m.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Payne. Those are my questions.
Cross-examination.
Do you want any of these up?
Lefty's taking the piss out of you, Lady Law. Again.
Lefty can fuck right off.
I know.
Good
afternoon.
I know.
So you took about 133 photos that day, is that right?
That is true.
In addition to taking the photos, you kept a log, a photographic log.
That is true.
And so on that log, you kind of document what each of these photos is.
We actually have a photo logger, so that my photo logger was documenting that, but we are in consistent communication.
So you're working together?
Yes.
Is that somebody named Elliot?
Yes.
Okay.
Amy.
And then you said you were there for, sounds like 7.5 hours or so, right?
Yes.
And while you're there at a scene like this, you keep a log of all the different people who come in and out, right?
We do.
And in this case, there were many, many people. I didn't do the math.
There were.
Probably 30 or so, maybe. Does that sound right?
Without looking at it, I don't know that I can approximate. But there were a lot.
32. Okay. So, and those are all people, like you don't just let anybody hang out there, right? Those are all people who are supposed to be there.
We do not. Those are going to be individuals that have some stake, whether that be the DA's office that has something to do with the crime scene, the coroner's office, and really who is deemed okay to come into the scene, both by the El Paso County Sheriff's and by the FBI.
So these are all people that have some kind of role in this investigation.
Yes, to my knowledge.
And so, like you said, you took 133 photos, and you said in one of those photos, maybe we could potentially see some white powdery substance.
Yes.
There's no close-up photos of that substance.
There is not.
Not a single collection of that.
Not to my knowledge. It was on the plastic, which would be the item that would have gone to the coroner's office.
Okay. Did you testify that it was also in the soil?
It was, we did run across it in few areas right around where the body was. But all it was white powder. We didn't know what it was.
Okay, so I guess that's the point. You didn't know what it was, right?
We did not.
And you're pretty meticulous, like you said, you went through all of these buckets of dirt.
We did.
And you even collected what was pretty clearly, I think pretty clearly, the cap off of a milk jug.
Yes,
And collected that as evidence just in case.
we did.
Because anything until you know more could potentially be evidence later.
Absolutely.
So anything that could have evidentiary value you want to collect.
That is true.
That's all I have.
Redirect.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you for being here. You may step down.
I love that the juries get to ask
Members of
questions.
the jury, why don't we take
Love
a
it.
15-minute recess?
Ooh.
All right, 15-minute recess. All rise for the jury.
The funny thing is, right, everyone thinks a lefty's gone. He's still in the chat.
He's never gone.
Oh,
He's always stalking.
yeah, he's always here. So,
Am I too loud?
no. Well, hang on, speak now.
Am I too loud?
Oh shit, I can't do it. Right, I have to have these on. I hate it.
Yeah, those are your ears, Dylan.
Yeah, I know. I hate it. Once we finish, I can switch that off then. No, you're not too loud.
Okay.
I was resting, but yes, doing better. Oh, see you next stream, Erin.
Jury has
Bye, Aaron.
left time estimate. And I know we're just estimating, but
Bye, Jamie. Bye, Erin. Very kindly donated like $70 to me last night.
Dang.
I know. Fucking hell. And she's got. She's
30
caught.
to 40 more minutes, Your Honor.
we'll just let the juror know 4-ish.
No, Your Honor.
That's okay. 15
Louis.
minutes.
Okay. So yesterday, I made a comment yesterday by you, right? And I was like, "Oh, Lady Law, she's coming on maybe this afternoon." Bye, Jamie. Bye, Erin.
Bye.
Who comes straight into chat?
Dude.
Lefty. No, she's not on. She's working. I said no, because I thought it was Friday. He goes, no, it's tomorrow. She's half day tomorrow. She's this. I was like, fuck. She's off Monday.
Fucking stalker. Listen, I was coming back. I was coming back from my trip last weekend, right? And he texted me and he was like, I bet you're on I-35 right now. And I'm like,
dude, yeah.
I mean, there's plenty of like ways to get into my state, but he picks the one I'm on.
He knows
Yeah, he's a
everything.
stalker.
He knows everything.
Yeah.
You got Madwell here. She loves you, Madwell does. I finally get a minute, sit down and actually look at the stream, and there she is, Haley. Right.
Hi, Mad World.
She's mad though.
That was really loud, probably. I got really high. My voice got really high.
I'm just pissed off that everyone's like, "Oh, Lady Law's on. Look at it. Oh, if I know Lady Law was here, I'd be watching the screen."
It's because I'm like a mystical unicorn. Just
it might be, but fucking hello. Do you know what I mean?
Listen, I'm not any good without the D.
Exactly. You love the D. I know.
I love the D.
Love the D.
Clip that.
In the murder trial, I was not guilty till I saw the video then. Okay. Okay. I mean, everyone's different with the Murdoch. I was not guilty on it, but only because of the I don't think they proved it. I don't think he was innocent, but I don't think they proved it. What were you, Lady Law? What were you on Murdoch trial?
I definitely don't think that they proved it. So I mean, I'd have to go with not guilty just based on that.
Yeah, same here. I always said that if there was two people, I would have found they're more possible to do it. I just don't think it's possible with one person and him doing it. So,
I mean, I guess anything is possible, but for me, it was how did he clean up the everything?
Thank you. So when you say everything's possible, it's not possible, is it? There's no way you could have done that. No way.
Anything is possible
Mm,
under the
no.
right circumstances.
Yeah,
But
I
I
mean,
don't
look,
think that he could have done that, cleaned himself up, cleaned the golf cart up, which they didn't even, I don't think, check,
Yeah.
right?
No.
And put bloody weapons in his vehicle and there be no trace of evidence.
no weapons, and also Maggie's phone was down the half a mile down the
Yeah,
road somewhere.
I
You know,
mean, could he have thrown it out the window? Maybe, but also maybe not. They didn't
Yeah.
prove anything, so
I don't think so. But the only reason is because people say it's possible. It's not possible. But the reason I know that was because he was heavy, well, similar weight to me.
oh, with a bad knee.
You know, yeah, with a bad knee. And
Mhm.
in that kind of weather, I imagine the south, you're dripping. You know, you are like here, we don't have that weather, but I'm still dripping, running around. There's no way he could have done it. He wasn't fit enough to do it. And I know that because I couldn't do it, and I haven't got a bad knee. So, but anyway, what's the chat saying here? Pharaoh's like gas station people had it done.
Mad World, not
Squishy.
sorry.
Yeah, carry on.
She says she's fed up with these less than adequate investigations. That's every investigation.
Yeah, seems it, to be fair. Where do you see that comment? She doesn't normally. She doesn't
It's right
normally.
above. It's right above Feral Housewife.
Oh, I got it. I got it.
Find
But she
it.
doesn't really speak much sense. Madwell doesn't. But that's actually quite sensible. She must be turning over a new leaf. But anyway, no, I was the
Listen,
same.
me and Mad World, I understand her just fine.
Yeah, you both
Yeah.
bitches. I know. It's fine.
Listen,
Nothing wrong with
whatever.
that. There's nothing wrong with that, though. You have to be sometimes. But show off your cup as well. Your mug. Show off your mug. First ever owner of this mug.
Oh, hold on.
There we are. You see? Innocent unless proven guilty. You know what the story is, guys?
Which the defense in Murdaugh did not do.
Yes, agreed. But
I
you try to
mean,
tell everyone.
sorry, prosecution in Murdaugh did not
Yes,
do.
yes. Let's get that right. Right, hang on. Let's get Lady Law. I mean, I'm sure the guys here not chatting to me would love to know what your channel is. So let me go and get it. Lady Law. Here we go. I will post Lady Law's channel in chat, guys. So please do us a favor and follow her, subscribe to her. Dylan's not smart enough to get me, Lady Law. Shut up.
Do what?
She's like, Madwell's like, Dylan's not smart enough to get me.
Oh, I don't know. Dylan got me and I got Dylan, and that's how, like on Twitter.
That's right, yeah.
I was like, oh, somebody who makes sense. Outstanding.
But people think, right, that me and Madwell are the same person on Twitter. Unbelievable. But they do think we're the same. They are genuine people that think we're the same person. But there we are.
I
So,
bet
yeah.
those people drink a lot of wine.
Yeah, they do. They do. They do. A lot of wine, you know? We were discussing earlier on yesterday, right? So I got demonetized for my video yesterday. Again, sure.
Wait, hold on, because I've been, I work during the day, so I listen, but I don't listen.
Yeah. No, it just said I was restricted because of my content. I don't know, what does it say? I think it's just something swearing and stuff like that.
I bet. So you have to wait like 2 hours before you
I was good.
cuss.
I was good.
Was it your chat?
No, I cussed a few times, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't over the top for the first 2 hours. And I didn't think I was monetized. And by hour 5 or 6, bang, I got demonetized. Then I did the other stream then, Parkland officer, and that was fine. But I didn't really speak in it because I was half asleep. But that one was fine then. So yeah, I keep getting demonetized. Don't know why.
YouTube is weird.
So I'm hoping this is not. And also, for everyone very kindly is. Oh, hang on, guys, stay there. You know the score. I'm gonna press the ad thing. These guys have been legends. So what my deal is now is that if they buy memberships, or for a couple of people, I sold 5 today, right? So then at the breaks, then I press the ad button because they want us to press them during the trial, and I'm like, nah, I'll wait for the breaks. But then there's a few people that refuse to buy, so I'm like, nah, I'll do it now. I'm doing the trial then.
Yeah.
So it kicked off later on, but Mad World, this is what the Mad World I love. YouTube hates free speech. I love it.
Oh, for sure.
So Suzanne, he just pretends to get you, Lady Law. Right, Mad World, shut up, go to bed. Suzanne subbed to your channel.
Thanks, Suzanne. I was just getting ready to type her a thank you.
Just say thank you out. Yeah, definitely before. You definitely. Yeah, I did swear maybe once or twice, but not as usual. That needed to wait 2 hours before you can use. Yeah, I do try. Today though, I'm surprised because I swore a lot. So today was nearly a mistrial. Did you hear that?
I didn't. What
It
happened?
was very close to a mistrial today. It was like literally that close to being mistrial.
Who did
Um,
what?
so the prosecution said that Joel, the defendant, was abusive towards his ex-wife, or framed it that he was abusive, and that's in the 404B or something. They were
Oh,
not
look.
allowed.
Look what I
You
brought.
Oh, you bought your book.
Well,
What's
it's from
Civil
back in the
Partnerships?
day, but
There we are.
it's still good. So you have a question? I've got answers.
You got answers.
Yeah.
So that the defense straight away said mistrial, and the judge was like, "Oh crap." So what they did wrong was they put the FBI agent on first when they said about him being abusive before the ex-wife. So there's no foundations. There was nothing towards the allegations, and then the judge basically gave the prosecution a bit of a rollicking and just decided, look, I want to hear the testimony of the ex-wife, and then I will make a decision. But he didn't let the prosecution ask certain questions they wanted to ask. He was like, nope, nope, you can't ask any of these things. So it worked in the benefit of the defense, really, that witnessed in the end. And then obviously he said no to the mistrial in the end, then, which I think was right in the end. So he was very good.
So did the defense preserve?
No, I think they were
For
happy. I think
appeal?
they were genuine. No, I think they were happy because they got out of that witness what they needed. Do you know what I mean? More than they would have had. So I don't think they preserved it, to be quite honest. I don't remember it. I just remember everyone was mad. Look at this, right? I post about Lady Law being in. Who comes in?
It's
Who comes
Sal.
in? It's
What's up,
Sal.
Sal?
Hey, Sal, you're right. He's looking for a cougar. So
I
he's like,
know.
oh, Lady Law's here.
Wouldn't I be like a Kruger? I don't know.
Cougar.
What's a
Kruger.
grandma cougar called?
Ruger? I don't know.
Ooh, a Ruger.
Ruger. Here we are.
Isn't there a gun called a Ruger?
I have no idea. I don't understand guns. Hey, Sal. I'm annoyed at the fact that I'm actually watching the whole ads only because you told me to. Oh, you're a legend. Thank you, Mecky. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, guys. I want to see if I get monetized for it. Actually, Mecky bought a membership and gave one away, so fair play.
You know, I grabbed the wrong book. Just so you know.
Oh, you have. Oh, it's all right. We've got no questions today anyway. It's quite self-explanatory today. Yeah, it's quite self-explanatory today. Look at it. We got 50 people here, Lady Law. That's last time you were on. I think we only had like 11, 12
We did.
maybe.
You have
You know what I mean?
grown.
I've grown, yeah. I just hope people stick around. We got April. Where's April? She was a bit chopsy earlier on. April. No, April's lovely. Sarah, are you still here, Sarah? Heidi, where are you hiding? Amy, where are you hiding? I mean, all the gobby ones are hiding. Yeah, well, Suzanne, this is why I leave her in for the breaks now. I think that's a good compromise. Just press it whenever the breaks are on. So it's only like 30 seconds, 1 minute, the ads. So that's a good compromise, I think. So yeah, what are you up to? What's happening in your world, Lady Law? Anything good? Hi, Sarah P.
So my car has a broken water pump, and I think I'm going to try to fix it myself.
Oh, good.
Tune in. I might record it.
Yeah, you should do. Well, Lefty's told us all about it. He said it's on the cylinder on the left-hand side. I'm joking. He hasn't
It
said
wouldn't
anything.
surprise me.
But he's
Like-
probably popped down to have a look already.
But you know what? If he's here, he should just be fixing it.
Yeah.
Send me,
Yeah.
PayPal me. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely.
Other than that,
still here.
I just had like a half a day at work today, so that's cool.
It's
And I'm
nice.
off on Monday.
Yeah, it's nice to have half a day though, isn't it?
Yeah. Those
think that-
other 4.5 really suck. So
Yeah, I know, but still, you're not going to be there long, so it's fine. Maybe I should say that, but
everyone thinks I'm going to be so successful on YouTube, and I don't know.
you are. It'll take you a month or two, to get your feet, but you'll get subscribers easy, and it's the watch hours, which you'll get. Watch hours is what you're going to struggle with.
Yeah, for sure.
That's 100% what you're going to struggle with. But if you get followers to watch you for some videos, like this one now, I think it's over 300 hours today.
Nice.
So, but that is but if you get 100 people in your chat, it's fine. Hang on, what have we got here?
Hi,
Sarah
C-Swep.
B, thank you. C-Swep still here listening. I'm listening to you fucking idiots, Lefty.
Nobody cares.
Yeah, exactly. You're gone. I thought you're gone, Lefty. Do it, girl. Change that water pump. Bit of girl power, yeah. I love it. Suzanne's too funny. I wouldn't fix it for you unless you pay me $500 per hour. And we got a new person here, new Kelsey Keita.
Hi, Kelsey.
Thank you for streaming this. I'm a friend of Kara's.
Oh.
Happy days. We got crap. Who else is here? Amanda. We got Amanda as well. Wasn't able to watch this trial earlier this week and have been able to watch early testimony on YouTube. Oh, Kelsey, happy days. I'm glad we've offered you a service. Really sorry about your friend. Hopefully we get justice for Kara. And I was shitting a brick earlier on when there was a chance of a mistrial. So I'm glad there's no mistrial, Kelsey, because I don't think you and the family, no one deserves to go through this again and have to wait another, however many years. So I hope you get justice. Well, we're rooting for Kara anyway, Kelsey. So Team Kara here. So, but thank you as well for commenting. I really appreciate the interaction and saying that. It does give us a little bit, Lilo, when you do these videos, sometimes you just don't feel appreciated. I don't mean that in a rude way, but it's more like people take it for granted. So when you see comments like that, it's like that makes it all worth it. Do you know what I mean? So
I feel kind of bad because I don't really know all the things that are going on in this trial. I was trying to read kind of the backstory. So that's really awesome that Kelsey's in here.
yeah, no, I appreciate that, Kelsey. Loving it. Thank you. No problems. No, thank you. But yeah, we'll do anything for Kara. Send you here with chugs. Oh, that's nice. Suzanne was piecing out of the chat with Lefty still here. Couldn't have
He's like a virus.
Well, he is. I mean, I think he was the Rona, I think.
It just doesn't go away.
Could have bet me and my mouth on chat. No more cussing, I promise. Oh, cuss away, Shauna. It's fine.
Shauna, you're not the only one.
Yeah, we're on hour 7, so don't worry about it. It's fine. We've gone past it now. Yeah, that's it. I love the fact that Lady Law, women working on our cars is super sexy. Kim, you're right. So make sure, Lady Law, that you take some videos and pics and stuff. We'll like them.
That would be probably an entire
It's the kind of video.
There's going to be some ranting, no doubt about it. But I'm going to give it a shot. I mean, what's the worst that can happen?
Exactly. What's the worst can happen?
Might have to call it tow truck or something like that.
Nah, you fix it. I think it's good. And also, that's inspiration for other people that think that they can't do something. It's like, no, get up and do it. Try it. Yeah, sorry for loss, Kelsey Keita from Mad World. Team Kara, definitely. Core TV has updates, Lady Lord. No, bugger off with Core TV, Keaton. She's watching a year. I got updates for her. You can watch my stream.
I was actually just reading the words in a news article, so
it's all good.
I would never leave you, D.
Cussing is one vocabulary. It gives things another flair. Yeah, look, we swear a lot here, and I'm trying to learn the balance between getting monetized and unmonetized. Throw in a fuck in there from time to time. Yep.
Lefty's such a tit bag.
Where's he now?
For the jury.
I know you'll shit.
I almost stood up.
I did this morning for some reason. It says stand up, and I did.
Yeah.
And I don't know why. And I didn't sit down. I was embarrassed.
Simon
to be
didn't
honest.
say.
Yeah. Kelsey Keita, hello, Team Kara. Thanks, Lou. Oh, thanks, chat, for being lovely to Kelsey as well. It's not yet, Keaton, but it will be in recess till Tuesday. Yes, there's no court on Monday. Every
Please
court
be
in the land is
seated.
shut.
What do we think about this judge?
The jury is back.
I didn't like him, but I like him now.
Must be you.
What was the changing?
Swear
The way
or
he
affirm
dealt with
under
the
penalty of
mistrial.
law that the testimony you're about to give will be
I
the
think
truth, the whole truth,
It
and
was
nothing
so
but the truth.
sensible how he did it.
Through.
I think other people would have just knee-jerk reacted. He didn't. And he gave him a bollocking. He did everything right, in my opinion.
Awesome.
Good afternoon.
Thanks, Mad.
Please introduce yourself and spell your last name for the record.
I'm Bradley Whitehead, Whitehead.
And where are you currently employed, sir?
Detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the sheriff's office?
18 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
The last 6 or 7.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about, were you working in that capacity in February 7th of 2022?
Yes.
And were you asked to help with the excavation of a possible grave site?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a lot of experience running an excavator?
I do not.
Okay. Prior to February 7th of 2022, had you ever used one before?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When the excavator came to the property, did you get some limited instruction on how to run it?
Yes. The driver who dropped off the machinery spent about 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes with me, showing me how to operate the machine, all the controls and how to, just how to work it.
Okay. And so were you asked to use the excavator on the back half of the property at 9665 Burgess Road?
Yes, ma'am.
And about how long were you there using the excavator to remove dirt?
It did seem like it was very long, maybe a couple hours.
That seems pretty long. No?
I was expecting it to be longer, but it was.
Okay. And during this time, did you have to use the excavator because the dirt was so hard and frozen?
Yes, ma'am. We chose the excavator because of the, it was February in the winter. The ground has been frozen all for several months. We even tried to get ground heaters to thaw the ground, but all the construction companies had used those and there was none available. So all we had was the excavator.
Okay. And eventually, did you uncover human remains at that site?
Yes, ma'am.
And ideally, the excavator wouldn't, actually touch or interfere with those remains. Did that happen in this case?
It did.
Okay. Did you have other involvement in this investigation into the disappearance and eventual death of Kara Nichols?
I interviewed Cody.
Okay. And was Cody one of the friends of the defendant, Joel Hollendorfer?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you spoke with Cody, is that Cody Grant Guerrera?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you obtain buccal swabs from the inside of his mouth to get a sample?
I did.
Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what I handed you?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
That's an envelope. I put the buccal swabs in, wrote the case number down and sealed it with tape and initialed it.
And is it in substantially the same condition as when you last saw it?
Yes.
Okay. There's additional tape. Somebody else has opened this. Is that right?
Correct. It looks like the lab opened it up to test the buccal swabs.
And you know that's what's in that because are your initials on there?
Yes, ma'am. The initials, I wrote swabs on it, and also the label says it's a pair of swabs from Cody.
At this time, the people would move to admit Exhibit 10 into evidence.
10's admitted.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination. Any questions from the jury? Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Thank you.
It's been a lot of that. No defense.
The people's next witness would be Keith Duda.
Oh, do that.
Oh, the song is in my head.
What's he done? What? Do that.
Doodah, doodah.
Do
Yankee Doodle.
day. Yankee Doodle went to
Come on
town.
up here, sir.
Had a little monkey.
Right there's good. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through.
Bye, C's.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is Keith Duda, D-U-D-A,
And in 2015, where were you employed?
with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
What capacity?
I was a deputy on the crime reduction unit.
And have you since retired from that position?
I have.
Back in 2015, were you tasked with locating a vehicle?
I was.
And do you recall what type of a vehicle it was?
It was a tan Nissan Sentra.
Would that be a Nissan Altima?
Ultima, yes.
Do you recall the year of it?
I do not.
Does 2005 sound right?
That is correct. I believe so.
And were you sent somewhere in El Paso County to locate that vehicle?
No, it was up northern Colorado area by Denver and Lafayette.
And was the address 527 Mills Street?
That's correct.
And is that in Lafayette, Colorado?
It is.
Is that in Boulder County?
It is.
And when you arrived, let me get a specific date from you. Do you recall exactly when it was?
January 25th of 2015, I think.
January 29th, sound right?
29th.
Okay. So January of 2015 was when you were tasked with locating this vehicle.
Yes, I was.
And so you go all the way up to Lafayette. Were you able to locate it?
I was. It was parked out in front of that residence.
That Mills Street address?
Yes.
And did you have contact with the owners to, take possession of that vehicle?
I did.
And how did you take possession of it?
Once contacting them, we let them know it was evidence that we were going to seize for a case, and we allowed them to take their personal items out. Their son drove the vehicle, and then at that point, we took the vehicle, called for our tow truck from our facility to come up and take control of the vehicle.
You remained with the vehicle until the tow truck arrived.
We did.
And then did you watch the tow truck or follow it all the way back to El Paso County?
We observed him load the vehicle, and then we did follow it all the way back to our evidence facility here in El Paso County, where we placed it in one of the bays at our evidence facility. And we always seal the doors with tape, and then initial, the tape on the doors and the hood, so the car's secure.
And then is the car secured in the bay itself?
It is, and then it's closed and locked.
Obviously it took a number of hours to travel from Lafayette down to El Paso County, but was that all done, that whole process we talked about, done on that same day?
It was done on that same day.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
Cross-examination. Any questions from the jury? Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Okay, thank you.
That was helpful.
It's been a day of that, to be quite honest with you.
Just setting up the scene for the next one.
It's
laying the foundation.
And Your Honor, at this time, the people would recall Detective Gouliot.
Right, I never knew they could do this. They keep bringing the same detective back all the time.
Do you
Like
solemnly swear or
4 or
affirm
5
under
times
penalty of
now.
law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Have a seat.
Whoa.
Here she is again. Yeah, here she is again. She's been at least 2 or 3 times today.
Detective Gouliot, we heard earlier from a man, Jeremy Swope. Do you remember that?
I do.
And he was one of Kara's roommates back in 2012.
That's correct.
And during, in 2000, or when you took over the case, did you actually conduct an interview with Mr. Swope?
I did.
And was that recorded?
It was.
During that interview, did you show a photograph to Mr. Swope of Carolyn Nowak?
I did.
Did you also conduct the interview with Miss Nowak in 2013, 2014?
I did.
Evidence. The first is Exhibit 247. And do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is that?
It's the interview with Jeremy Swope.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of that interview?
It is.
I'm handing you People's Exhibit 249. You recognize what I handed you?
I do.
And what is that?
The interview with Carolyn Nowak.
And now I'm handing you People's Exhibit 246. You recognize what I handed you?
I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's the picture of Carolyn Nowak that I showed to Jeremy Swope during our interview.
And was that a photograph of Carolyn Nowak around the time of 2012 to 2014?
Correct.
All right. And are those, I don't think I asked this about Exhibit 249, Miss Nowak's interview. Is that a fair and accurate copy or representation recording of that interview?
It is.
And Exhibit 246, is that a fair and accurate copy of the photograph that you showed to Jeremy Swope?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit and publish Exhibits 246, 247, and 249 into evidence.
Objection. So admitted.
All right. So the first exhibit that we're going to publish is Exhibit 247, and this recording is approximately 3 minutes long of conversation that you had with Mr. Swope.
Okay.
She had some other female over there. She was. I identified her. I'm gonna show you a picture of her and all that. Pretty much, you know, hung out and everything. Car was getting ready and everything. It was her. I don't know, they were in the room there. Like they left. She got ready, she had said that she majority of the time I pay attention. Like it doesn't matter what household it's like, but they paid attention to who she left with. Yeah, they got together. She came back, it was like 10, I think it was 10:30, 11 o'clock. It was about 12 o'clock when she finally left. And then I didn't think of anything. She disappeared. Away. Well, it had to have been at least a week or so later. Like 2 weeks later, and then that for the other gentleman. They were, you know, in the road and all that. Like, you know, she would leave later than what she would normally leave. Like, she would leave, like, she would come back and it. Okay. This girl I spoke to, they came back, I was here for one time. Yeah, which was that day. Like, they came in, you know, she got ready, and then, you know, she used the bathroom, which was this corner right here.
Did she come back in the house with her at 10:30?
No, she was by herself. He stayed up until together and then.
She comes back into the residence, she gets rid of it, she leaves right away.
No, we talked for a little bit. I asked her, you know, what she didn't say what. She just said she was going up there. She was like, oh. She didn't hurt. It seemed like she didn't hurt. It seemed like she was just throwing everything together. Possibility. But I was like, what's that? Snake on, her hair all quick and everything. During that time when she was getting ready. Coming back. We did not see who she left with. Seen her leaving just prior to that. And she left. It's gonna go to Denver. Yeah, I didn't see anybody else. I just knew that, you know, like I knew that the girl had, you know, been hanging out with her like they left, and then she came back and she got ready, and then she left. She said, you know, going up to Denver, I'll be back. With. But I didn't really think about it because it was a nice neighborhood, you know, nothing really ever happened over there.
And during that interview with Mr. Swope, and Ms. Hanson, this is going to be very short. We're going to play another video. I just wanted to save you a trip. And so during that interview with Mr. Swope, did he mention a black Mercedes Benz at any point?
No. Well, in the beginning or at the end?
During the entire interview, was there a conversation about a black Mercedes Benz?
There was toward the end.
And was it a car he had seen that night or had seen at any point that car?
He was giving us a list of vehicles that he had seen pick up Kara in the past.
Okay.
And that black Mercedes Benz was mentioned then.
So the black Mercedes Benz, when you spoke to Mr. Swope back in 2013, it was not associated with October 9th of 2012.
It was not.
And at this time, we'd like to publish Exhibit 249, the interview with Ms. Nowak. And this is approximately 22 minutes long, or 21 minutes long.
And completely up to you whether you want to stay there or step down.
I'm fine if it's okay.
This is a bullshit now. We can't hear the bloody thing.
21 minutes of not hearing things.
Yeah.
Love that.
I got an extension that gets up to 600% volume, but it doesn't pick it up.
Well, this is from what, 2013?
Yeah, 14.
So, and audio, you know.
Yeah, it's not good.
Government facilities.
Yes. That's why everyone's dropping off. They know it's going to be shit.
Don't go.
Don't go. Laylaw get tits. No, I don't mean that.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe you should get him out. I don't know. Sal's like that in the corner going.
Here comes Lefty.
Yeah, Lefty's back in. Right. I hope they're not playing it right now because I can't hear nothing.
It looks like the video's paused.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
Because her head's moving, so they just haven't started it. Yeah, Dylan, maybe you should get yours out.
Mine have been out before. You can just search the videos. I got my tits out many times now. You weren't here for that one, were you?
I watched it. Maybe chat should get their tits out.
They were supposed to last time, but I don't think they did. Cheaters. Why? What's the wait? Oh, hang on. I should put it back, shouldn't I, just to see?
Lawyers and technology.
You seem to be watching it, but there's nothing there.
He's taking a nap.
And she is as well. What's going on? They're looking quite intense at it. They'll zoom in again, but here we go.
Your Honor, so we are unable to connect.
Yep.
Have the video and the sound at a level that everyone can hear at the same time. My proposal is that we just play the audio if there's no objection. Okay,
Sounds good.
so that way we can actually hear the words.
Your Honor, we have this really old technology system in the courtroom and we're not smart enough to make it work.
Yeah, that's the worst thing. Mecky Techie, I need some money to expose my tits. I did it because we reached our goal of being monetized, so I got them out. And also, this lady on my left,
On
your
my
right,
screen, I'm on your left.
she made me get them out a few times, but not anymore. No, I will do with special occasions, but not.
Show me the milk jugs.
Yeah, show me the money. Then I'll get my tits out, you know.
Hair color.
Right, here we go.
Is that your original color? In that bleach pool is bring it apart, isn't it? Yeah. My daughter does that to a couple of chunks. Yeah. So she changes the random chunks and where they're at. So are you still on Canal Street, huh?
Sweet mother of pearl.
What's going on? Left is back.
Oh God.
Well, the thing is, he never left, so he's not back.
You're right.
So he's always here, like, you know. And fair play to him, right? He's donated 15 memberships, right? But I only got 10. 5 have gone missing.
I heard that earlier.
Yeah, mental.
YouTube taxed you.
Yeah, bastards.
So the reason I discussed a little bit on the phone with you, the reason I asked you today is I just got a couple copies of reports from CSPD to Kara Nichols. And so I'm trying to find out exactly what you know about her. You were with her for the last couple days, is that correct? And you had driven her around, you dropped off some evidence. Statements in here that you had heard.
Yeah, Suzanne, it's just
So
awful.
why don't you start by telling me how you know Kara? My life.
Who are they even interviewing?
No idea.
Huh. Okay.
I generally don't know, to be honest.
Someone in the chat has to tell us. Okay.
I mean, I think they stopped.
Have you been to wherever she stayed at?
Oh, her friend. Shelley said her friend.
If I was this judge, I'd be so pissed off.
Yeah, right now. He's been quite kind. Been-
What would you pick her up? No, any of the friends, did you meet any of her other friends that she hung out with? Did she speak of any? She talks about her. Did she talk about them in a good way, a bad way? She loved.
Change your reaction skin tone.
She talked about anybody that like.
Oh, I like that. You know what the girl's name was?
Thank you, Shelley.
Found the one, her name is Angel. So when that was the same girl she kind of hung out with all the time when she kind of didn't work, am I correct? With that? Now, did you pick her up to go do jobs, to drop her off? Where did you pick her up from her house? Or where did you drop her off? You went there by yourself. And let me, you're not in any trouble or anything, you understand that, right? Yeah. Okay. I should think you are, I just wanna try to understand, because you seem to be the one who hung out with her. Although it's not, because it's not a great amount of time, but you hung out with her pretty most that I know of. During her disappearance.
How old was she?
19.
Was, now I know Kara was addicted to drugs. What was she using? What I'm trying to figure out is how that was her habit. In Chicago, you mean? Yeah. So she was doing that there. She was. Right, right.
The judge needs coffee.
Saying that, I'll be back now. I'm gonna grab a coffee. There's no point sitting here.
This is the clear form.
Do it, Dylan.
Just the dirtiest. And so tell me, did she ever mention anything about her brother? Do you know how much heroin they lacked? Do you know how much heroin she was using in a day? Were there, did you see desperate times with her as far as trying to find drugs, needing drugs, stuff like that? I think it's what she did. So that's why she went back to or prostitute or. Now, I've heard a lot about modeling stuff. However, I can't tie her to anything modeling. August of 2012. Did she talk to you about being involved in modeling? First of all, for all time. So had you known her to be involved in modeling the 2 weeks that you hung out with her? She didn't talk about modeling. Right? That's what I thought. That's everything I found. It says that. It's pretty old. But some people are trying to connect it with a couple of the girls and model mayhem and stuff there. I don't even think she was doing. Yeah, that's. She had been, I know she's in one of those photos. Right. Okay. Yeah, that's everything I found says that. The modeling had not existed for a really long time. Yeah. Her drug habit had taken over. Are you addicted to something too? Is it what connected you guys? No, just cool friends. Yeah.
The jury has to be falling asleep.
I hope they can hear it though properly. Do you know what I mean?
I doubt it.
No.
Your world. Yeah. So when was the last time? Day you went to work? Oh, the day you dropped her off at the apartments. Yeah. Okay, so you did pick her up from there. I picked her up from the house. Was that the ad that was placed on the 9th of October? Day that I saw her. That the last day you had talked to her too? So, October 9th. I'm not listening to you.
So did you, once you jumped off that apartment on Constitution somewhere over there, did you pick her back up then?
Yeah, we stayed there.
Oh, you stayed there, okay, gotcha. That was a Tuesday. So I know it's kind of repetitive. You picked her up, we stayed there, waited for her, and she came out from that jump. What time was that? Do you know, was it nighttime? Tell me what happened after you picked her up, or after she got there. Everything that happened. On the house that you lived at. You live inside? She seemed okay. She was trying to make money for drugs because she didn't have any. Not having it or for having it? I didn't know if she was been eating or she had just done some. That was the last time you talked to her. Did she have, did you know any of her other girlfriends besides the one girl she talked about going to dinner with? Like, what do you know about her? Do you know about them? Do you know about her parents? Did you deal in drugs or just doing drugs? Okay. They would approve her doing drugs. Or miss anything. You try to get a hold of Kara after the fact, after you get a hold of her. Assumption would be. Right. Who's her name? Looks like. What did she say about him then? Well, that's not, that week wasn't the first time, that day wasn't the first time that she did it by herself, right? So is that an accurate statement? Because she was out working with the other girl. Yeah. And you talk about that in your one report too, an officer from rather than him.
I really don't think.
No, we found nothing with that either. It says here, it says, Cole stated that Nichols is no prostitute and recently decided to get rid of him. It says, you said you dropped Nichols off at an unknown location where Nichols' former pimp was. So you did say that? Okay, and it says, Post stated that the pimp was upset at Nichols. Post told me that her daughter, oh, this is what your mom said. I'm sorry, this is what your mom said. Everyone that? Post told me that her daughter, that Nichols' former pimp may have killed her. But you didn't drop her off to her pimp. No. There is your interview with Lear. I should cover everything with you because there's. So he has that. Carolyn advised that she had been with Kara on the evening of 10/16 and 10/17. Correct, because she disappeared on the 9th. Like the 9th is a Tuesday, so you think she dates next time? Yeah. Okay, but you didn't see her on the 16th or 17th? No. Because that was the Tuesday and the Wednesday too.
Because if she had posted her ad.
She did.
That was today, so I was there.
That was at like, I think that ad posted at like 7 o'clock at night. Does that sound right? Yeah. So it was a week prior, it was the 16th.
Yeah.
About 2 weeks, that's right. It says that you had picked her up at her house. Well, now we know it's the 9th, not the 16th. And it says you had taken care of 2 clients that had been arranged on Backpage. But you got her back from both of those.
Yeah, no, I stayed there.
Okay. I just want to make sure she wasn't left somewhere.
No.
Okay. It says Carolyn stated after Kara had completed her second job, she was tired and was needing a fix of heroin. She advised that Kara was trying to get another job for the night, but business was slow.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
She wanted.
I think they're muting this.
That would make sense.
That's why I think for him.
I think that's a good spot.
PIM money, yeah. But wouldn't somebody at the house, would you assume that's the receipt and paying her? So it's some other payment picture. They're on about 21:30, which would 9:30, which would be right, because you had to be home by 10. Get a hold of her the next day.
I wish they'd play it on 1.25 speed. You're muted.
I'm struggling to hear and understand it as well, which is, a shame really.
I need you to everything you know about. Carolyn stated that the word on the street was that Karen may have overdosed on heroin and somebody dumped her body. Overdosed on heroin. There's the baby. Oh, okay.
Bloody hell.
Oh, I bet she just. So what does the somebody who directly said? No, they should specifically know. So they were just talking bullshit. Yeah, they're just talking shit.
Copyright, you know.
So was anybody saying, hey, yeah, I know she overdosed, they don't know why. So it was just people saying, hey, maybe she overdosed, just typical chatter or something like this.
Well, did you see the one about shagging a dog? He's been arrested for raping a dog.
What? Oh, wait, like on the couch with the mom? Like the mom was.
Mother caught him.
I saw that somewhere.
Said that in here that she was looking for, she needed a fix. Did she have a certain drug dealer that you know of, or was she out? Could she find anything? What was her talk that night? She never mentioned anything. Did you ever know where to hang out in the Fillmore corridor? No. Right. Yeah, so that was identified as somebody else. And we found that girl pretty far away, actually, but we tracked it, found her and talked to her. So, that takes kind of it. So when you left her on the ninth, she seemed okay. She was just looking for another hit. It's probably some more work. Yeah. Do you know of anybody that she knew out east? Like down Highway 24? Anybody? She talk about anybody? You ever take her out east? But you never took her east for anything, since you were kind of her ride every once in a while. It was just one time. Oh, just that one time? Okay. On the ninth, that was on the you drove around? Yeah. And why, when you took her to those two jobs, is it, help me out here. Is it common for you guys not to take anything in with you, like behind? So she had money and stuff in her wallet, and that was still, I mean, if that was still in her house. Well, that doesn't make sense to me. I could have taken it with her. That's my question. You would have taken stuff with her, like, I mean. Would you bring all the money you had with you? Money? Some of these girls get robbed. You used to.
The jury has to be asleep by now. I'm struggling.
Sergeant who's watching the computer, make sure he has no questions. No questions for me? I mean, we've been following every single thing that's coming in when she's been far anymore. Certainly the day she disappeared. And who's the new guy she's into? That I have a new guy. He's been, yeah. Did he do her to you? He was in her register too. Yeah. Where's she usually go on hers? You thought I'd rather do heroin? Okay, haven't worked out unless you figured any questions for me. Oh, you're going to get my number, right? Keep it. Think of any. Would you like, even if you want, you know, you have questions for me here, you want to see how things are going.
I just want to ask you a couple things that were discussed in that recording that we heard. At some point, you mentioned the name Angel as a girl that Kara hung out with.
Right.
Were you able to identify and contact Angel?
We were. It was Angelica Ruiz.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
it's
were you
recorded.
able to get her phone number from that time period?
We were.
Okay. Was that 719-645-1474?
I don't recall it offhand. If that's what's documented,
Okay.
that's what it would be.
And were you able to confirm with Angel or Ms. Ruiz that the last time she had seen Kara was on October 6th, not the 9th?
That's correct.
There was some conversation in there that was originally, and you thought it was Ms. Nowak's statement, but it turned out to be her mother's, and Carolyn did not say she had made those statements.
That's correct.
Excuse me, detective.
And when you were speaking with Ms. Nowak, you eventually confirmed that she had taken Kara to 2 different jobs. Was that also confirmed later by the phone records that you saw?
Yes, it was.
And in that in that interview, Ms. Nowak does not say that she saw Kara use any kind of drug that night, right?
That's correct.
And she talks about her pimp. This is the man that was exploiting Kara.
That's correct.
And to Carolyn's knowledge in there, that man never actually connected with Kara on October 9th either.
That's correct.
And then you talked to her about this rumor that Kara had potentially overdosed. And Ms. Nowak confirmed that was just, I think she said, hateful girls talking shit.
On the internet, yes.
Okay. And in that interview, Ms. Nowak also says that Kara had no way to get anywhere. She didn't have a car or anything like that.
That's correct.
Just one moment. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Cross-examination.
Just a moment.
I just want her to repeat the entire interview that we missed. Like, tell us what was said in the interview.
It would be nice, wouldn't it? It would be nice.
Usually, we just don't want to.
No, well,
I only have a few questions.
yeah, go ahead.
Ask your questions.
Ms. Gulia, you just said that during that interview, Ms. Nowak said, or never said in that interview, I should say, that she saw Ms. Nichols do heroin that day, right?
That's correct.
Okay. She did say, however, that Ms. Nichols was needing a fix of heroin.
That is correct.
And she said something to the effect that she often or usually did heroin before a job. Is that correct?
She did.
Okay. No further questions.
Redirect.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
I'd love to be on a jury and get to ask questions.
It's amazing. I love it.
Your Honor, that concludes our witnesses for today.
Okay. Members of the jury, I know we're running a little ahead of schedule overall, but for today we are done. It's 4:15. Remember all the admonitions. Let me just repeat a couple. Make sure you stay away from any locations that have been described. Don't do independent research. Don't talk with anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Leave your notebooks here. Have a restful weekend. We will not be here on Monday. Okay, Monday we'll be observing Juneteenth Day, so don't come to court on Monday. Come back Tuesday at 8:30. Okay, have a great weekend. We'll see you Tuesday at 8:30.
All right.
Have you ever noticed how all of the court reporters and clerks, bless them?
Yeah, I wouldn't like their jobs. I think that is a very sad job to have.
They all look the same.
Yeah, they all look sad. Do you know what I mean?
Just old and tired and miserable.
They got a skill set that's impressive, but
For sure.
do you know what I mean?
Seated. The jury has left, and so for planning, who all did you have left then for Tuesday?
We have 7 witnesses for Monday. Our anticipated and our Tuesday would be 3 p.m. on Tuesday, where we would be resting.
Okay, okay. And then other than potentially your client, does the defense have witnesses lined up for Tuesday or Wednesday, or Tuesday or Thursday?
Have everybody available? either
Suzanne,
way.
I'll answer that.
There's only potentially that would be very short.
Be relatively short. Okay, okay. So we'll plan on wrapping up the evidence in all likelihood on Tuesday with the plan to work on jury instructions during the day Tuesday with closings on Thursday. Okay. Are the people going to be asking for lesser includeds on count 1? I just took a glance at the instructions. I didn't see any lesser includeds there.
And Your Honor, we had just proposed the standard for the charges included. We wanted to review the defense's proposed instructions. And we think it also kind of just depends on if the defense presents a case, what would be warranted. So I don't know if they're asking for lesser included.
Okay, does the defense know?
I think it's a potential, Judge. I think that we'll meet with our client this weekend and go over. So we'll have those ready.
So, okay, lesser includeds and then modified verdict forms. Okay,
And just so all parties are aware, I think I said this in the email when I sent them, I have those all prepared just in case. So it won't take long to, if we need to add them in, they're all prepared.
okay, okay. Anything else then from the people?
I want to clarify one thing that we talked about for Betty Hollendorfer's 2014 audio. If the court recalls, there was a statement that the defense was objecting to regarding a booty call between the defendant and his ex-wife, Ms. Palmer. And I asked the court for some more time to clarify what the kind of context of that statement was. And that is Ms. Hollendorfer states that in response to a question about whether or not she believed the defendant to be on the property on October 9th, 2012. She references that statement immediately after that question.
Did she testify to that? Or Ms. Hollendorfer?
She testified she could not recall whether or not he was there on the 9th of 2012.
Okay, did you call her attention to this booty call statement?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, so you'd like to play her description of a booty call, phone call.
Yes, Your Honor. It's more detailed than what she was able to recall on the stand. And this interview was from 2014, which is significantly closer in time to 2012.
Okay, and so for context, the detective asks, what do you remember about him being there on October 9th? And she says right after that was the day of the...
Not that it was the day of, but that she recalled that occurring in that time period of October 2012. I don't remember. I don't believe she's able to say whether or not that occurred on October 9th or not.
Okay, and then the relevance of it, if it's not certain if it's October 9th?
I think, Your Honor, it is relevant to show that the defendant would be at the property in October of 2012 and that Ms. Hollendorfer was fairly aware of his coming and goings from that property and who he's having contact with as far as Ms. Palmer.
Okay, okay. Response from the defense?
I mean, I think if it was never called to her attention, it would be improper, Your Honor. I think that it can be used to impeach her or as a prior consistent statement for one of those reasons. But if it was never addressed, then I don't think that portion of the video should be played.
The court agrees in light of the fact that Ms. Hollendorfer's attention was not brought to the statement, it can't be inquired into. So the objection is sustained. Anything else from the people?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
From the defense? All right, we'll see y'all Tuesday.
Oh, nice.
Whew.
Now we get kicked out.
I didn't want to be here anyway.
I know. Let's get it on.
Oh God.
Let's
I wasn't ready.
You weren't ready.
I wasn't ready. I just turned around and there I was.
Hang on, does this work? Does this work? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh. Happy days. I hate headphones.
Oh, look, it's too much, Dylan. Back it off.
I know. But it's the audio. The audio goes through it. That's how my audio works.
I meant this.
Oh, sorry. Hang on.
I'm really big and you can see my crazy hairs. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
There we are. That's better, isn't it?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
I was feeling uncomfortable.
Right. Okay.
It's
So
like I could
just
see my pores.
just oh shit. Just to clarify,
Shit.
um,
Oops, sorry guys.
I'm sure if Kelsey's still here or Amanda, but yeah, hopefully we're doing justice for your friend. But also I know people are going to leave now, so thank you very much for your support today, guys.
They're
Some of
gonna
you will
miss
be
the
dropping
best
off.
part.
Yeah, some people are going to drop off now, so thank you for being here. Thanks for liking and subscribing and everything. So just to clarify then, so there's no court on Monday. Tuesday, for my channel, we'll be watching this for state to rest, and it looks like the defense will also be resting on Tuesday. Then Wednesday, there's no court, but what we will do is we will watch Tuesday's Parkland officer on Wednesday. I would probably watch both days on Wednesday. And then Thursday, we're back at this trial, and then we'll see play by ear. So hopefully, deliberations Thursday, and hopefully a verdict of justice on Thursday as well. That's the plan. I know I'll have to write that down for people, but essentially, get your asses back here 8:30 mounted. So that's 10:30 Eastern. That's 9:30 Central.
9:30. Right?
9:30, yeah, 9:30, yeah. Why?
You said half 9.
Yeah, 9:30, 9:30.
Okay.
10:30. What's 10:30? That's 10:30.
Well, so I was thinking half 9. Do you mean 8:30?
Oh
Or do you
my
mean
God, you
half
Americans.
after, which would be 9? Yeah.
You Americans are thick as shit, I must be honest.
No, it's like a quarter till.
Do you not say 9:30, 10:30, quarter past,
No.
quarter to?
Quarter past, quarter to, yes, but not. I mean, when you get to that 30 mark, it could be either way.
Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm not sure if Kelsey's still here, but yeah, nice of you all to still be typing to her. No, I don't think she's here. Anyway, right, moving on from that. I mean, there's not much to say about this trial, do you know what I mean?
So Kelsey and
Amanda.
Amanda were both friends with her?
Yeah. So Amanda dropped in this morning and was like, stated she was friends with her and asked me to message her and stuff. But I did ask for her Twitter and stuff like that, but
That's an interview, Dylan. That's an interview.
Yeah, I don't mind that, but
Yeah.
it's more of a she never gave me a contact and she's not here anymore. So
She'll be back.
she's like, I'll contact me before or during or after, but she never responded. So I can't do anything about that. But I didn't realize they were watching, so that's really, I don't know, quite. What do you do about it? Do you know what I mean? You just go carry on as natural. Do you know what I mean? You can't. I just don't know. The thought of having friends and family maybe watching is like, oh shit.
Well, I mean,
Gosh.
that's what happened with Solomon Anderson in the Vices show.
That's true. Well, this is what honestly, if you YouTube this now, I'm the only one showing this on YouTube.
Way to go, D.
I mean, you know what I mean? So this is why, like, I wish we had more people watching. It's such an interesting case, like, Trilo, yeah, it was Shelley, it was. But she's not here now. I tried to tag her, but she's not in.
Dylan.
What are you laughing at?
You confused. I don't know how to say
What?
that name. Meki Teki?
Meki Teki.
Just said half 30 was 10. I'm so Confucius now.
Well, he just said that 30 was half past 10. Half
past 10, quarter till.
Quarter to 11 is 10:45. Half past 10 is 10:30. Quarter past 10 is 10:15.
But
and
you
10
didn't.
is 10.
But you said you didn't say half past.
I said half past 10. Half past 9 Central.
Okay. All right.
We're going back.
It's okay.
It's all good. If I didn't say it, it's 10:30 Eastern, 9:30 Central, and 8:30 Mountain Time and 7:30 for Luna and everyone in the Pacific Time.
Lefty needs to quit trying to dox me, weirdo.
I know. Unless you go, being able to tag someone doesn't mean they're still. No, I know. No, I know that. But what I'm saying is, because like Amanda tried to tag her, I can't tag her. Or Kelsey, that means they're
I
not
think
here.
Shelley tried to tag Amanda.
Oh, you can tag her. Oh fuck, I can't tag her. If Shelley, if you tagged her, then Amanda, I just need your contact. Amanda, let's have a look.
What are you guys talking about tomorrow?
Oh,
it's the herd trial or dep
we're
herd
doing
with
we're doing the
Lefty.
dep. Mickey Techie, you and me gonna have a fight in a bit, right? When I was tongue tag them, those. And not being able to tag doesn't mean they're not here. Okay, Lefty. Okay. I don't know.
You just gotta ignore
I
it.
don't know. Yeah,
Just
fine.
ignore it.
Amanda, if you're here, message me Dylan12D on Twitter, or Kelsey, message me. I'd love to have a chat with you, or even interview you, whatever. So what are we saying? Lefty's put my head in spin now.
Bro.
Lefty. Oh, it's tomorrow. Dep Herd, Mean Spider. Don't think Lefty's coming on tomorrow.
He's not because he's a sissy.
No, Monday. We're doing Monday again.
Oh.
Because he's got to go by 4:30 or something Central. So
4:30 Central.
Cent-
No.
Yeah.
Not.
Oh,
4:30
4:30 Central.
2.
4:30 Central. Sorry. Yeah, Meki Techie. I've done it for 3 weeks.
Lefty can't
No, I
come on
can't.
Monday.
Fucking hell, Lefty's such hard work. Like he's more painstaking than anyone else. He's like a drama queen, like
Yeah. Yeah.
Busy Monday. Well, you let me know when you want to come on, Lefty. Let's
He
put it
doesn't.
like that.
He's too scared.
He is scared. I think he doesn't want to be anywhere near you. I think so.
Smart.
I don't know. Oh, yeah, smart.
Scared and smart.
Yeah. Are we still doing next Sunday, by the way?
Yeah. What are we talking about?
Kohlberger.
Yeah, dude, I got to catch up on that. I have no clue what's going on.
Neither have I, and I've not heard from Morgan either. So, and she's into all that. So I'm hoping that she, really doing. Well, hang on. Where's that? No, I can't come on Monday. I'm busy Monday. Left field. I'm home right now. I'd click the link. If I was home right now, I'd click a link.
No, you wouldn't.
Okay, Lefty. Well, Lefty, you could come on tomorrow if you want. Whatever.
Whatever, Lefty.
Yeah, just whatever. Just come on whenever you're free. Just let me
Go
know.
do your
and you
Lefty
can come on.
things. Yeah.
You're more than welcome, Lefty, anytime you want.
You know what we should really do? We should do like the Mean Girls, like you can't sit with us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I say he's coming on, I'll be going off then. I was switching off. Just let him come in, think it's still recording, and just switch it and broadcast. You know what I mean? That's what we'll do. Nobody knows what's going on with BK. No one does. I just seen there's another document out now that he hasn't seen anything from the phone results or anything like that. So all the things requested.
So they're just saying, hey, you guys haven't turned over what you need to.
Yeah, not turning anything over. I just think she's going hammer and tongs and Taylor just to be like, I think she's a fantastic attorney from what I've seen so far.
I agree.
We'll keep it for next Sunday more, and Morgan knows a shit ton, but I do need to look at stuff because, I need to learn a bit more about it. Pop on to Lady Law and have the war settle the score. He wants to settle the score with you online.
He's like using me as a grift, in case no one's noticed. He's low-key obsessed, but he's trying to spin it into a grift for himself. It's like the Lefty griftathon.
Yeah, I was trying to grift today as a membership. So I got 5 memberships, which is good, and also Shauna gave me $199 super sticker. That's my level of grifting, though. Do you know what I mean? Grifting, what's that?
Lefty, I haven't seen you on a channel yet, my dude.
He
I'm
just
just
put
here,
in the
just here being me. Just here doing the guilt things.
Exactly. Well, this is the thing. He talks. He's great in chat. He's great in chat. I'll give him that, right? But I think he's going to be a massive disappointment online. I mean, he's going to be. Everyone's going to be like, "Is that Lefty? Oh fuck, he's not funny at
Yeah.
all."
Womp,
Do you know what I mean?
womp, womp.
Yeah, he's hilarious in the chat, but once he comes on, that's it.
Lefty, I'm not leaving out context. I mean, I've got the receipts on my phone.
Mickey Techie, that's fine.
What did Mickey Techie say?
Just saying that. Thanks for streaming this trial. I love them. Listening to the lawyers work both sides is great. Yeah, exactly. Nobody ever asked me to come on. Well, you can come on. It's not a problem for me.
Hey, you didn't ask me either. You were just like, Sarah, might pop
Layla.
on and,
Yeah.
and then it was
Come
like,
on.
yo, bro, I'm on my way. And you're like, all right, here's the link.
That's it. Exactly. Yeah, Mekitech is day 2 tomorrow. Day 2 tomorrow. Shelley's right. The motion state, his case will be on June 26th. Is it? Oh, we don't know if it will be online or not. So say that again, because I don't understand. Oh, 26th of 2023. Fine. So the motion state his case. Fine. So then we'll find out if it's online, the Brian Kohlberger case. 26th of this month. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
I'm trying
Right,
to find.
let's turn this away from the Lefty show. It's Lefty show, and it's not even his show. He's
No,
not even
hold on.
here.
But listen, I gotta just for a second.
It's fine, Mecky Techie, just wherever. It's 1:15 Eastern. Just turn up whenever. Tomorrow's a short day, I think, Mecky. So yeah, just turn up whenever. Spider Girl be with me on screen. By all means, come in whenever. We sent him something. Great moments.
Oh, yeah, Depp heard. So Lefty tried calling me the other day on the way home from work because, I accidentally, on purpose, gave him my number to protect his small child from the internet weirdos.
Yeah.
And I said, don't make me regret it. So on Tuesday, I'm driving home and I'm on the phone and I get a call and I didn't answer. It's Lefty that calls while I'm on the phone, right?
Yeah.
And so he texts me and he said, sorry, thought you were driving home, LOL. Bro, how do you know what time I'm driving home? And I said, I am. And he said, you ass. How am I an ass? He said, I could be here all night knocking out that list. LOL, you sent me to voicemail. I said, you think you're the only person who calls me? And he said, no, I just figured you did it to fuck with me.
Jesus.
Bruh.
Lefty.
No, let me scroll up. I don't think so. No, I sure didn't.
No, you said you were leaving work. No. In the
No.
channel, he says.
Oh, maybe.
Even
Definitely not in
then.
text. Even
I
then.
don't know what happens with that motion BK. It could certainly change the trial date. Look, I don't think the date for BK is happening in October.
Nope.
I don't think there's any chance at all it's happening in October. Whether death penalty is on the table or not, it ain't happening, guys. I don't think.
Mm-mm. It's gonna be a while, a long while.
Well, I think it's delayed now as well because it's like they're asking for all these motions and there's so many. He's not got all the evidence yet, and not happening.
So the Murdoch trial, that happened. Trials don't happen that fast. It's going to be. I would predict probably years, to be honest.
Yeah, I said late 2024, early
Mhm.
25. That's what I think. Well, that's what I thought. But even that might be unrealistic. Depends if it's a death penalty or not. Um, do you know what? One of the trials I really need to get into. I'm not sure if you've seen it or not, or if the chat has seen it. Delphi murders. So that's happening next year on the 8th of January. So that's
I've
now,
heard of it, know a little bit about it, but
yeah, in Indiana or something. I've not.
yeah,
I
when you start getting into like, kids being hurt, I
I
don't know.
know. I don't know, but I think it'll be a big case though.
Oh, for sure.
What's your preference then, on this trial then, in the sense of we got Sarah Boone and Taylor Shabusiness on the same time.
Listen, I'm gonna be in on the business. Yeah,
Are
like
you
I think that what a
That's
psycho.
yeah, no, but I think, but it's interesting because it's like a mix, isn't it? Oh, here we go. And there's no mods here. Ring the fucking bell. Be here tomorrow. Ring the fucking bell. Lefty, that is. I thought there were
Lefty
mods here, but
lies.
it's not. A majority of people are not going to be here tomorrow. That's fine. That's fine, guys. 9 people voted, and I think 6 have said they're not going to be here. No, 5 said no. No, 6 have said no, and 4 said yes. That's fine. It's another interesting one. Right, I'm going to put a quick poll up, right, to see Taylor Business or Looney Boone.
Both are gonna be good.
They are, and if they happen
I
at the
don't
same time,
I don't think Sarah Boone's gonna go.
you don't.
No,
I
I
think
don't think so. Have you heard about the last letter that she wrote to the judge?
something about the lawyer, isn't it?
Yeah. So I just don't think that with no communication with her attorney, I don't think it's going to go.
Nah.
I mean, if he's not talking to the client, how's he prepping for trial?
Yeah, that's true. Would you? Okay, which trial would you watch? If both were happening same time. I put in Looney Boone, Looney Business. I don't know how to
It
spell it,
should
but
be like
everyone knows.
it should be Shaken Business and Suitcase
Ah,
Sarah.
I've done the
Ah,
Looney now. Too late, but don't think Boone will start. Yeah, maybe not. As the lead law just explained, it probably won't start. I'm out of touch with it, but I watched the videos and stuff, and I was just like, well, why is she going not guilty for? What's she gonna? I know she's saying about
Sarah Boone.
yeah, Sarah Boone.
I think it'll
After
be in.
watching everything, it was just like, well, she's guilty. I mean, I hate saying that, but it's like,
So
wha-
it depends, right? So I mean, if you're intoxicated, that can have an effect on whether or not you had the mens rea to commit the criminal act. But the video, I don't know.
that's why I feel like and I'm a you know my motto, innocent unless proven guilty. But it's just like I watched it all. I was like, well, wait, what's the defense? I mean, she might have a defense. I don't know, but
I think it's going to be the battered
yeah,
spouse defense.
yeah. But when you watch, I don't know. Well, she's got the right to a fair trial, but
Sarah Samsonite. Shelley
there's
called her Sarah Samsonite.
and I just love the name Shabusiness, not Shabusiness.
Shaken
Yeah,
business.
need to stop writing. Yeah, she did. I know she writes a lot of letters. I've heard that. Tough decision, Shelley said. But this is the thing. It is a tough decision. What do you actually watch? Oh my God! Everyone says Shabusiness, nearly.
I think, listen, I think business, when you start cutting off members and having your way with them, like, I'm here to hear it.
Was in the fact that she put the 2 heads in the bucket for his mother to find, which was
Well,
like,
she carried some like in her friend's car with her, and like
yeah.
I think some
But
in a bucket.
I heard he was this head and that head,
Yeah,
or in a
yeah,
bucket.
yeah,
Oh, and
yeah.
and his mother found it. Oh, that's
I
disgusting.
know his mother found something. I don't know if it was.
No, it was that.
Was it that?
The two heads apparently, yeah.
2 heads are better than 1.
Well, yeah, I mean, oh, but what do you do? Do you know what I mean? Oh,
Well, I don't wanna think about that as a mother of sons, but,
no.
you know.
I asked a question yesterday, right? I asked a question yesterday. So I'm gonna put you on the spot here, which is a real bad thing of me to do here, right?
Oh,
But I
okay.
put the chat on the spot here yesterday, and they
Uh-huh.
answered very quickly, and they were like, very definite about their answers. But so the scenario I gave the chat yesterday was, um, so Joel's mother was on the stand and obviously defending him and stuff. And everyone's like, well, she knows he did it. She helped him cover up and stuff. But I was like, well, as a mother, would you not help your son cover up? Or would you be like, no, I'm going to dob you into the police? What would you do?
So in this very scenario,
Well, no,
or like in any,
if your son came to you and like, I just murdered someone, what do you just deliver him to the police, or do you just like be like,
no, I hire an attorney.
you straight away?
I
Yeah,
go
that's
straight to
sensible.
an attorney.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's very sensible. Yeah, I mean, everyone said that they would hand him over to the police, and that. But your answer's more, yeah, sensible, shall we say?
Uh-huh. Um, but I have turned my son into the police.
Oh, with the yeah. You
Yeah.
don't have to say the story here because save it for
I'll
your own
save it
channel.
for, yeah, for sure.
Save it. I really want to hear it, but I want to hear it on your channel, and also
Yeah.
I definitely want to ask you loads of questions on your channel
Yeah.
about prisons and stuff like that as well. So
Yeah.
that's definitely something I want to learn more about, difference between jails and prisons and stuff like that. So I'll keep that. I'd love to come on your channel and discuss that because it fascinates me.
What do you
So
guys have over there? Do you not have like different levels of?
we do, but again, I don't really understand it. Um, I it always fascinates me, but it sort of works differently for you guys, I think. For our guys, they go into, I think they go into prison. I don't think there's a jail for them. I think prison's prison. I don't think there is. Now I could be
It's
wrong
not
there, but
structured like,
yeah, it's
in
not
the
structured the
States,
same.
okay.
I think you just go straight to prison and then go from there. Um, Farrell's group, but people say that until this day, child, 100% hire an attorney and get them help if they need it. Yes,
Yep. Do
yes.
not talk to the cops.
Yeah, I was just, I value everyone's input on it, and majority said that they couldn't do that to another parent, So I always thought the difference. I don't know. I thought for me, my mother would probably just do everything she could to defend me. I
Oh,
don't
for
know,
sure. So, but
you
what's
know.
the best? I mean, if you're going to be caught doing something like that, what's the best defense that you could do for your child?
Yeah,
It's to not make the situation worse
yeah,
because they're probably eventually going to be caught. So the
yeah,
best thing you can do is get an attorney and let them, handle the
yeah. That's
rest.
true. Yeah, you and Farrell on the same boat there, and Meki Teki is as well. What's She business loves a camera. She's going to act out a lot. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, she like attacked her attorney.
She could. She should. Oh, not your business. Yeah, not your business. But again, for us in the UK, again, it's a little bit different because we're not taught to get attorneys. It's like no, you just go and the cops come knocking. You get arrested, and I don't think they even give you an option. It's just like let's go.
But
Well,
I
they
mean,
probably do give an option, but
I think that that's the same thing here in the United States. Like people think that cops are their friends, like, oh, I just need to be honest and answer their questions. Well, even if you're honest, your words can be misconstrued and taken and twisted. Like, just don't talk to the cops.
and I think there's this misconception as well. Again, I'm not 100% you, but that oh shit,
What
hang on,
happened?
I'm back. Um, I think that people think they got to pay for their own lawyers and stuff, which might put people off.
Yeah, you
But you
do
can get
here.
a what?
I mean, so unless
You get put.
you're indigent, then, you know,
Don't you get appointed attorneys and stuff?
not until you have your initial arraignment, and then you can request an attorney.
See, I didn't know that.
Mhm.
I've learned something today. Meki Teki said my parents would turn me in and get a lawyer at the same time. I always tell your child not to talk to the police. Yeah. You guys don't do life either. Great advice, lawyer. I don't know what that means. You guys don't do life either.
You guys don't have life in prison?
No. So there's always a date, I believe, like 30 years, 40 years. There's always parole type of thing. But I do think there's some life, as in you could be 100 years or something, I think. Do you know what I mean? If you're
It's the same thing as
well,
a life sentence, I guess.
yeah, I think so. But maybe I'm wrong on that one. Maybe I'm wrong. But the worst ones I think would get like 40 years until probation, and they'd never get probation type of thing. But I'm not clued up on that because I'm less interested in our stuff because essentially we don't get to see anything on TV. So,
Sketchy.
so, but but in one way, it's a great system in the sense of everything's under lockdown. We don't get to know anything. So there's never any juries that are going to be tainted or anything like that. It's great. But then when you actually doing the trial, you don't get to see it. So not so great. And then they've now started giving sentencing like live, making that live. But it's like, what's the point? Suzanne's in Canada, isn't she? So
So Suzanne said that there's public defenders, but like I said, they're not appointed until arraignment. And at that point, you've already talked to the cops more than likely.
yeah.
Unless you're smart and say no.
Could you say no and then just be like no, and
So,
then
so if you're arrested, you can tell them no, I'm not going to speak to you. Please get me a lawyer. But you have to be unequivocal in asserting that right and say, I want a lawyer. I refuse to speak to you. If you don't say that, then they can continue to question you. They continue, you see those people who are during interrogations, like they keep them in there and just hold them, and eventually it wears them down. So, yeah, just always say I don't want to talk to you and I'd like an attorney, please.
say now, for instance, if they said, I don't want to talk to you because it says, it's up to you if you talk to us or not. If you say no, I don't want to, they are you going to get an attorney? And they're like, well, no, I can't afford an attorney, but I'm not going to talk to you.
So you would just stay in there until you would have your first hearing.
So that's how you then get your attorney. Then fine. And do it. Don't assert and then keep talking. Yeah, I see some of the videos people asserting they want a lawyer, but then
Yeah.
the
So once if you say I want an attorney, but then you continue to talk, it's a voluntary. You're voluntarily talking. So and in the Miranda warnings, anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. So yeah, just shut up. Just shut up.
and
Don't talk to the cops.
because you see on some of the videos, and I'll play some on Monday or something, where they say I want a lawyer, and then the officers start go, oh well, okay, obviously I got stuff to tell you, but I can't tell you the goss now. And then it's like the intrigue then. Oh, because sometimes, right. So also, I see sometimes some officers saying, "Oh, I can't tell you what you're in for, until your lawyer comes or something." Now, are they allowed to arrest you without telling you why? Do you know what I mean?
Shady police tactics.
Yeah, I've seen it a few times now, and it's like
In the Murdoch trial, he said he's allowed to use trickery.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, Meki Deki. I'm from Wales, so yeah. Just stay silent. Yeah, good advice. Keep your mouth shut. Yes, absolutely.
have you ever seen those attorneys on? I can't remember their names, but they're like, just shut the fuck up. Have Have you seen
So,
that
yeah.
video? Hold on.
No, I haven't, but
Let me see if I can find them.
cops will lie to you. Yeah, they're allowed to lie to a certain degree, aren't they? So
Look
police
up
lie all the time.
Shut the Fuck Up Friday, the Pop Brothers at Law.
You see, some people might watch that.
Yeah, go check that out. I love them.
So yeah, that's interesting. Anyway, I want to find out more about stuff like that. So I think it'd be interesting to talk to you about a lot of that stuff again on your. Well, if I get invited, that is obviously, but
Of course. Of course, my first guest.
yeah, there we. Well, no, I'm on lefties here, so maybe second.
You think I'm going to bring Lefty on my channel? My first
He's gonna be in
stream?
your chat. He's gonna be in your
Oh,
chat. Like that.
1000%.
Do you know what I mean? What's he gonna do? How's he gonna balance all these things? I don't know. Because he's got the women riled up in this chat. Now you better not take all these women over to your chat, and I've
I've
got nothing.
missed it. What happened?
Oh, he just riles them up. Do you know what he's like? He gets all excited. He takes his Viagra, and then he's off on one. Do you know what I mean? So, and don't take their drinks. What's that mean? Don't take their drinks. What? Can they drug you or something?
I mean, they shouldn't, but
I mean,
who
well, that's
knows?
dodgy. That's dodgy.
Yeah.
Right. Anyone else got anything that you want to ask Lady Law while she's here before we shut down? Because I'm sure it's dinner time with you, Lady Law, coming up. And
Don't ask me for legal advice, though.
no, don't ask. No legal advice. We know that, guys. We know
Yeah.
that. Yeah. But
Oh,
Denise gets
DNA. Yeah, Suzanne's got. We're like, what do you mean? Don't take their drinks? But yeah, that's how they get DNA
yeah.
samples.
Suzanne's on it. Suzanne,
Yeah.
you're on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. There was a case. Oh, it was ages ago. And it was like 2030. No, maybe not that long. But there's a guy that they couldn't get his DNA. And they tried everything, followed him for, I think, months. And in the end, they got him because they had to tell his manager in work.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And there was like a whatever. But even then, it took weeks because he was so careful not to drop anything. And when he did drop the bottle of glass, she just jumped at it and was
Grabbed
like,
it. Yeah.
yeah, grabbed it and took it in. It's just little things like that. It's like,
Can you
nah.
imagine being that guy though, and like just knowing that they're after you? Wasn't it? Was it the BTK killer?
Or it might be. I don't remember who he
I don't
was.
either.
But I'm not sure if it's that one, but it would be very similar to that anyway, if it wasn't that one. But yeah, how do you live your life? Because they were trying to get him cigarette butts and stuff on the
Mhm.
motorway or in the dual carriageway, whatever it was. But it's like, well, there's cars everywhere,
Yeah.
So yeah, but he's gonna have to
Oh, it's
everything.
the Golden State Killer.
Golden State,
Yeah.
fine. Good shout, Meki Teki. His boss stalked that trash can, yes. But it's just, I don't know. How do you live, as you say, Because you can't put stuff in the trash in case, well, cops can go into it. Do you know what I mean?
Well, they can go in like, yeah, I mean, you put it outside your house on the curb and it's free reign.
So how does he do? I suppose at home he's fine because he can pour stuff into glasses. But
Hmm.
but yeah, living your life like go to McDonald's and it's like, well, you can't drink through a straw, or if you do, you got to take the straw
Take
with
it with
you.
you.
And it's like, where do you dump it? Do you know what I mean? Or have you got like thousands of straws at home? Like,
Like, do you have your
anyway,
own? Are you just like burning your trash, I guess?
maybe he's got a pit. Maybe I don't know. Ah, so yeah, I'm not sure if anyone's got anything else. If not, there's still 14 people here. Thank you for your support today, guys. We got up. Look, let me just tell you. Oh shit, my fucking shining here. Just so Lady Law knows. How many hours have we done today? We'll work it out quickly, just to show an example, because this video's gone for 8 hours and 40 minutes. And just if you just get a good group together, I mean, I think our most today is about we may have hit 70, but only for a little bit. So I'll calculate. We have 641 different people, unique people in here today.
Outstanding.
Yeah, and we've made approximately 22,000 watch hours. So today we made 377 watch hours. So
That's
if you get, you get a few streams like that. That's what I mean for you. If you're able to do something in, I don't know, a few of these, knock them out, then you can potentially get there quite quickly. I struggle doing like 20-hour streams and stuff. It's like, fuck,
you've been
grinding.
you have been at it. Like every time I pop on YouTube, there you are.
Yeah, you
There-
got to grind it. I'm trying to grind so hard just to get it. You know what I mean?
Easy.
Yeah, I know, easy, yeah. But last night I was up till, well, yesterday I think it was a 15, 16-hour day, 2 streams, finished out 20 to 4. I had to get up this morning at 8. And
Take care of
so
yourself.
I know I'm stopping it now. Mekiteki, thank you, Mekiteki.
You
Super
know,
sticker.
I know that Dylan won't plug himself, but you guys, if Dylan's out here like spending this many hours bringing you guys the goods, like give that boy some money.
Yeah, exactly.
Donations are
It is.
freaking awesome. Super chats are awesome. All the things are awesome. Give him money.
Yeah, memberships is the main thing, I think, just to keep it going.
Memberships, yes, and
Yeah, the
go check
store,
out. Oh, hold on, the merch store.
merch
Get you
store.
one of those,
I don't actually make much on the merch store at all.
Dylan. Shh.
I know,
Let's
but that
get the brand out there. God.
I know is getting the brand out there, but I'm just, I'm going to stop it in about a month now. The store, because it costs them money to,
Oh, it costs money
keep
to
it.
have it, huh?
It costs probably about $70 a month just to have it open, but with a store and the people that make it for you. Do you know what I mean? So
Okay.
it costs a fair bit, and
Damn.
I've gone for all top quality stuff, which means your margin's gone down. So
So you're telling me that I might be one of the only ones to ever have this mug?
yeah, well, I'm gonna buy one, obviously. Good night, Toxic.
Good night.
Good night, Toxic Orchard. Thank you for
Good night,
everything.
Suzanne.
Oh, I thought Toxic Orchard was going. So good night, Suzanne. Thank you for everything as always. I think we'll probably lock it down now, Lady Law.
Listen to
Unless
Beryl, first of all, though. I know you're tired. It's whatever time
you're
there,
on the
but
anti-grifter, grift yourself. I know. I got a grift. I did try earlier on. I got 5 memberships. I threatened everyone that if they don't start buying, I'm just gonna do ads.
I'm
So
gonna quit.
I'm gonna
Oh,
quit.
there you go. Like if you want an ad-free channel,
Yeah, but
subscribe.
I don't do ad free. I do ads on the breaks. Then you see.
Right, right. But I'd be like,
Um,
listen, if you don't want to hear any ads, I'm gonna need you to buy some memberships.
yeah. I
Yeah.
think my ads. I looked earlier on. Right. I think I made $2.40 on ads today.
Nice.
Which doesn't sound like
Yeah.
much, but
I mean, you could
I'm
buy like a Coke or something.
yeah. Hey, listen, I don't care. I'm fine.
Yeah.
You did threatening people. Yeah, fair play. Meki Techie did buy 2 memberships. Fair play to him or her. Sorry.
Outstanding.
So no, I appreciate all of you that support. It means the world. Heading out to hubby's home. I want to watch a movie. Absolutely toxic. Thank you for keeping us company here today. I appreciate you. So yeah, hopefully see some of you tomorrow.
You bullied the
Yeah,
new kid.
like me, and I'm already a member. And I was pushed. Yeah.
We
Yes,
gotta get
Feral.
Farrell up. We gotta get her up to the Gilf Shake level.
Oh, she went up to the lefty one. It's only her and
Ugh.
lefty on it.
Ugh.
Thanks a lot for streaming this trial. Toxic, not a problem at all. Hopefully back on Tuesday. Obviously 10:30 Eastern time. So yeah. That's about it, I think. Thank you again, Mekiteki, for the memberships and also everyone else, and for the super sticker. Let's have a look. Who else was it? Suzanne, thank you for buying the membership and giving 1 membership away as well. Core H as well. Thank you for buying membership. And Mekiteki, thank you as well. I think that I'm not sure who got one. Geo got one, I think. No, Toxic got one, I think, from the free membership. So thank you very much, guys. Appreciate you. So that's it. I think
Yeah, go get you some
tomorrow.
sleep.
Yeah, Depot tomorrow, 1:15 Eastern, and then Tuesday. Oh no, actually, I'm doing something Monday probably, but not sure what. So we'll see. We'll see. And I'm just left. Oh no, Lefty's not on. So whatever. I don't know. We'll
He's
see.
gonna
We'll
harass
see.
me later.
Yeah, he will. He loves it though. Love you, Chan. I'm so glad I got the invite. No problems at all. Invite anybody you want. We're just here for a good time, not a long time. So, with that,
I'm here
thank you
for
to Lady
both.
Law for being here. Yeah, we're here for both, hopefully.
I'm here for the D.
Yeah, massively. Thank you, everybody, and thanks to Lady Law. See
Thanks,
you all
Mecky
later.
Ducky.
Take care, guys. Ta-ra.
Bye.